Chapter 2243. Let go, Grandma. If you don't let go, you'll be stuck here for the rest of your life. Wuxia Xianxia persuaded earnestly, a cultivator like us can only forge ahead when our thoughts are clear. Grandma, you're still immersed in the defeat of that battle and are blinded by hatred. You want to kill me wholeheartedly, so how can you climb to a higher level of the martial Tao? Boy, are you lecturing me? Grandma, you glared at Wuxia Xianxia. The latter shrugged and said, I'm just telling the truth. It's not like you don't understand these principles, you just don't want to admit them. He sighed again and said, Young boy and little Xueting probably think that the woman in front of them is your true appearance and that the peerless woman in the divine Ascension mirror is just an illusion of yours, but only you and I know that the appearance in the divine Ascension mirror is your true appearance. Right now, you're just a disguise. Grandma, you're also a woman, so why do you have to make things difficult for yourself? Why are you saying this? Grandma Yu's tone was much calmer for some reason. I just want to say that your aptitude is not necessarily below mine. If you can resolve the knot in your heart, you may be able to ascend to the position of great emperors in the future. As soon as he said this, Grandma Yu trembled and looked sharply at Wuxia Xianxia, shouting in a low voice, Are you speaking from the bottom of your heart? Wuxia Xianxia smiled and said, To be honest, I didn't say that. Then who said it? A sloppy, unrestrained old fart said it. Wuxia Xianxia seemed to be very reluctant to mention that person's name. Although he did not say that person's name, Grandma Yu's eyes shone brightly. She seemed to have understood something. I can't support Azure Sun Temple alone. Grandma, are you willing to help me? Wuxia Xianxia looked at Grandma Yu sincerely and asked. Grandma Yu looked at him for a while before suddenly laughing out loud and mocking, This old woman killed many of your Azure Sun Temple's elite disciples. Don't you have any resentment towards this old woman? The heavenly way is constant, and fate is unpredictable. They can't cross that threshold. It's because their cultivation isn't high enough. Wuxia Xianxia said seriously. Grandma Yu's expression changed and she fell silent. After a while, she suddenly shouted, Scram, scram. Wuxia Xianxia smiled slightly and said, Granny, please think about it carefully. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure gradually vanished from this expanse of space as if he had never appeared. Granny Yu was the only one left, her face cold and her expression fluctuating. Time passed quickly. It had been a month since Yang Kai followed Gao Xueting to the Purple Bamboo Peak Cave Mansion. During this time, he had been in seclusion to refine the insect enslavement bracelet. At first, the insect enslavement bracelet didn't react at all. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry and kept using his own strength to attack the insect enslavement bracelet's restriction. As time passed, this Emperor artifact also gradually underwent some changes. It slowly began to accept Yang Kai's divine sense and origin energy. This time, he refined it. Like pulling a dead cocoon, Yang Kai took great pains. Only when all the hindrances were removed would Yang Kai have the opportunity to refine the insect enslavement bracelet and engrave his soul brand inside, making it his possession. On this day, Yang Kai continued with his usual actions. But at a certain moment, a strange buzzing sound suddenly rang out, followed by a slight tremor in the air in the secret room. At the same time, Yang Kai felt a burning sensation in his hand, as if the insect enslavement bracelet was on fire. Seeing this, Yang Kai wasn't surprised but delighted, knowing that this was a sign that the refinement was about to succeed. He immediately spared no effort to urge his strength and madly poured it into the insect enslavement bracelet. The burning sensation in his hand became more and more obvious, and the insect enslavement bracelet seemed to have regained its spirituality, constantly bouncing in Yang Kai's palm, trying to break free from Yang Kai's control. But how could Yang Kai let it do as it wished? He firmly controlled it in his hand. Slowly, the burning sensation changed. Kai Yang's palm felt like it was being nibbled on by tens of thousands of ants. The itchiness was unbearable, and the numbness spread from his palm to every part of his body, penetrating deep into his soul, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. The numbing sensation gradually turned into pain, not only on his body, but also on his soul, as if it was being cut into countless pieces. Yang Kai couldn't help but roar. More surging divine sense and source chi continued to pour into his body. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and endured the unimaginable torture. 2 days later, Yang Kai suddenly felt his body lighten, and all the strange sensations disappeared in an instant. At the same time, the insect enslavement bracelet suddenly began to shine brightly, and on the surface of the small bracelet, rice-sized runes began to flutter like fireflies, making the entire secret room look a little more beautiful. These runes were extremely complex and mysterious, and at first glance, they seemed to have a life of their own, constantly flickering in and out of existence. The ordinary insect enslavement bracelet gradually became filled with Emperor aura and Emperor intent. Seeing this situation, Yang Kai not only did not feel the slightest joy, but instead his expression became dignified. After a short while, the complex runes all converged into the insect enslavement bracelet, and Yang Kai heard a crisp cracking sound, as if something had broken. Immediately afterward, his divine sense and source chi poured into the insect enslavement bracelet without any obstruction. The sound that came from his soul was undoubtedly the sound of the last barrier of the insect enslavement bracelet being broken. This also meant that the refinement was more than half complete. However, because the insect enslavement bracelet was not a newly born artifact, it had a previous owner, so the biggest test came next. As his divine sense poured in, Yang Kai soon noticed that there was a pure power inside the insect enslavement bracelet that was fighting back. This power was not vast, but it was extremely pure. This was the soul and life brand left behind in the insect enslavement bracelet by the Insect Emperor. Only by completely crushing this brand would Yang Kai have a chance to leave his mark on it. The Insect Emperor's true cultivation was at least third-order Emperor realm, but unfortunately, tens of thousands of years ago, he was defeated and killed in a great battle with Yang Yen. In desperation, he could only place his soul in the origin essence crystal, and in the end, he had to rely on possession to be reborn. However, he was no longer as powerful as he used to be. After tens of thousands of years, the brand in the insect enslavement bracelet had long since weakened. If it were not for this reason, Yang Kai would not have had a chance to refine the insect enslavement bracelet, unless he asked Wen Zishan to help him get rid of this brand. However, although this brand was pure, its strength was barely on the level of the Emperor realm, which was basically the same as Yang Kai's divine sense. This brand counterattacked head-on, trying to stop Yang Kai's next move. Yang Kai naturally could not back down. He was not afraid, and he mobilized his divine sense to meet it head-on. Kong, with a loud noise, Yang Kai's body shook slightly, and he felt a little dizzy. This was a collision of souls, without the slightest bit of fancy. It was a battle of the tenacity and strength of one's divine sense. After this collision, neither Yang Kai nor the original brand gained the upper hand, and they were evenly matched. After taking a short breath, Yang Kai mobilized his divine sense again and blasted it into the interior of the insect enslavement bracelet. With another noise, blood flowed out of Yang Kai's mouth and nose, and his whole face turned slightly pale. However, after this collision, Yang Kai's divine sense clearly gained the upper hand, and the brand of the Insect Emperor had been weakened by more than half. Yang Kai did not stop, and in a spurt of energy, he mobilized his divine sense for the third time. Kong, on the insect enslavement bracelet, there was a flash of brilliance, as if something had been broken. Yang Kai's divine sense was also extremely smooth, without the slightest obstruction. At this point, the brand of the Insect Emperor was completely destroyed. Yang Kai poured his divine sense into the insect enslavement bracelet, endured the discomfort in his body, and struck while the iron was hot, carving his own soul brand into the insect enslavement bracelet. After doing this, Yang Kai grinned and fell to the ground, not wanting to move anymore. Now, the insect enslavement bracelet was already his emperor artifact, but as for what use this insect enslavement bracelet had, he would need to slowly examine and develop it in the future. The silent battle consumed a lot of Yang Kai's spiritual strength and stamina, but fortunately, he had the soul-warming lotus, otherwise, he would never have dared to use such a violent and direct method to erase the brand of the insect emperor. However, under the nourishment of the soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai was not worried that his soul would suffer any fundamental damage, so he had the capital to act recklessly. After resting for half a day, Yang Kai felt a little better, sat up again, and carefully examined the insect enslavement bracelet in front of him. After refining it, the insect enslavement bracelet did not change much, but now it could be sent and received at will. Yang Kai poured his divine sense into the insect enslavement bracelet, wanting to see what mysteries this artifact had and how to use it to restrain the soul-devouring insects. A scene that surprised him appeared. As soon as he poured his divine sense into the insect enslavement bracelet, he discovered that there was a strange space inside the bracelet. This space was not like the internal space of the sealed world bead, where people could not freely enter and leave. It was quite similar to the space inside a space ring, but there were some subtle differences. Because Yang Kai could feel that there seemed to be some strange energy surging in this space. This energy was neither beneficial nor harmful to the soul, so he did not know what it was used for. Yang Kai's eyes were quickly attracted by the wine jars of different sizes and shapes in this space. Some of these wine jars were as tall as a person, while others were as tall as a foot. They were neatly arranged on the side, and Yang Kai did not know what was inside. Curious, Yang Kai swept the jars with his divine sense to investigate. But soon, his face changed dramatically and his divine sense retreated, quickly distancing himself from these wine jars. This was because he sensed that many of those jars were filled with something. Only a few of them were empty. He did not know what those things were. He only heard a series of strange noises coming from the jars. There were some wriggling sounds, some buzzing sounds, and some remaining silent. However, every item in these wine jars gave Yang Kai an extremely dangerous feeling. Even though he was now the owner of the insect enslavement bracelet, he did not dare to open these wine jars to explore the inside. Just as he was feeling uncertain, Yang Kai suddenly discovered that on the surface of each of the wine jars, some words had appeared. He quickly fixed his eyes on them. Chapter 2244. Blood aphid, two-legged silkworm, steel ant, silver-striped six-horned spider, overlord bee. Above each wine jar was the name of an exotic insect. Yang Kai had almost never heard of these names, only a small number of them were known to him. As for the small number of 1 to 2 existences, all of them were terrifying existences that struck terror into the hearts of cultivators. Yang Kai's mind was shaken as he made some bold guesses. At this moment, in the internal space of the insect enslavement bracelet, a brilliant light suddenly flashed, and in the light, something like an ancient book slowly appeared in Yang Kai's divine sense. Curious, Yang Kai used his divine sense to investigate. On the front of the ancient book, there were a few large words, Exotic Insect Scripture. Divine Sense Book. Yang Kai exclaimed in his heart. In this world, there were some extremely brilliant secret arts and secret techniques that did not exist in physical form, but in a way that could not be observed with the naked eye, recorded in some secret places. Recording in this way could prevent some precious information from being easily obtained, and it was also a method used by many masters before the end of their lives. Divine Sense books were one of these methods. The Divine Sense book in the insect enslavement bracelet was probably written by the insect emperor, because Yang Kai sensed the aura of the insect emperor from this exotic insect scripture. Although many years had passed, Yang Kai could still remember the special aura fluctuations. Yang Kai moved his divine sense again, opened the exotic insect scripture, and read it carefully. This exotic insect scripture was indeed written by the insect emperor, because on the first page of this ancient book, there was a preface written by the insect emperor. Yang Kai was not interested in this. After a quick glance, he turned to the next page. List of exotic insects. These three large words were immediately imprinted in Yang Kai's eyes, and he could not help but look at them carefully. This list of exotic insects was divided into heaven and earth lists by the insect emperor. All the exotic insects that could be on this list were extremely rare and difficult to deal with in the world. The heaven lists were 36, and the earth lists were 72, a total of 108 kinds of exotic insects were recorded. Each of them had a detailed introduction and ranking. Yang Kai quickly found the description of the strange insects in the wine jars. Blood aphid, 13th on the earth rankings. It moves when it smells blood. It is extremely weak and is extremely difficult to detect. The blood and the body of the victim will be sucked dry and the victim will become a dried corpse. Two-legged silkworm, earth ranking 27th. Its entire body is snow white and it stands on two legs. Its ice-type poison is the best in the world. There was no solution. Steel ants, earth ranking number 36. They live in groups. They devour iron and steel. They subdue all secret treasures in the world. Silver-striped six-horned spider, heaven leaderboard number 19. Silver stripes on its back. Highly toxic. Even emperor-level experts could not block it. Bee overlord, heaven leaderboard 21. The poison in the stinger was extremely potent and was one of the top 10 poisons in the world. There were so many of them. Yang Kai saw the description and introduction of the soul-devouring bug on the heaven ranking. Soul-devouring bug, number 11 on the heaven list. It specializes in devouring the power of the divine soul. It is the nemesis of the divine soul. When it is young and weak, it can be destroyed by the conflagration of spiritual sense and suppressed by the transcendent divine will. However, if it grows, it is extremely difficult to deal with. Even emperor-level experts cannot subdue it. In this exotic bug list, the soul-devouring bug was ranked 11th on the heaven leaderboard. It was already considered an extremely high existence. As for the 10 exotic bugs before the soul-devouring bug, Yang Kai had never even heard of them. In the annotations of the insect emperor, the 10 strongest exotic bugs had all gone extinct and no longer existed in the world. Of course, this was only his personal opinion. Whether they were really extinct or not, no one knew. Yang Kai vaguely felt that the reason why the soul-devouring bug was ranked so high should have something to do with its huge growth potential. Just like the insect emperor's annotations, the soul-devouring bug was not difficult to deal with when it was very weak. The conflagration of spiritual sense could kill it and the powerful divine will could suppress it. However, if it grew up, it would be a huge problem. The holy war in the divine ascension world was the best example. Suddenly obtaining such a wondrous book, Kai Yang couldn't help but become interested and began to read it with relish. Since the insect emperor dared to call himself a bug, it meant that his research on exotic bugs in his territory was almost unparalleled. His knowledge was probably unique in the entire star boundary. If Yang Kai mastered it, if he encountered any exotic bugs on the heaven and earth leaderboard in the future, he would not be at a loss. In the exotic bug record, after the heaven and earth leaderboard, it introduced in detail the living habits of each exotic bug, the way to raise it, and the methods to restrain it. Most exotic bugs had methods to restrain them. For example, the blood aphids, which were ranked 13th on the earth leaderboard, moved when they smelled blood. They were extremely small and could not be detected by the naked eye. Even divine sense might not be able to detect them. However, they were most afraid of fire. Any fire attribute secret technique or divine technique was enough to make them retreat. Another example was the steel ants, ranked 36th on the earth leaderboard. Although they were the nemesis of world treasures, they were afraid of a strange stone called moonlight stone. If the steel ants swallowed this moonlight stone, they would turn into a puddle of water and die. The key was that this moonlight stone was not very precious. It was just a kind of exotic bug used for illumination. It did not have much practical value. Looking at the entire star boundary, it could be found in many places. Yang Kai deliberately looked for a method to restrain the soul-devouring insects. The Insect Emperor only provided two methods. The first was to kill them with conflagrated knowledge C when they were still very weak. The second was to suppress them, because once they grew to the point where they were not afraid of conflagrated knowledge C, they were basically impossible to kill. Apart from suppressing them, there was no other way. After flipping through the book, Yang Kai gained a lot and had some ideas on how to deal with the soul-devouring insects in his possession. Half a day later, Yang Kai put away the exotic bug record. Just like when it first appeared, it disappeared without any warning. With a flash of light, it was no longer in this space. However, Yang Kai was now the owner of the insect enslavement bracelet. If he wanted to read the exotic bug record again in the future, he could summon it at any time. Immediately after, Yang Kai withdrew his divine sense and immersed himself in releasing the power of the insect enslavement bracelet while controlling the soul-devouring insects in the soul-warming lotus, trying to move them into the insect enslavement bracelet. The soul-devouring insects he originally had were not difficult to deal with. Although these soul-devouring insects had shown a rebellious side in the divine Ascension world, under the suppression of the insect enslavement bracelet's aura, they became obedient and were easily moved into the insect enslavement bracelet space by Yang Kai. It was the sealed soul-devouring insects that made Yang Kai cautious. Although the sealed ball of light was protected by the power of the great emperors and the world force of the divine Ascension mirror's mirror soul, Yang Kai still did not dare to lower his guard. It took him a lot of effort to safely move them into the insect enslavement bracelet's world. Only now did he involuntarily let out a sigh of relief. There were no more soul-devouring insects in his body now, so he naturally did not have to worry about anything. The two batches of soul-devouring insects were moved into the insect enslavement bracelet by Yang Kai and placed in an unused wine jar. These wine jars were all containers that the Insect Emperor had used some extremely precious materials to create in the past. They were specifically used to raise exotic insects. The dangerous auras Yang Kai sensed from these containers were all from the exotic insects left behind by the Insect Emperor. Although they had been here for tens of thousands of years, under the nourishment of the insect enslavement bracelet's special environment, not only did these exotic insects not weaken, they were even stronger than before. Yang Kai did not dare to release them at all. These exotic insects were not raised by him, so Yang Kai did not have absolute confidence in being able to enslave them. If he released them and they did not listen to his orders, he would be shooting himself in the foot. He could only wait for his strength to increase in the future before gradually trying. Right now, the most important thing was to deal with the soul-devouring insects. The two batches of soul-devouring insects were placed in a wine jar. Yang Kai sealed the wine jar properly before using his divine sense to form a seal with his hands, using a secret technique to undo Tianyan's seal. In the next moment, a buzzing sound could be heard from the wine jar. Yang Kai listened attentively for a moment and his face could not help but turn slightly pale. He could clearly sense that the two batches of soul-devouring insects were like two armies that were currently engaged in an earth-shattering battle inside the wine jar. However, because the difference in strength between them was not very great, this battle was extremely intense and bloody. Inside the wine jar, there seemed to be a storm of blood and sword light. However, Yang Kai was not worried about anything. The exotic insect scripture also indicated that this was a way and means for the soul-devouring insects to survive and evolve. Although they did not have thoughts, they had their own instincts. Just like the goo art, the goo refiner would place some poisonous creatures in a space and allow them to kill each other. The one that survived in the end would be the most powerful goo. The soul-devouring insects' evolution and growth were driven by their instincts and could not be suppressed by any means. However, this evolution process could be stimulated by external objects. Thinking of this, Yang Kai withdrew his divine sense from the insect enslavement bracelet, shook the token in his hand, and opened the cave residence's restriction before flying out. After a short while, he arrived at the top of Purple Bamboo Peak and looked around. Soon, he found Gao Shueting's cave residence. Flying over, Yang Kai stood outside the secluded mansion. Just as he was about to shout, Gao Shueting's voice suddenly came from inside, "Come in." Yang Kai was stunned, but a trace of emotion appeared on his face. There were two reasons why Gao Shueting was able to detect his presence so quickly. Firstly, her cultivation was high, and secondly, she had been paying attention to his movements all this time. This was not surveillance, but protection. She had probably heard some news from Wen Zishan, so she had not slacked off during his closed-door cultivation. Yang Kai did not speak again and flew straight into the cave residence. After turning around in the cave, Yang Kai soon arrived at a stone room. This should be the place where Gao Shueting lived and rested. Looking around, Yang Kai was surprised to find that the cave residence was very simple. There were almost no furnishings, only a futon and a bamboo bed. Other than that, there was nothing else. Gao Shueting was sitting on the bamboo bed at this moment, looking at him indifferently. Chapter 2245. Elder Gao. Yang Kai cupped his fists and saluted. Gao Shueting gently nodded and asked with concern, "Did your retreat go smoothly?" Yang Kai said, "Thanks to Elder Gao's good fortune, there were no accidents." "What are you flattering me for?" Gao Shueting glared at him, "Your retreat has nothing to do with me." Yang Kai didn't expect Gao Shueting to be so blunt. He couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. "Tell me, why are you looking for me?" Gao Shueting regained her indifferent look. "Oh, it's like this." When it came to business, Yang Kai also quickly became serious and said, "I want to ask Elder Gao if there is any facetless profound grass in Azure Sun Temple." Facetless profound grass? Gao Shueting frowned when she heard this. "It's a Dao source grade mid-rank spirit grass. It's not a rare item." Yang Kai was an alchemist himself, so he was naturally familiar with spirit flowers and herbs. "What do you want it for?" Gao Shueting asked curiously. "Alchemy," Yang Kai said insincerely. He looked away and said, "Elder Gao, you know that I'm an alchemist." "Of course, I want spirit grass for alchemy." The corners of Gao Shueting's mouth curled up slightly, as if revealing an imperceptible smile. However, she didn't continue to question Yang Kai's blatant denial. Instead, she took out her communication artifact and poured her divine sense into it while saying indifferently, "I'll ask around for you. Since this spirit grass isn't rare, the storehouse should have some in stock." "Many thanks, Elder Gao." Yang Kai quickly thanked her. What followed was a long silence. Inside this secluded home, Yang Kai felt like he was being stabbed in the back. He felt uncomfortable all over. He wanted to find something to talk to Gao Shueting about, but he was afraid that she would dislike him for being noisy. Silence was golden. Gao Shueting didn't want to talk to him anymore. She just closed her eyes and meditated, as if he didn't exist. After a while, the communication artifact in Gao Shueting's hand suddenly buzzed. She opened her beautiful eyes. After checking, he looked at Yang Kai and said, "There is indeed faceless profound grass, and there is quite a lot of it. How many do you want?" "The more the better." Yang Kai's expression became serious. "Looks like you're going to refine a lot of pills." Gao Shueting snorted softly. Yang Kai laughed dryly. "What are you going to trade for it?" Yang Kai was stunned. Gao Shueting said, "I can't give you the faceless profound grass for free, right? That's an item from the temple. What are you going to trade for it?" "Elder Gao, are you doing business with me?" Yang Kai was shocked. He never expected Gao Shueting to have such a side to her. "Just take it that way." Gao Shueting nodded. "What do you mean? You want to take it for free?" Yang Kai hurriedly said, "How is that possible? I wanted to buy it anyway." He paused for a moment and asked timidly, "Can I buy it with spirit stones?" The Temple of Source Crystals doesn't lack them, Gao Shueting replied expressionlessly. Yang Kai was speechless. He said, since we're doing business, what else can we use if not spirit stones? Humph. Gao Shueting sneered and looked at him meaningfully, saying, forget it. I'll ask junior sister Chen how much this thing costs. Thank you for your trouble. Yang Kai hurriedly wiped the sweat from his forehead. Inexplicably. When he was with Gao Shueting, he felt extremely stressed. The pressure was especially great. This had never happened even when he was with Wen Zishan, and he didn't know why. After a while, Gao Shueting raised her head again and looked at Yang Kai, saying, Junior Sister Chen said that the faceless profound grass costs 1,000 spirit stones each. The price is reasonable. Yang Kai was immediately overjoyed. High grade. Gao Shueting added. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, then jumped up and said in surprise, are you robbing me? Gao Shueting said indifferently, Junior Sister Chen is in charge of the temple's storehouse and everything in it. She has the final say. If she says it's 1,000 spirit stones, then it's 1,000 spirit stones. After saying that, she asked again, why? Are you poor? Not really. Yang Kai's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his expression was very complicated, it's just that the price is not right. Elder Gao, did you tell Elder Chen clearly that the faceless profound grass is a Dao source grade mid-rank spirit grass, and it's not a rare spirit grass? A large sect can cultivate it themselves. Why would it cost so many spirit stones? Who do you think this queen is? Am I your messenger? If you want to ask her yourself. Gao Shueting's indifferent face became even colder. Yang Kai didn't know why she was angry, but his expression suddenly became awkward, and he didn't know how to respond. But Gao Shueting suddenly changed the topic, and her beautiful eyes kept looking at Yang Kai. Yang Kai felt a chill as he thought to himself, could it be that Elder Gao looks cold on the surface, but she's actually passionate on the inside? This thought gave him a fright, and he felt uneasy all over. Junior Sister Chen said that if you don't have the money to buy it, you can. Well, pay with your body. That's what Junior Sister Chen said. Gao Shueting didn't stop until she shocked him to death. Gudong, Yang Kai couldn't help but gulp as cold sweat rolled down his cheeks. Don't misunderstand. Gao Shueting explained, what Junior Martial Sister Chen means is that if you join the temple and become a disciple of the temple, you can enjoy great benefits. She can even give you all the faceless profound grass. You can refine as many pills as you want. Become a disciple of the temple? Yang Kai looked at her in astonishment. You don't want to? Gao Shueting looked at him coldly, and her voice became much colder. Are you looking down on the temple? No, there's absolutely no such thing. Yang Kai kept waving his hand, it's just, the Azure Sun Temple is such a big sect. How can it accept people so carelessly? Gao Shueting snorted, usually, if you want to join the temple, you naturally have to go through all kinds of inspections and tests. To put it bluntly, the temple only recruits disciples once every 10 years. Every time, at least hundreds of thousands of people come to the Azure Sun Mountain Range to participate in the trial, but only 300 people can truly become disciples of the temple. Even among these 300 people, only half of them can become true disciples, and the remaining half can only become disciples after various tests. They can only use the identity of an outer mountain disciple. They can never enter the inner sect. But if it's you. Speaking up to this point, Gao Shueting glanced at Yang Kai from the corner of her eyes and continued, we might be able to make things easier for you. She looked like she was giving Yang Kai a great discount, as if Yang Kai would lose something if he refused. Huh. Yang Kai laughed dryly, then I must thank Elder Gao and Elder Chen for your kindness. What's your choice? Gao Shueting didn't give Yang Kai time to think and asked. Yang Kai coughed a few times. Realizing the seriousness of this problem, he looked calm on the surface, but his mind was racing. Very quickly, he opened his mouth and said, "Elder Gao, this junior has been used to being alone all these years, and I've never joined any sect. What's the situation with the Blue Feather sect?" Gao Shueting interrupted him directly. Yang Kai stared at Gao Shueting with wide eyes. "Elder Gao, are you secretly investigating me?" Gao Shueting said lightly, "It's just a casual investigation. It's not difficult to find information about you. The temple is a big family. Isn't it easy to investigate someone?" Yang Kai's mouth twitched. "Then, how much does Elder Gao know about this junior?" Gao Shueting said, "Other than the color of your underwear, I know everything else about you. Including the fact that you're not a native of the star boundary." Yang Kai sweated profusely and wiped his forehead. Elder Gao is really well informed. In his heart, he cursed that bitch Bian Yuqing with a torrent of abuse. Gao Shueting's information was definitely obtained from Bian Yuqing. Bian Yuqing was just a third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. If Gao Shueting really wanted to inquire about something from her, Bian Yuqing wouldn't be able to lie. It's just that Yang Kai didn't know when Gao Shueting did this. Since Elder Gao knows about the Blue Feather sect, then you must know why this junior joined the Blue Feather sect and what happened after that. Yang Kai saw that he couldn't hide it, so he could only tell the truth. Gao Shueting nodded. "I was very unhappy during those few months in the Blue Feather sect," Yang Kai said seriously. "Oh, you don't have to worry about that. The temple is different from a small sect like Blue Feather sect. It will definitely make you feel at home. If you are willing, this queen can even accept you as a disciple and teach you cultivation." Hearing this, Yang Kai's expression brightened as he looked at Gao Shueting in surprise. She even said these words, which meant that Gao Shueting was sincerely trying to rope him in to join Azure Sun Temple. However, from another perspective, he did have the capital. He was young and had a good cultivation. He would be the target of all the major sects wherever he went. What's more, he was a Dao Source grade alchemist and a cultivator from the lower star territory. He had a strong foundation and had taken an extraordinary treasure pill. Due to various reasons, it was only a matter of time before he was promoted to the Emperor Realm and became a master in the Emperor Realm as long as there were no major accidents. Azure Sun Temple also didn't want to miss a future member of the Emperor Realm. His conditions were enough for Gao Shueting to try. Of course, with Gao Shueting's indifferent personality, she definitely wouldn't say this if there was no one else instigating her. So, who else could it be but Wen Zishan? Soon, Yang Kai figured everything out and his heart moved slightly. To be honest, although Gao Shueting's attempt to rope him in wasn't very clever, it was very sincere. During this time, Yang Kai also felt the care and concern of the seniors of Azure Sun Temple and got along well with Xia Sheng and the others. If he really joined Azure Sun Temple and became a member, it didn't seem to be a bad thing. Joining a sect had its own benefits, especially a great force like Azure Sun Temple. In the future, when he went out with the name of a temple disciple, not many people would dare to provoke him. However, Yang Kai also had concerns in his heart. His biggest concern was the demon spirit sealed in his body. When he was eroded by the demon spirit and turned into a demon, he fought with Gao Shueting. If he really joined the temple, he didn't know what Gao Shueting would do to him if he accidentally exposed himself. The demon spirit of an ancient great demon couldn't be ignored casually. Chapter 2246. For a moment, Yang Kai was also a little hesitant. He didn't know if he should take the opportunity to join Azure Sun Temple and enjoy the shade under the big tree, or continue to be independent and free. Go back and think about it carefully for a few days. Give me an answer when you've thought it through. Gao Shueting seemed to see his dilemma and no longer forced him, but took the initiative to take a step back. Yang Kai immediately breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Thank you, Elder Gao. About the faceless mysterious grass, the price remains the same. Put it down first. I've already asked someone to send you 1,000 stocks. Gao Shueting said lightly, when you become a disciple of the temple, when will this account be settled? Okay. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He thought that Azure Sun Temple really valued him and wanted to use this method to tie him down. What followed was another long period of silence. At a certain moment, Gao Shueting opened her beautiful eyes again and said, "You can go out. The person who sent the faceless mysterious grass is already outside. You can talk to him yourself." "Thank you, Elder Gao." Yang Kai thanked her and turned to leave. Outside the cave mansion, Yang Kai saw a middle-aged man waiting outside. This man looked to be about 40 years old, but his cultivation was only at the first-order Dao source realm. This kind of cultivation might be very good elsewhere. For example, in Maplewood City, the old ancestors of the major families were only at this level. However, in Azure Sun Temple, it was quite inadequate. Obviously, it was because of the lack of aptitude. Yang Kai came out of Maplewood City this time and saw too many rising stars and young talents. His vision and experience were also much broader than before. When the middle-aged man saw Yang Kai walk out of Gao Shueting's cave mansion, he immediately smiled and said, "Yang Kai." Quickly putting on a big smile, he cupped his fists and said, "This one has been ordered by Elder Chen to deliver 1,000 pieces of faceless profound grass. I wonder if your excellency is Brother Yang Kai?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. The man's eyes lit up and he praised, "I've heard of Brother Yang's name for a long time. Seeing you today, you really live up to your reputation." "What? Am I famous in the Azure Sun Temple?" Yang Kai touched his nose. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Brother Yang must have been cultivating in seclusion for the past few days. That's why I haven't heard about the news from the outside world. Brother Yang's name is not only widely spread in Azure Sun Temple, I'm afraid it has already spread throughout the entire southern territory." "Is there such a thing?" Yang Kai's face suddenly darkened. He suddenly had a bad feeling in the depths of his heart. However, the other party didn't notice Yang Kai's strange expression and continued to flatter, "Brother Yang refined an extraordinary treasure pill in the Four Seasons realm, shocking the heavenly martial holy lands Wuchang. Brother Yang can be considered a very famous person now." As he spoke, he realized that Yang Kai's expression didn't look too good. Suddenly realizing the problem, the middle-aged man smiled awkwardly and stopped flattering, coughing dryly, "Brother Yang, this is the facetless profound grass Elder Chen asked me to deliver, do you want to check it?" "No need." Yang Kai reached out and took the space ring the other party handed over. Cupping his fists, he thanked the other party. Turning around, he bid farewell. Although Yang Kai had expected that after the events in the Four Seasons realm, he felt that some of his secrets could no longer be concealed, but the news spread so quickly and spread so widely. He never expected it. If this was the case, he would have to consider Gao Shueting's proposal to join Azure Sun Temple. With the protection of Azure Sun Temple's disciples, he would be able to avoid a lot of trouble in the future. Otherwise, he would be coveted by others. The cultivator in the Four Seasons realm would definitely know that the extraordinary treasure pill was gone, but the extraordinary treasure pill had too many implications. Perhaps some people wouldn't believe it and would come to Yang Kai to ask for the extraordinary treasure pill. The more he thought about it, the more irritated he felt. After returning to his secluded home on Purple Bamboo Peak, his mood gradually calmed down. There was no point in being irritated right now. If such a situation really happened, it would have nothing to do with him. Moreover, he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Although his physical cultivation hadn't improved after his experience in the Divine Ascension mirror world, his divine sense had improved greatly. It really wouldn't be easy for a normal cultivator to deal with him. Unless the Emperor Realm intervened. But even if it was a First Order Emperor Realm Master, if he couldn't defeat them, couldn't he run away? Thinking of this, his mind suddenly cleared up and a sense of pride arose spontaneously. His entire body was brimming with indescribable confidence and he felt much more relaxed. After sitting down cross-legged, he took out the insect enslavement bracelet and put the 1,000 faceless profound grass into it before stuffing them into the wine jar where the soul-devouring insects were. According to the exotic insect scripture, faceless profound grass was the best herb to accelerate the evolution of the soul-devouring insects. This was because the medicinal aura of faceless profound grass had a great stimulating effect on the soul-devouring insects. Moreover, the medicinal efficacies of this spirit herb could also help the soul-devouring insects grow. In an instant, a series of crackling noises could be heard coming from the wine jar, as if the sounds of battle were ringing out. Yang Kai listened for a while but didn't pay any more attention to it. He could no longer interfere with the evolution of the soul-devouring insects, so only time would tell what the final result would be. He withdrew his divine sense and took out another item, carefully examining it in his hand. This was the Insect Emperor's other emperor artifact, the soul-splitting blade. Before entering the divine Ascension mirror world, he had never thought that the soul-splitting blade was actually a soul-type emperor artifact. If he hadn't brought it into the divine Ascension mirror, Yang Kai would have had to wait a long time before discovering it. If it was just an ordinary emperor artifact, Yang Kai wouldn't have bothered to refine it. Right now, he had a lot of methods to deal with his enemies. Not to mention the various space divine technique he had comprehended, just the Annihilation Thunder Bead and the Myriad Sword were already in his possession. Of course, he would still have to return the Myriad Sword to the Qin family when he returned to Maplewood City. However, one couldn't bite off more than they could chew. Yang Kai didn't refine the soul-splitting blade before because of this concern and also because he wasn't strong enough. However, if it was a soul-type emperor artifact, then things would be different. Yang Kai had a need to refine it. As such, he had already made up his mind to begin refining the soul-splitting blade after dealing with the soul-devouring insects. He originally thought that refining an emperor artifact like this would definitely take a lot of effort and energy. After all, refining the insect enslavement bracelet took him an entire month, let alone refining the soul-splitting blade, which was mainly used for killing. However, in reality, refining the soul-splitting blade was even easier than refining the insect enslavement bracelet. In less than half a month, Yang Kai had already broken through the soul-splitting blade's restrictions and erased the brand of the Insect Emperor, leaving behind his own soul imprint inside. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai felt that there were two reasons for this. The first reason was that his divine sense was strong enough to shorten the time required to refine the soul-splitting blade. The second reason was that in the divine Ascension mirror world, it had fused with his soul avatar and fought alongside him. This experience strengthened the mental connection between him and the soul-splitting blade, so it only took him half a month to successfully refine it. However, like all artifacts, it wasn't certain that one would be able to use all of its power after successfully refining it. If one wanted to use all of the power of an artifact, it would definitely be a gradual process. Yang Kai placed the soul-splitting blade in his knowledge sea and revealed his soul avatar. He didn't hesitate to expend a huge amount of mental and spiritual energy to refine it using a secret technique. He had learned this secret technique from Tian Yen. During the last 2 days in the divine Ascension mirror world, Yang Kai had consulted senior Tian Yen about many things. After all, Tian Yen was one of the great emperors. Even though he didn't have a physical body, since he had reached this level, wouldn't it be easy for him to give Yang Kai some pointers? Tian Yen wasn't stingy with his experience and secret techniques in cultivating his soul and imparted to Yang Kai a lot of knowledge that would benefit him for the rest of his life. However, in terms of secret techniques, Yang Kai had only learned one from Tian Yen. Tian Yen had said that secret techniques valued quality over quantity. If one used them well, even just one of them would make one invincible, but if one didn't use them well, it would be useless no matter how much one learned. There were 3,000 paths, but they all led to the same destination. Martial skills and secret techniques all followed the same principle. As such, Tianyan had only taught Yang Kai one secret technique. This secret technique was called heaven-shattering slash. Normally, he would use a special method to refine and nurture his weapon. When he needed it, he would unleash all the power he had accumulated during the nurturing process. Often, he would be able to achieve a one-hit kill effect and decide the outcome of the battle with a single strike. Tianyan didn't have a soul-type secret treasure, so he used this secret technique to nurture a weapon condensed from his own spiritual energy. Moreover, this was tens of thousands of years ago. It was a secret technique that he had comprehended on his own when he was in the Emperor realm. The current Tianyan no longer needed this secret technique. He was one of the great emperors and controlled the laws of heaven and earth. No one in the world was his match, so why would he need this secret technique? He could use it to teach Yang Kai. Although the heaven-shattering slash only had a miraculous effect on the first strike of a soul-type secret treasure, and the subsequent attacks could only display the original power of the secret treasure, the soul-splitting saber itself was an emperor artifact. Even if Yang Kai couldn't display its full power, with his current strength, if he really forced it out, not many people would be able to withstand it. Coupled with the heaven-shattering slash secret technique, even the Emperor realm would have to retreat in one strike. This was another life-saving and desperate trump card, so Yang Kai naturally spared no effort to refine it. In his knowledge sea, Yang Kai's soul avatar appeared. His hands were constantly forming seals, and the seawater in his knowledge sea churned and gathered into waves that washed over the soul-splitting saber again and again. Every time the waves washed over, accompanied by Yang Kai's hand seals, the soul-splitting saber seemed to flash with a faint brilliance. Faintly, its power increased a little. Although it was almost imperceptible, in the long run, its power would definitely be amazing. The first strike of the saber would definitely be earth-shattering. From time to time, Yang Kai would open his mouth and exhale pure spiritual energy onto the soul-splitting saber, cleansing its power. Days passed. Yang Kai stayed in Purple Bamboo Peak's secluded mansion, refining the soul-splitting saber with the heaven-shattering slash secret technique. However, he also took some time to visit Xianxia and Jianghu in the sealed world bead. Since the last time he gave the last extraordinary treasure pill to Xianxia, the woman had unceremoniously consumed it. Moreover, her attitude towards Yang Kai had undergone a 180-degree change. Although she was no longer obedient, she no longer rejected him like before. When she was with Yang Kai, she was much more gentle and submissive. Chapter 2247. The world principles in the small sealed world weren't perfect yet. Although the small sealed world had absorbed a large number of principle fragments in the third layer of the five-colored treasure pagoda, the world principles inside were still lacking and couldn't compare to the star boundary's own principle strength. For a master like Xianxia, it wasn't a big problem for her to cultivate in the small sealed world. However, if she wanted to break through, it wasn't suitable for her to do so in the small sealed world. Because the world principles weren't perfect, the heavenly way and martial Tao that she could comprehend when she broke through couldn't meet the requirements. However, when that time came, Yang Kai would definitely let her out and find a safe place for her to break through in peace. When that time came, Yang Kai would have a helper on the level of the Emperor realm under him. Just thinking about it made her excited. Jianghu had also made rapid progress these days. Now, her cultivation had reached the second-order origin returning realm. All the heaven's prides and geniuses compared to her in terms of cultivation speed were like fireflies competing with the moon. Something in Jianghu's body seemed to be gradually awakening, and as this power awakened, her cultivation speed became faster and faster. Her temperament also gradually changed. She was less delicate and timid, and more confident and strong. This was something that Yang Kai was happy to see. About 2 months after returning from the Divine Ascension Mirror World, Yang Kai was refining the soul-splitting saber with the heaven-shattering slash in his cave mansion when he suddenly felt the cave mansion's barrier vibrate slightly. His mind moved and he hurriedly stopped his technique. His soul avatar left his mind and returned to his physical body. He raised the token and waved it. The barrier was unlocked. A person's voice immediately came from outside, "Young Master Yang, young Master Yang." The voice sounded familiar. Yang Kai thought for a moment and immediately understood who it was. He replied, "Please come in, Deacon Tao." Outside the cave mansion, Tao Ming, who had some grudges with Yang Kai a few months ago, heard this and walked into the cave mansion with a serious expression. After a short while, arriving at the secret room, Tao Ming no longer had his usual arrogance and domineering attitude. With a face full of smiles, he cupped his fists towards Yang Kai and bowed, disturbing young Master Yang's cultivation. "This Tao is truly guilty." Yang Kai glanced at him and said indifferently, "Who asked you to come over? Is there any news?" When Tao Ming heard this, his expression turned serious and he said, "Under the orders of the palace master, I'm here to inform young Master Yang that the thing you need has been found." Yang Kai abruptly stood up, his eyes bursting with light as he shouted, "Really?" Tao Ming smiled and said, "The temple master personally gave the order. How can it be false?" "That's great. I finally found it." Yang Kai's face was full of joy. Although Tao Ming didn't tell him what he had found. But other than the tribulation fruit, what else could it be? These days, although Yang Kai had been refining the insect enslavement bracelet, raising the soul-devouring insects, and nurturing the soul-severing saber, he had always been thinking about the tribulation fruit. It was just that the agreed time hadn't arrived yet, so he didn't rush it. Now, the news had finally arrived. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, his whole body relaxed, as if the burden he had been carrying for a long time had finally been lifted. After all, the tribulation fruit was related to Qin Yu's life and death. After all, the many opportunities he had in the past few months were all exchanged for by Qin Chaoyang with the bustling world token. If he couldn't get the tribulation fruit, he would be too ashamed to face Qin Chaoyang and give the Qin family an explanation. This matter would definitely become an obsession in his heart in the future, and it might even turn into a heart demon. But now, these worries were no longer there. Since when Zishan had ordered Tao Ming to pass a message to him, it meant that the tribulation fruit was already in his hands. In this way, he could also bring the spirit fruit back to Maplewood City and hand it over to the Qin family, resolving a knot in his heart. Tao Ming saw him beaming with joy, and although he didn't know what Yang Kai was looking for, he was happy for him and flattered him a few times. "By the way, Deacon Tao, did the temple master say where that thing is now?" Yang Kai came back to his senses and asked. Tao Ming replied, "The temple master said that the thing is already on the way and will be back in less than 3 days. He said that you can rest assured that there won't be any accidents." "Good, good, good, thank Temple Master Wen for me." Yang Kai cupped his fists solemnly. "If young Master Yang has no other instructions, this Tao will take his leave." Tao Ming said with a smile. "Deacon Tao, take care." After sending Tao Ming away, Yang Kai was in no mood to do anything else. Wen Zishan probably just wanted to reassure Yang Kai, so he sent the message in advance, but he probably didn't expect Yang Kai to value the tribulation fruit so much. After waiting in the cave mansion for 3 days like sitting on pins and needles, Yang Kai left Purple Bamboo Peak early in the morning and went straight to Myriad Saints Peak. When he arrived at the main hall on the peak, Yang Kai didn't have time to ask someone to inform him before when Zishan's voice came from inside the hall, "Come in." Yang Kai was taken aback, but he wasn't too surprised. He straightened his clothes and stepped in. There was no one else in the hall except for Wen Zishan, who was sitting cross-legged and seemed to be circulating some kind of secret art. Yang Kai went in and didn't disturb him, just waiting silently. But in his heart, he was quite moved. Wen Zishan was already a third-order Emperor Realm Master and was extremely powerful, but he was still so diligent and didn't slack off. For a cultivator, it wasn't terrible to have talent, but it was terrible to not only have talent, but also work hard. Wen Zishan was undoubtedly such a person. It was definitely not a fluke that he could reach the third-order emperor realm. After a while, Wen Zishan stopped and opened his eyes, looking at Yang Kai with a mocking smile. "What's wrong? Can't wait anymore?" Yang Kai said embarrassedly, "The sooner I see you, the better. You're a righteous person." Wen Zishan nodded. The Qin family's bustling world token wasn't a shame or a waste. "It's only human nature to keep one's promise," Yang Kai replied. Wen Zishan nodded slightly, pondered for a moment, and said, "What do you think about what little Xueting told you last time?" Yang Kai heard this and smiled bitterly. "So it was Temple Master Wen who asked Elder Gao to persuade me? That's what I meant. However, little Xueting also thinks highly of you," Wen Zishan admitted bluntly. "Moreover, you even entered the Divine Ascension mirror, so you can be considered half a disciple of my temple, right? This is a secret that even ordinary disciples don't know about." Yang Kai's expression was solemn, and he pondered for a long time, as if he was considering his words. After a while, he said, "Thanks to Temple Master Wen and Elder Gao's kindness, this junior has no intention of joining any sect. However, it's not because I dislike the temple, it's just that, there are some inconvenient reasons." Of course, he was referring to the demon spirit. Wen Zishan stared deeply at him and nodded. "Very well, this king won't force you, but, if one day you get tired of wandering outside, come to my temple. The temple's doors are always open for you." Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, and he bowed deeply. "Many thanks for Temple Master Wen's kindness. If that day really comes, it will be this junior's honor." Wen Zishan grinned. "This king was like you back then, loving to be alone, loving to be free, loving to wander outside, until..." The corner of his mouth twitched. He then continued, "In the wild, I picked up a little girl who fought with wild cats for food." Gao Xueting's face immediately appeared in Yang Kai's mind. "In the future, I will travel the star boundary. You can pick up anything, but please don't pick up those little girls." Wen Zishan said earnestly, "Those little girls look cute, docile, and obedient when they are young, but when they grow up, they become lawless and heartless. Just thinking about it, makes me want to cry." Wen Zishan's extremely hurt expression made Yang Kai speechless. "You want to cry, huh?" A cold voice suddenly came from outside the temple. When the voice came, the temperature in the temple dropped sharply, as if winter had suddenly arrived, chilling everyone's skin. Wen Zishan's whole body shivered, as if he had been struck by a paralysis technique, and he froze in place. His expression changed dramatically. When the voice fell, a beautiful figure walked in from outside. Gao Xueting's face was cold, and her beautiful eyes were like lightning as she glanced inside. Wen Zishan suddenly shrank, and even Yang Kai couldn't help but shudder. Murderous intent filled the air, and the emperor's will was awe-inspiring. "Lawless, huh?" Gao Xueting raised the corner of her mouth and snorted softly. This. Wen Zishan's cold sweat flowed down like a waterfall, and his mouth was full of subservience. His eyes looked around and he said with a flattering smile, "Little Xueting, why are you here? Why didn't you let someone report your arrival? That's against the rules, isn't it?" Gao Xueting said coldly, "Give me the tribulation fruit." As she spoke, she threw a jade box to Yang Kai. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, and he reached out to catch it. With a flick of his finger, he opened the jade box. Cold air filled the box, and an ice crystal-like spirit fruit lay quietly inside. The tribulation fruit. Although Yang Kai had never seen the real thing, he could still recognize it at a glance. Looking at the appearance of this tribulation fruit, it seemed to have been picked not long ago. If he was not mistaken, it should be the one in the Four Seasons realm's winter territory. Yang Kai didn't know which Force Azure Sun Temple had exchanged it with, but it seemed that Azure Sun Temple had put in a lot of effort for it to take such a long time. "You're heartless, aren't you?" Gao Xueting didn't intend to give up. After handing the spirit fruit to Yang Kai, she still stared coldly at Wen Zishan, her eyes as sharp as swords. Wen Zishan gritted his teeth and showed a resolute expression as he shouted at Yang Kai, "This is not good. This temple master will take his leave first. Little brat Yang, do as you please later. Remember, if you encounter any trouble in the future, come to the temple." Yang Kai didn't even have time to thank him before Wen Zishan's figure flickered and disappeared. "Want to run?" A cold light flashed in Gao Shueting's beautiful eyes as she instantly summoned the Emperor artifact, the blazing sun mirror. In an instant, Wen Zishan's figure became faintly discernible. Although Gao Shueting found his whereabouts, Temple Master Wen still broke free from the blazing sun mirror's shackles with his extraordinary strength and escaped in the blink of an eye. "Old thing, don't run. Today, I'll show you what it means to be lawless and heartless." Gao Shueting gritted her teeth, stomped her foot, and chased after him. Outside the temple, many disciples who were guarding the temple opened their mouths wide and were dumbfounded. Holding the jade box, Yang Kai also watched this farce with a smile on his face, but soon, he couldn't smile anymore and slapped his thigh in annoyance. "I forgot to ask about the shattered star sea again." Chapter 2248. Maplewood City, Qin Family. In Qin Yu's boudoir, Qin Yu lay on the sickbed with a pale face. She coughed softly from time to time. Sometimes, her coughs were so severe that she couldn't even breathe. An inexplicable death chi lingered around Qin Yu. Even an ordinary person who had never cultivated before could faintly sense that something was wrong with Qin Yu's current state. If someone with a little bit of cultivation used their divine sense to scan Qin Yu, they would clearly see that she was currently shrouded in a faint black qi. As time passed, this black qi became denser and denser. No one knew what kind of energy this black qi was. Since it appeared 2 months ago, it had been devouring Qin Yu's vitality, causing her condition to worsen day by day. The heaven and earth body was a very special physique. It was a physique that the heaven and earth did not tolerate. Anyone with this constitution couldn't live past the age of 18 because the laws of heaven and earth would cut off this person's vitality. Beside the sickbed, the maidservant who served Qin Yu secretly wiped her tears. Her eyes were red and swollen from crying. Qin Yu was a kind and amiable person. She was always warm and courteous to her superiors and subordinates. Everyone in the Qin family treated her with utmost respect, and this servant girl was naturally the same. Seeing that her young miss had contracted some kind of serious illness and had actually become so weak in just 2 short months, the servant girl felt extremely distressed. "What are you crying for? Useless thing, why haven't you scrammed out yet?" Qin Zhaoyang suddenly roared furiously. He had been extremely worried these days and was already upset. Now that he saw the maidservant crying in front of him, he became even more irritated and couldn't help but shout. The maidservant was instantly terrified and knelt down with a thud. However, she didn't leave. She said, "Ancestor, please forgive me. Please calm down. I won't cry. I won't leave. I want to stay and take care of young miss," she kept begging in a sincere tone. Qin Chaoyang opened his mouth, but in the end, he sighed deeply. He raised his hand and an invisible force spread out, lifting the maidservant up. He restrained his anger and said, forget it, forget it." His tone was indescribably desolate. "It's my fault. I didn't take good care of young Mississippi." As the maidservant spoke, she wiped the corners of her eyes again. However, she forced herself not to cry out loud. "Ancestor." On the sickbed, Qin Yu suddenly called out softly. As soon as the words left her mouth, she coughed violently again. The maidservant hurried forward and used her hand to help her breathe. After Qin Yu regained his strength, Qin Chaoyang said softly, "You, have a good rest. Don't say anything." Qin Yu shook his head slowly. "Big brother Yang, he hasn't returned yet?" Upon hearing this, Qin Chaoyang's expression changed slightly. He didn't know how to respond. Now, Qin Yu's 18th birthday was approaching, and the only hope for Qin Yu's survival was Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. Qin Chaoyang couldn't help but wonder if he had trusted the wrong person. He had already investigated the situation in the Four Seasons realm. Yang Kai had displayed his skills in the Four Seasons realm, refining the extraordinary spirit pills all by himself. Playing with the elite disciples of the various sects in the palm of his hand, this matter had long spread throughout the entire southern territory. Although Maplewood City was a small city, under Qin Chaoyang's intentional inquiries, how could he not have heard of it? However, the Four Seasons realm had closed 3 months ago. If Yang Kai had really obtained the tribulation fruit, he should have returned to Maplewood City long ago, so why was he still nowhere to be seen? Qin Chaoyang didn't want to measure the heart of a gentleman with his own petty heart, but as long as he didn't see Yang Kai, he couldn't feel at ease. He didn't know if Yang Kai didn't have the face to see him because he couldn't find the tribulation fruit, or if Yang Kai didn't take the tribulation fruit seriously at all and had long since disappeared. Now that the world was so vast, even if Yang Kai wanted to find Yang Kai, he didn't know where to start. What's more, time was running out. Old ancestor, are you doubting Big Brother Yang? Although Qin Yu was terminally ill, she was as intelligent as ever. As soon as she saw Qin Chaoyang's expression, she guessed the concerns in his heart. Old ancestor doesn't want to think too much about it. I hope that little brother Yang can return that thing as soon as possible, but, even if he didn't get it, he should have come back to greet me. Sometimes a person's strength is limited, this old master can understand, but now Maybe Big Brother Yang was delayed by something important, Qin Yu said softly, but just as she finished speaking, she coughed violently again. I hope so, Qin Chaoyang smiled bitterly, but in his heart, he didn't think so. Even if Yang Kai was really delayed by something important, couldn't he have asked someone to send a message back? Yang Kai felt more and more that Yang Kai probably took the Qin family's myriad sword and didn't want to come back. The Emperor artifact, myriad sword, was lost. Although this thing was precious, the Qin family was now in decline, and no one could use its power. An innocent man would get into trouble for possessing a jade ring. However, the price of misjudging someone made Qin Chaoyang's heart ache, and he secretly regretted that he had entrusted such an important matter to someone he had just met. If he had personally gone to the Four Seasons realm at that time, perhaps there would have been a glimmer of hope and Qin Yu wouldn't have to lie here waiting for death. The deep self-blame in his heart made Qin Chaoyang unable to sleep at night, unable to eat or sleep in peace. Big Brother Yang will come back, Qin Yu said firmly. He isn't the kind of person who likes to take advantage of others and leave without saying goodbye. Young lady, at this time, you're still speaking up for that person. The maidservant felt distressed as she watched from the side, tears almost flowing out of her eyes again. What do you know? Qin Yu reprimanded her, then continued, although I haven't had much contact with Big Brother Yang, old ancestor should know that I have the fated fortune heavenly pupil, so I can see through people very accurately. Hearing this, Qin Chaoyang's eyes lit up, and a little hope inexplicably appeared in his originally despairing mood. Indeed, although Qin Yu's cultivation wasn't high, because of the fated fortune heavenly pupil, she could see through people very accurately. Generally speaking, she could tell at a glance whether a person was good or evil and whether they were trustworthy. If Qin Yu hadn't agreed, Qin Chaoyang wouldn't have dared to give the quota to Yang Kai to enter the Four Seasons realm. Therefore, Big Brother Yang must have been delayed by something. Qin Yu concluded. After saying that, she continued, Old ancestor, you should go and do what you need to do. You don't need to worry about me. I'll get better sooner or later. As for Maplewood City, I heard from that a lot of master have come to Maplewood City recently, and even one of them is staying in my Qin family. Qin Chaoyang nodded. You've been seriously ill these days, so old ancestor didn't tell you about this, but this little girl has been gossiping behind my back. While speaking, he glared at the maidservant called Hui. The maidservant quickly stuck out her tongue and explained, this servant saw that young miss was bored, so this servant casually said something. This servant won't dare do it again. If this happens again, I'll break your dog legs. Qin Chaoyang coldly snorted. Don't be afraid, old ancestor is just scaring you. Qin Yu smiled and patted the back of Hui-er's hand. Qin Chaoyang sighed deeply and said, the servants in the family have been spoiled by you. Old ancestor, what happened in the city recently? Why did it attract so many people? Qin Yu turned his head and asked. In the past 2 years, Maplewood City had not been peaceful. First, the divine spirit appeared, causing overlords like Star Soul Palace to send masters to investigate. Then, the demonic qi besieged the city, creating an uproar. The nearby forest city was almost destroyed because of the demonic qi, but fortunately, the demonic qi retreated at the last moment, allowing the demon dwellers to regain their sanity. Otherwise, Forest City would be an empty city right now. At that time, several masters from the Emperor realm had spared no effort to personally investigate. Now, for some unknown reason, it had attracted so many masters. Although Qin Yu had heard some rumors from Hui-er, he didn't know the details, so he naturally wanted to ask for clarification. If we trace it back to the source, this matter is related to the last demonic qi reappearance. Qin Chaoyang sighed, his face full of worry. Hearing this, Qin Yu's pretty face changed slightly, and he exclaimed, could it be that the demonic qi that disappeared inexplicably has reappeared? Hui-er, who was standing next to him, also trembled, a look of horror on her face. That's not it. Qin Chaoyang replied, last time, the demonic qi retreated inexplicably and never appeared again, but, under the seal we went to last time, a high-rank earth vein appeared. High-rank earth vein? Qin Yu's beautiful eyes lit up, there's actually a high-rank earth vein near Maplewood City? Qin Chaoyang also smiled and said, this matter also surprised us old fellows. You also know that the reason why Maplewood City has never been occupied by a great force is because not only is this place small, but the world energy here is also not rich, and there are no special products here, so all these years, the city lord's mansion has been in charge of managing this place. But now that a high-rank earth vein has appeared, the situation is completely different. A mere high-rank earth vein shouldn't be enough to attract so many great forces, right? Could there be another reason? Exactly. Qin Chaoyang's expression became solemn. Near that high-rank spirit vein, there seemed to be many branches of mid-rank and low-rank earth veins. In addition, there seems to be a source crystal vein near Clear Jade Mountain, but I don't know what grade it is. Qin Yu couldn't help but be moved. Hearing this, she finally understood why Maplewood City could attract so many people. Just the source crystal vein alone was enough to make people bleed, not to mention the many other earth veins of different grades. These earth veins and source crystal veins may not attract the attention of Star Soul Palace and several of the top great forces, but the first and second tier forces that are inferior to these top forces can't just ignore them. The situation in Maplewood City is changing rapidly, and there are already several dozen third-order Dao Source Realm Masters here. I don't know if the Emperor Realm has also come, but as long as the benefits here are big enough, it's only a matter of time before the Emperor Realm is attracted. After Qin Yu heard this, she sternly said, old ancestor, at such a critical juncture, my Qin family shouldn't do anything, we should just wait and see. In front of these behemoths, my Qin family is just a pebble, we are powerless to resist. Chapter 2249. Old Ancestor is naturally aware of this matter. Qin Chaoyang smiled bitterly, but my Qin family has taken root in Maplewood City, so we can't stay out of this matter. The masters from the first and second tier sects came to Maplewood City, but they weren't willing to stay in the inn, so they went to our local families. The Zhou family, Du family, Liang family, and Xian family all received many people, and even the city lord's mansion was taken over by the Flying Saint Palace. Even the city lord's mansion. Qin Yu couldn't help covering her red lips with her hand. Qin Chaoyang continued, the Flying Saint Palace has a master from the Emperor realm, so how could the city lord's second-order Dao source realm cultivation compete with such a force? In comparison, my Qin family only sent a single force, which is already good enough, but the city lord's mansion, TSK, it's the real trouble. What's going on? Qin Yu asked in confusion. Qin Chaoyang's face darkened as he said, Zhuang Pan is back. What? Qin Yu's pretty face changed when she heard this. She gritted her teeth and said, that coward still has the face to come back. When the demonic qi besieged the city, everyone formed the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array and rushed out of the city to reinforce the seal of the demonic qi. In the end, Zhuang Pan abandoned everyone and fled at the critical moment, causing the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array to collapse. Although Duan Yuan Shan turned the tide at the last moment and brought Qin Chaoyang and Qin Yu back to Maplewood City, the matter of the seal wasn't perfect, and they didn't know what happened after that. They only knew that the 3 great emperors had arrived. After that, the demonic qi took the initiative to retreat. Zhuang Pan's whereabouts were unknown. He was originally the deputy city lord of Maplewood City, and like Drunkard, he assisted Duan Yuan Shan in governing the tens of thousands of kilometers around Maplewood City. After he left, the position of deputy city lord was naturally lacking. Duan Yuan Shan had tried to rope in Yang Kai to fill the vacancy of Zhuang Pan, but Yang Kai politely refused. But because of what happened last time, the Qin family, Duan Yuan Shan and the others had a lot of opinions of Zhuang Pan, and Duan Yuan Shan even said in public that if he saw Zhuang Pan in the future, he would kill him. Who would have thought that after a few months, this guy would actually return? How could Qin Yu not be surprised? Not only of the face, of the demonic qi sect, but he also of the demonic qi? He's backs of the family sect. She felt that there was more to Yuan Yen Yang than Yuan Shan. Phase over at what? He just sided with the Flying Saint Palace. Qin Chaoyang sneered, the Flying Saint Palace's people were the ones who led the city lord. City Lord Duan's days now. I'm afraid he's having a hard time. Hearing this, Qin Yu fell silent, as if he could imagine Duan Yuan Shan's helplessness. Now that Zhuang Pan had sided with the Flying Saint Palace, he was probably using Flying Saint Palace's power to intimidate Qin Yu. With the Flying Saint Palace's backing, Duan Yuan Shan couldn't do anything to him. Instead, he had to act according to Qin Yu's wishes. In the past, Duan Yuan Shan's position had been reversed, and now, Duan Yuan Shan was probably feeling extremely sullen. The city lord's mansion now only existed in name. Every family is having a hard time now. The Zhou family, Du family, Liang family, and Xin family have all been stirred up. That old man Xin Gao Jia has come to me more than once to complain. Qin Chaoyang said, sighing and slowly shaking his head. Then my Qin family. Qin Yu wanted to say something, but hesitated. It's fine for now, Qin Chaoyang said in a deep voice. The sect that lives in my Qin family is called the Octagonal Door. It's a medium-sized sect, and the leader is a young man. He usually lives in seclusion and cultivates very hard. He doesn't ask my Qin family to do anything, and the others are quite easy to get along with. That's good, Qin Yu's expression relaxed when he heard this. Compared to them, my Qin family is quite good, Qin Chaoyang said with a faint smile. As they were talking, they suddenly heard the sound of hurried footsteps coming from outside. It seemed that someone was hurriedly running towards them. Qin Chaoyang couldn't help but frown. After a short while, a maid's voice came from outside the door, old ancestor. Her voice trembled slightly, showing her emotional instability. You, have a good rest. Old ancestor will be back soon. Qin Chaoyang didn't want to disturb Qin Yu's mood because of trivial matters, so he said gently, then turned and walked out. Old ancestor. Qin Yu called out from behind, "Be careful." Qin Chaoyang nodded slightly, then walked out and closed the door. His eyes flashed like lightning as he looked at the maid standing outside the door. The maid's eyes were full of tears. Just as she was about to say something, Qin Chaoyang glared at her and she shut her mouth. In the next moment, Qin Chaoyang walked out with the maid following closely behind. When they were far enough away from Qin Yu's boudoir, Qin Chaoyang said, "What's the matter? Say it now. Old ancestor." The maid hurriedly told him what had happened just now. Qin Chaoyang's face darkened when he heard this. His figure swayed, and he rushed out of the courtyard. In the boudoir, Qin Yu said to Hui, "Help me up." Hui was startled and asked, "Young miss, what are you going to do?" "I'm going to take a look. I keep feeling a little uneasy, as if something is going to happen," Qin Yu said with a solemn expression. "Old ancestor is taking care of you outside, what could happen?" "Young miss, you're not feeling well right now, so it's better if you don't get up. Are you going to help me or not?" Qin Yu glared at Hui. Hui panicked and said, "Young miss, this servant doesn't dare. If old ancestor finds out, then I'll get up myself." Qin Yu gritted her teeth and slowly got up. It was just a simple movement, but it made her forehead break out in cold sweat, and she groaned with difficulty. Hui watched from the side and was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. She tried to persuade Qin Yu, but she didn't listen. In the end, she could only cry and help. City Lord's Mansion. In the City Lord's Hall, a man who looked to be about 20 years old sat at the head of the table. Although the man had a dignified appearance, he gave off an extremely sinister feeling, as if this person was constantly plotting some scheme. The man's cultivation was not very high, and he was only from the First Order Dao Source realm. But his temperament was definitely not comparable to that of an ordinary disciple of a sect. This person was the current young palace master of Flying Saint Palace, Ning Yuan Shu. Since the previous young palace master of Flying Saint Palace, Ning Yuan Cheng, died inexplicably, Ning Yuan Shu, who was Ning Yuan Cheng's younger brother, was appointed as the young palace master. Beside Ning Yuan Shu stood a master from the Third Order Dao Source realm. One of them was expressionless, resting with his eyes closed, while the other had a dignified expression. These two. They were the two protectors of Flying Saint Palace, Gao Shan and Lu Shui. The one on the left was Gao Shan, and the one on the right was Lu Shui. Both of them were proficient in music and were good at using sound attacks. At this moment, Ning Yuan Shu was tasting the spirit fruit on the table with a smile on his face. And below him, the former deputy city lord of Maplewood City, Zhuang Pan, was coldly looking at a person with a look of contempt and pride on his face. The person he was looking at was Duan Yuan Shan. Drunkard's face was flushed red as he stood beside Duan Yuan Shan in a drunken state. He seemed to be drunk, and his eyes were a little hazy. "I didn't know that young palace master had summoned the two of us. What is the matter?" Duan Yuan Shan suddenly cupped his fists and asked. His expression was unpleasant. No one would be in a good mood when their home was occupied. But because of the strength of the other party's protectors, Gao Shan and Lu Shui, and the background of Flying Saint Palace, Duan Yuan Shan did not dare to resist and could only acquiesce to the other party occupying the city lord's mansion, which symbolized the dignity of the city lord. These days, he and Drunkard had been living in seclusion, not paying attention to worldly affairs. But today, Ning Yuan Shu suddenly called them over. "I called the two of you here because I have something for you to do. Can't you see that the young palace master is tasting the spirit fruit? Just wait obediently." Zhuang Pan suddenly reprimanded coldly. A few months ago, he had a conflict with Yang Kai. His artifact spirituality was destroyed by Yang Kai, and he was almost seriously injured. At that time, not only did Duan Yuan Shan not help him, he even stood on Yang Kai's side and reprimanded him. Zhuang Pan naturally held a grudge in his heart, and now that he had turned the tables, he could not wait to return the humiliation 100 times over. Burp. Drunkard suddenly let out a loud burp. Suddenly, the hall was filled with a strong smell of alcohol. Ning Yuan Shu, who was sitting at the head of the table, frowned. He was no longer in the mood to taste the spirit fruit and put down the thing in his hand with some displeasure. Sir City Lord. Burp, this old man. Ugh. Why do I hear a dog barking? Ugh. His sentence was divided into several paragraphs before he finished. His sloppy appearance made it hard for people to look at him directly. You. Zhuang Pan was furious when he heard this. How could he not hear the undisguised insult and ridicule in the other party's words? Ning Yuan Shu, however, waved his hand and stopped him from making any more noise. Seeing this, Zhuang Pan did not dare to say another word. He just glared at Drunkard with resentment, as if he wanted to remember this hatred. City Lord Duan. Ning Yuan Shu greeted Duan Yuan Shan with a smile. The latter frowned. Although the other party was smiling, he gave Duan Yuan Shan the feeling of a poisonous snake that was constantly hissing and spitting out its forked tongue. This made his heart tremble. What orders does young palace master have? Duan Yuan Shan asked in a deep voice. When this young master left the palace this time, my father specifically asked protectors Gao Shan and Lu Shuai to accompany him. These two protector master are masters second only to my father in this palace. They will not be dispatched easily. Does City Lord Duan know why? He asked with a smile. Duan Yuan Shan thought to himself, your father sent people to protect you, what does it have to do with me? Moreover, don't young masters of sects always have a few bodyguards when they go out? Although he thought so in his heart, he still said, I don't know. He. Ning Yuan Shu smiled slightly and said, of course it's to protect my safety. Duan Yuan Shan's face sank, revealing an expression that said, you're kidding me. If this question was so simple, why would he need to ask? Sure enough, Ning Yuan Shu changed the topic and said, my father said that the security in Maplewood City is very bad. Duan Yuan Shan frowned and said, where did this come from? This humble one has been in charge of Maplewood City for many years, and although the cultivators in the city are not all kind and easy to deal with, there are still very few cases of murder and robbery. This public security is not good, so please forgive this Duan for being unable to agree. Chapter 2250. Is that so? Ning Yuan Shu smiled meaningfully as he stared at Duan Yuan Shan. Then, may I ask how my brother died? Duan Yuan Shan trembled and frowned. What do you mean, young palace master? Huh. Ning Yuan Shu chuckled and said, my brother, Ning Yuan Cheng. City Lord Duan should know him, right? Duan Yuan Shan remained silent. He naturally knew who Ning Yuan Cheng was. When the divine spirit had appeared last time, Ning Yuan Cheng had brought some followers to Maplewood City. Duan Yuan Shan also knew about this matter. Later on, he had organized a large auction, and Ning Yuan Cheng had also participated in it. Ning Yuan Shu said, as far as I know, my brother went missing after participating in the auction in Maplewood City. Although his body was not found, the life-soul lamp placed in the palace was extinguished. Obviously, he was killed. Even if the place where the accident happened was not in Maplewood City, it should not be far from here. Shouldn't City Lord Duan give me an explanation? Duan Yuan Shan's expression changed when he heard this. He thought the other party was trying to settle accounts with him. Although Ning Yuan Cheng's death had nothing to do with him, and he knew nothing about this matter, the last time he appeared was in Maplewood City, and then he was killed. In any case, Maplewood City had some responsibility, and if Flying Saint Palace really pursued this matter, Duan Yuan Shan really wouldn't be able to escape punishment. Seeing his ugly expression, Ning Yuan Shu laughed and said, City Lord Duan, there is no need to panic. Speaking of this young master has to thank you, young palace master. Are you joking with this Duan? Duan Yuan Shan looked up with a gloomy face. Ning Yuan Shu shook his head and said, of course not. It's just that if my brother had not died in your Maplewood City, I would not have been able to become the young palace master. However, this young palace master has not died. City Lord Duan, don't you think this young master should thank you properly? Hearing this, Duan Yuan Shan did not feel the slightest joy. Instead, he felt cold all over. His own brother had died, but this guy in front of him was not sad. Instead, he was extremely happy. He was happy that he had replaced him and even said so in public. Ning Yuan Shu's vile character was obvious. When interacting with such a person, Duan Yuan Shan did not dare to lower his guard. Sitting at the head of the table, Ning Yuan Shu continued, it's fine that my trash big brother died, but because of him, our sect suffered a great loss. In addition, Elder Fu, who came to investigate the cause of my big brother's death, also died in Maplewood City. Elder Fu is a cultivator of the Third Order Dao Source Realm, and is a rare powerhouse in our sect. You can't just die like this. Shouldn't City Lord Duan give me an explanation for this? As he finished speaking, his expression gradually turned gloomy and cold as he looked at Duan Yuan Shan in an overbearing manner. Elder Fu? Duan Yuan Shan was startled upon hearing this, before his expression changed slightly as he thought of a person. The person young palace master is referring to. Don't tell me it's like this. As he spoke, he waved his hand in front of him. Origin energy surged in front of him, and the image of a person quickly appeared. Ning Yuan Shu glanced at him and nodded, yes. He is our sect's Fu Stone, Elder Fu. Duan Yuan Shan's expression changed drastically as he muttered, so he is an elder of your noble sect. No wonder his cultivation is so high. He suddenly remembered this person, but he did not expect that this person was really the Elder Fu that Ning Yuan Shu mentioned. He was not familiar with this person, but when the demonic qi besieged the city, the Qin family contributed the 7 points black tortoise array and wanted to rush out of the city. When Duan Yuan Shan was looking for a suitable candidate, this person volunteered to be a member of the array. At that time, there was another young woman from the Third Order Dao Source Realm. Although Duan Yuan Shan knew that these two people had extraordinary backgrounds, he did not carefully inquire about their backgrounds. It was not until today that he learned that one of them was an elder of Flying Saint Palace. He pondered for a moment before cupping his fists and saying, young palace master, if you want to know how Elder Fu died, this Duan knows a thing or two. Oh? Tell me about it. Ning Yuan Shu raised his eyebrows. A few months ago, the ancient great demon demonic qi appeared near Maplewood City. I'm sure young palace master has heard about it. He immediately recounted what happened at that time, including the fact that Zhuang Pan was afraid of death at the last moment and abandoned everyone to flee. Zhuang Pan's face sank as he listened, but he could not refute, so his face turned red and blue. The two elders, Gao Shan and Lu Shuwei, looked at Zhuang Pan with disdain, making him want to find a hole to hide in and never come out for the rest of his life. The spirit array was broken, and the demonic qi was fierce. This Duan was powerless to resist, so he could only risk his life and rush back to the city with the two members of the Qin family. However, Elder Fu did not leave immediately and chose to stay. This Duan has no way of knowing what happened after that, but since Elder Fu is dead, it is possible that he was injured by the demonic qi. So it's like that. Ning Yuan Shu did not have much doubt after listening to his account, but after pondering for a moment, he said, so, this matter is not City Lord Duan's fault, but Deacon Zhuang's? He suddenly turned his gaze to Zhuang Pan. Zhuang Pan's cultivation was not low, and he was at least a Dao Source Realm cultivator. He joined Flying Saint Palace halfway and even got the position of deacon. He thought that he would have a meteoric rise, but who knew that Duan Yuan Shan's words would draw his hatred towards him. He immediately cursed Duan Yuan Shan in his heart. Noticing the coldness in Ning Yuanshu's eyes, Zhuang Pan was so scared that he knelt on the ground with a thud. Duan Yuan Shan and Drunkard looked at him with disdain. Young Palace Master, the situation that day was definitely not what Duan Yuan Shan said. The reason why this subordinate did that was actually. He was at a loss for words when he found that he could not continue. He was so anxious that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Actually what? Ning Yuanshu sneered, a cold light flashing in his eyes, as if saying, if you don't give me an explanation today, I'll teach you a lesson. At this critical juncture, Zhuang Pan's mind was suddenly enlightened. He kept saying, that day, this subordinate saw that the situation was hopeless, so I boldly retreated in order to stay alive and serve young Palace Master. I will follow young Palace Master everywhere. After he finished speaking, he looked at Ning Yuanshu with a flattering look. This flatterer is really good. Duan Yuan Shan whispered to Drunkard, why didn't I know this guy was so eloquent before? Although he lowered his voice, everyone present was a Dao Source Realm cultivator, so who didn't hear him? Burp. Drunkard was still drunk and hazy, as if he would never wake up. Hearing this, he let out a loud burp. On the other hand, Zhuang Pan could not help but glare at him fiercely. His face was red and white, as if he was a little embarrassed. It's rare for Deacon Zhuang to be so loyal. Reward. Ning Yuanshu was stunned for a moment, but his expression soon turned joyful. Saying so, he threw a spirit fruit at Zhuang Pan. The spirit fruit rolled and accurately landed in front of Zhuang Pan. Instead of feeling humiliated, Zhuang Pan laughed and cupped his fists, thank you, young Palace Master, for your reward. As he spoke, he bent down and lowered his head. Like a dog eating its food, he bit the spirit fruit into his mouth and swallowed it down with a smacking sound. Duan Yuan Shan couldn't stand it anymore and turned his head away. Remembering that he used to work with this person, he felt disgusted. City Lord Duan. Ning Yuanshu turned his gaze to Duan Yuan Shan again and said, this young master has a request. Duan Yuan Shan said, please speak, young Palace Master. Ning Yuanshu said, this young master is an outsider. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. This is City Lord Duan's territory, so this young master hopes that City Lord Duan can help this young master investigate the cause of my brother's death. If someone tried to harm him, we must find the murderer. The corners of Duan Yuan Shan's mouth twitched. Just as he was about to reply casually, Zhuang Pan stood up and said with an anxious look on his face, if young Palace Master wants to investigate the cause of young Master Cheng's death, this subordinate has a suspicious candidate here. Oh? Ning Yuanshu looked at him in surprise, what do you know? Tell me. A boy surnamed Yang once used one of our sect's ship artifacts. Zhuang Pan said, as for that ship artifact, subordinate once saw young Master Cheng use it. If I'm not mistaken, that little brat surnamed Yang must know something about it. Perhaps that little brat surnamed Yang killed young Master Cheng out of greed. Is there such a thing? Ning Yuanshu's eyes flashed coldly. Yes. As soon as Zhuang Pan finished speaking, he saw Ning Yuanshu suddenly throw a palm at him. Source Qi pulsed from the palm, indicating that he was using some kind of secret technique. Zhuang Pan was shocked and instinctively tried to resist, but just as he did so, Elder Gao Shan, who had been closing his eyes, suddenly opened them and a ray of light shot out from his eyes, enveloping Zhuang Pan. Zhuang Pan suddenly froze in place. The next moment, a muffled bang came from his chest, followed by a miserable scream. Zhuang Pan was sent flying and slammed heavily into the wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with stars and his expression was dispirited. Young Palace Master. He forced himself to stay alert, looking flustered. What is the meaning of this? Ning Yuanshu coldly snorted, since you have such important news, why didn't you report it earlier? Zhuang Pan opened his mouth wide and stood there dumbfounded, muttering, this subordinate thought. What did you think? Ning Yuan-shu looked at him coldly. You thought this young master didn't want to find out the cause of that waste's death? Humph, although this young master didn't like that guy, he was still a member of our sect. How could he die for no reason? The cause of death must be found out and the murderer must be severely punished. Yes, this subordinate didn't think it through. Zhuang Pan responded repeatedly. Where is that boy surnamed Yang now? Ning Yuan-shu asked in a deep voice. I'm afraid we'll have to ask City Lord Duan about his whereabouts. Zhuang Pan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and glanced coldly at Duan Yuan-shan with a gloating look. Ning Yuan-shu also shifted his gaze and looked at Duan Yuan-shan in an aggressive manner. Duan Yuan-shan frowned and said, he has left Maplewood City for several months. This Duan doesn't know where he is now. Then which sect does he belong to? Does he have any close friends in Maplewood City? Ning Yuan-shu asked again. This Duan doesn't know which sect he belongs to. He came to Maplewood City 2 years ago, and there doesn't seem to be any relatives in the city. Chapter 2251. In the Qin family, Qin Chaoyang anxiously rushed to a courtyard. When he swept his gaze inside, his expression immediately sank. There were many people gathered in the courtyard. Some of them were the disciples of the octagonal door who lived in the Qin family, while others were the guards and servants of the Qin family. Although there weren't many people from the octagonal door, all of them were Dao Source Realm cultivators. On the other hand, although the Qin family guards surrounded them in layers, all of them were either Origin Kings or Origin Returning Realm cultivators. Although there were more people, their auras were incomparable. The atmosphere at the scene was somewhat heavy, and there was even a faint smell of blood in the air. Qin Chaoyang's heavy and urgent footsteps alarmed everyone. Many of the guards turned around to look at him, and when they saw him, they all called out, "Old Ancestor." On the other hand, the disciples of the octagonal door who were surrounded in the middle had slightly ugly expressions on their faces. Qin Chaoyang gently nodded and walked straight forward. The crowd took the initiative to part, allowing him to pass unimpeded. When he arrived at the center, Qin Chaoyang swept his gaze across the ground. His eyes narrowed as a trace of anger rose in his heart. There was a female corpse lying on the ground. The ground was covered in blood, and she had died a miserable death. This female corpse was obviously one of the maidservants of the Qin family. Qin Chaoyang recognized her at a glance. A few days ago, this maidservant had brought him tea, but today, her corpse was lying here. Her beautiful eyes were wide open, as if she had died with grievance. Looking at the maidservant's cause of death, it seemed that someone had smashed her chest with great force. Her entire chest had caved in, and there were pieces of her internal organs in the vomit at the corner of her mouth. When Qin Chaoyang saw this miserable scene, his mood fluctuated. The source qi in his body trembled slightly. The disciples of the octagonal door all looked at him. All of them had awkward expressions. Among them, there was a handsome young man with pale skin who stood out the most. Who did this? After a long silence, Qin Chaoyang took a deep breath. Although his tone was calm, the slight tremble in his voice revealed the injustice in his heart. As he spoke, he raised his eyes and swept his gaze towards the people of the octagonal door. Those people averted their eyes, not daring to look him in the eye. Does anyone know anything? Stand out and speak loudly. Don't be afraid. Qin Chaoyang shouted in a low voice as he swept his gaze over the guards and maidservants. One of the maidservants bit her red lips and stepped forward. Her face was deathly pale, as if she had yet to recover from the fright before her eyes. And swollen red, "Old Ancestor." And stand up and say. What exactly happened? Qin Chaoyang bowed. And helped the maidservant stand up. After the maidservant stood up, she raised her head and glanced at one of the people of the octagonal door. Seeing that person staring at her fiercely, she couldn't help but let out a scream. Qin Chaoyang naturally sensed this. He reached out and placed his hand on the maidservant's shoulder. He poured a stream of pure source qi into her, calming the fear in her heart. He said softly, "With old ancestor here, no one can bully you. Tell me the truth." "Yes." The maidservant gently nodded and opened her red lips. "Under old ancestor's orders, this servant and little Huan are here to take care of the master's daily life. We do our best and dare not slack off in the slightest. Today, this servant and little Huan came here to deliver some food to a certain master." After putting down the fruit platter, this servant and this servant were about to leave, but unexpectedly. As she spoke to hear, she seemed to recall something extremely terrifying. Her delicate body trembled and she couldn't continue. Qin Chaoyang waited patiently and continued to use his source qi to assist her. After a long while, the maidservant gradually calmed down and said, unexpectedly, that Lord had evil intentions and wanted to force this servant and Xiao Huan to stay behind to serve him. Naturally, the two of us were unwilling and made excuses in every possible way. We don't know what happened, but Xiao Huan suddenly screamed and flew out of that side room. When this servant came out to investigate, hearing this, Qin Chaoyang exerted a little force and the maidservant fell unconscious. He turned to a guard next to him and said, "Take her away and let her rest." "Yes." The guard heard this and quickly picked up the maidservant and rushed out of the courtyard. Only then did Qin Chaoyang turn his head to look at one of the rooms in the courtyard. He saw that the door of the room was already broken. It was obvious that it had been smashed by something. Combined with the words of the maidservant, it should be because the maidservant named Xiao Huan had been beaten out of the room and destroyed the door. "Which friend lives in this room?" Qin Chaoyang pointed at the room where the incident had occurred and looked sharply at the people from the octagonal door. Several people averted their gazes, their eyes flickering, as if they knew they were in the wrong and felt somewhat embarrassed. However, there was one person who flew into a rage out of humiliation. He stuck out his chest and shouted, "This young master lives here, so what?" As soon as this was said, the gazes of all the Qin family guards locked onto this person, including Qin Chaoyang. This person was none other than the pale-skinned, handsome Eight Paths sect disciple. Under everyone's watchful eyes, this person didn't show any shame. He sneered and said, "What do you want to do? Before you try to do anything, you'd better weigh your own abilities first." As he spoke, he pushed the source qi in his body. In an instant, his second-order Dao source realm cultivation was revealed. Qin Chaoyang was forced to take a few steps back by this imposing aura. The guards were even worse. They all felt like they were being crushed by a mountain. Their expressions were difficult, and the bones in their bodies creaked. Although Qin Chaoyang was suppressed by the other party's imposing aura, he didn't flinch in the slightest. Instead, he pushed his source qi and forced himself to stand in place. He said in a deep voice, "What? Friend, do you want to destroy my Qin family? I didn't mean that. Don't make irresponsible remarks." The pale-skinned man shouted. "Friend, did you kill little Huan?" Qin Chaoyang gritted his teeth and asked. The fair-skinned man's expression turned awkward as he stammered, "I didn't want to either. I didn't do it on purpose. It's just that she bit me. I was angry and made a mistake. Look at how hard she bit me." As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves. Sure enough, a row of fine teeth marks could be seen on his arm. "You killed her because of this?" Qin Chaoyang suddenly took a few steps forward. His clothes fluttered even though there was no wind. Although his cultivation was higher than Qin Chaoyang's, the pale-skinned man's imposing aura shrank when he saw Qin Chaoyang's angry look. He took a few steps back and quibbled, "I already said that I didn't do it on purpose. What else do you want? You're also a cultivator. Naturally, you know that mistakes can happen occasionally. This old master is a cultivator, but this old master will never force an ordinary person who has no cultivation to do something they don't want to do, let alone kill someone by accident. Qin Chaoyang said angrily. You old man. The pale-skinned man was also angry, I can't explain it to you. He. At this time, another middle-aged man stepped forward. He laughed and cupped his fists towards Qin Chaoyang. Qin family head, is it convenient for us to talk? If you have something to say it here, Qin Chaoyang replied coldly. After being rebuffed, the middle-aged man looked embarrassed. He secretly scolded Qin Chaoyang for not knowing how to appreciate kindness, but he didn't want to force it. After pondering for a while, he said, Qin family head, my junior brother Lin Yun accidentally killed your family's servant girl. Although he was at fault, he is now filled with regret. I hope that the Qin family head can be magnanimous and turn this into a small matter. Filled with regret? Qin Chaoyang glanced at the man named Lin Yun and sneered, is this old master blind? Why can't I see the slightest bit of regret in him? The middle-aged man immediately cast a glance at Lin Yun. Lin Yun muttered a few words in dissatisfaction and quickly lowered his head, looking listless. Qin family head, the dead can't be brought back to life. You can't ask my junior brother Lin Yun to pay with his life, right? The middle-aged man chuckled. He dares. Lin Yun suddenly raised his head and sneered. Shut up. The middle-aged man glared fiercely at Lin Yun, which made him behave a little. The middle-aged man then looked at Qin Chaoyang and whispered, Qin family head, I won't hide it from you. My junior brother Lin isn't an arrogant and despotic person. He's just a little obsessed with women. Today's matter is probably because of this. He has been here for a while now and has always been very well behaved. Who would have thought that today's matter would take over his head? I really don't know what to say about him. When he was in the sect, the vice sect master spoiled him very much. Some of his temper is unbearable to us. Qin family head, please don't bother with him. Vice sect master? Qin Chaoyang narrowed his eyes. Oh, right, vice sect master Lin Rui is his uncle, the middle-aged man explained with a smile. How could Qin Chaoyang not understand the meaning behind his words? Not to mention that Lin Yun had a backer, even if he didn't, no one in the Qin family would be able to restrain him with his second-order Dao source realm cultivation. Now, with this additional concern, Qin Chaoyang immediately knew that it was impossible to make him pay with his life. The Qin family couldn't provoke the octagonal door at all. Although the latter wasn't a big sect, it was hundreds of times stronger than the Qin family. Thinking of this, Qin Chaoyang couldn't help but feel a little disheartened and lonely. His own maidservant was killed in his own home, and as an old ancestor, he couldn't punish the murderer. This made him feel uneasy. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Lin Yun seemed to be extremely impatient and shouted at this moment, isn't it just a maidservant? Can't you just compensate her with some money? Is 100,000 source crystals enough? If not, I'll give you 200,000. For a small family like yours, 200,000 is a huge sum of money. It's enough for you to spend for several years. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. He had a look of contempt and disdain, so how could there be any remorse? It was as if he didn't kill the maidservant on the ground. When the middle-aged man heard this, he didn't have the slightest intention of stopping him. Obviously, he also had the same idea. It would be best if they could compensate some money and settle the matter peacefully. If not, he didn't mind tearing off all pretense of cordiality and threatening them. In any case, today's matter couldn't be spread out. When Qin Chaoyang heard this, his originally lonely expression suddenly became furious. The middle-aged man hurriedly comforted him, Qin family head, please calm down. Although my junior brother Lin Yun's words are unpleasant to hear, what he suggested is not a solution. If the Qin family head sets a price, we won't refuse. Chapter 2252. It could be seen that the middle-aged man from the octagonal door wanted to minimize the problem. Although the Qin family couldn't resist the strength of the people from the octagonal door, they were still in the wrong. The middle-aged man didn't want to make a big deal out of this matter, so as to avoid losing face if rumors spread. Qin Xiaoyang's expression was mild and angry, but he didn't say a word. No one knew what he was thinking, but anyone could see the unwillingness and anger in his eyes. He just stood there, clenching his fists so hard that they made cracking sounds. When Lin Yun saw this, he sneered and said, "Old Patriarch Qin, you'd better think it over carefully. A wrong decision is enough to cause a small family like your Qin family to lose everything." When he said this, his tone suddenly became gloomy and full of threat. At this time, a voice suddenly came from outside the courtyard, 200,000 origin crystals, you want to buy a life? Cough cough, is a life so cheap? When this person spoke, it was accompanied by light coughs, as if he was seriously ill. Who is it? Lin Yun was furious. He turned his head to look in the direction of the voice and shouted loudly. Qin Yu was slowly walking over with the support of Xiao Hui. Her face was pale and her body was delicate. She was like a small flower blown by the wind and rain, making people feel pity for her. Lin Yun was stunned when he saw this. Then, his eyes lit up as he stared at Qin Yu with an excited expression. Qin Yu was already very beautiful. Although she was seriously ill, it added a morbid sense of beauty to her. Lin Yun was quite captivated by her beauty and couldn't stop himself. As the middle-aged man said, Lin Yun was somewhat infatuated with women. He had been in Maplewood City for almost 2 months. These days, he had been living in the Qin family, but today, he didn't know why he was so obsessed with the 2 servant girls. Otherwise, he wouldn't have caused such a big mess. At this moment, when he saw Qin Yu, he suddenly felt that he was blind before. He actually had thoughts about those 2 plain-looking servant girls. It was a disgrace to his status. Even if he had any ideas, it should be the woman in front of him. Qin Xiaoyang's expression changed slightly. He hurried over to Qin Yu and supported her. He scolded, "Why did you come out? Didn't I tell you to have a good rest?" Qin Yu forced a smile and said, "I had a feeling that something was going to happen. I was worried, so I came over to take a look." As she spoke, her beautiful eyes glanced at the corpse of the servant girl called Xiao Huan. Seeing her miserable state, her already pale face became even paler. "Miss." Lin Yun smiled brightly. Just as he was about to greet Qin Yu, the middle-aged man glared at him and said, "Back off. Don't you think you've caused enough trouble?" Lin Yun seemed to be a little afraid of this middle-aged man. Hearing this, she couldn't help but look embarrassed. He shut his mouth and didn't say anything. The other disciples of the octagonal door also looked at him with resentment. Blaming him for not knowing how to restrain himself was simply intolerable. This should be Miss Qin Yu, right? The middle-aged man cupped his fists and smiled at Qin Yu. "Senior, do you recognize me?" Qin Yu coughed a few times and looked at the other party with clear eyes. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "When I was inquiring about the news in the city, I heard many people mention that the Qin family has an extraordinary woman. Seeing you today, you really live up to your reputation." She was just a trivial origin returning realm cultivator, and he didn't know what kind of serious illness she was suffering from. Her vitality was dim, but she could speak with confidence in front of a second-order Dao Source realm cultivator. This wasn't something an ordinary girl could do. But looking at Qin Yu, the middle-aged man couldn't see the slightest panic or fear in her eyes. Most importantly, the middle-aged man could feel that Qin Yu didn't have long to live, but she didn't show the slightest fear. Her expression was calm. Even an old man who had lived for hundreds of years and had seen through the world wouldn't be as calm as her. The middle-aged man couldn't help but look at Qin Yu in a higher light. "What Miss you said just now? Are you complaining that the source crystals offered are too little? Although the middle-aged man felt that Qin Yu was quite extraordinary, he didn't take it to heart. This girl was just an origin-returning realm cultivator and the young lady of a small family. She could only enter his eyes slightly and didn't require too much special treatment. So, after exchanging a few pleasantries, he went straight to the point and said with a smile, "If that's the case, miss, you can give me a price you want. Although my octagonal door isn't a big sect, we can still afford a few 100,000 source crystals." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yu continued coldly, "Do you think this is a transaction? You think you can bargain?" The middle-aged man's expression turned awkward and he laughed dryly. "Then, miss, you mean, life is priceless?" Qin Yu shouted. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and his tone suddenly became much colder. "Miss you, please make it clear. I understand a little." He was gradually losing his patience. Although this matter was indeed caused by Lin Yun, as a second-order Dao Source Realm Master, he had to lower his stance and even put aside his face to deal with this matter, hoping that the other side would be tactful and give everyone a way out. But unexpectedly, the Qin family's elders and juniors refused to listen to him, and neither of them were willing to give up. Naturally, he was extremely annoyed. He felt that he had already given the other party a lot of face by negotiating with them in such a way given the huge gap in strength between them. However, the other party had repeatedly refused a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, making him feel like he had lost face. A life for a life, it's only right and proper. Qin Yu shouted in a low voice. "What?" The middle-aged man's face changed. He didn't expect Qin Yu to make such a ridiculous request. Lin Yun jumped up in shock and shouted, "Little bitch, are you crazy? How dare you ask this young master to pay with his life? How can the life of a trash mate compare to this young master's? Do you want to die? Clean your mouth. Did you eat shit?" When Qin Chaoyang heard that this little brat actually dared to insult Qin Yu, he immediately became furious and directly scolded back. Lin Yun was so angry that he laughed and nodded repeatedly, "Good, good, good. You're just a small family, but your courage is bigger than the sky. Today, this young master will teach you how to behave." As he spoke, he actually urged his source chi and showed signs of making a move. "Bastard!" The middle-aged man suddenly shouted at Lin Yun and gritted his teeth, "What do you want to do?" Lin Yun was stunned. He pointed at Qin Chaoyang and Qin Yu and said, "You heard what they said just now. Isn't it obvious what I want to do?" The middle-aged man's face was as calm as water as he quietly transmitted his voice, "It won't take much effort to kill them. Even if the news spreads later, it will only cause the sect a loss of face. It's impossible for anyone to stand up for this small family and cause trouble for our octagonal door. Then what are you worried about?" Lin Yun couldn't understand why the middle-aged man stopped him. "Do you want to alarm that person? Do you know what will happen to you if you alarm him?" The middle-aged man looked at him coldly. When Lin Yun heard this, his expression changed. The person the middle-aged man mentioned seemed to be an extremely terrifying existence to Lin Yun. Just hearing it made his face turn green and his momentum disappear. This scene was imprinted in Qin Yu and Qin Chaoyang's eyes. They didn't know what the two people of the octagonal door secretly communicated with each other, but they actually made Lin Yun give up. The middle-aged man looked at Qin Yu and cupped his fists, "Miss Yu, I can pretend that I didn't hear your suggestion just now. Please change it." Qin Yu coughed a few times and said, "I know, with the strength of my Qin family, we can't make you pay with your lives. Miss Yu is indeed sensible." The middle-aged man smiled and praised Qin Yu for being tactful. Qin Yu continued, "But Xiao Huan is a servant of my Qin family. She can't die for no reason. Since we can't avenge her, we can't let her enemies stay in the Qin family. You should leave." As soon as he said this, the people of the octagonal door were all stunned on the spot. They all stared at Qin Yu with wide eyes. Their expressions were very interesting. The middle-aged man was silent for a long time before he coughed dryly and said, "Miss you, what did you say just now?" "Qin Yu said, don't you understand what I said? My Qin family won't entertain you anymore, but we will remember this hatred. One day, we will avenge Xiao Huan." When she spoke, she looked straight at the middle-aged man without any intention of avoiding his gaze. The middle-aged man's face became colder and colder, and the expressions of the other disciples of the octagonal door weren't much better. A cool breeze blew over, causing the smell of blood in the courtyard to become even stronger. The middle-aged man stared sharply at Qin Yu. He was silent for a long time before he said, "Miss Yu, are you serious?" When he spoke, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, as if he didn't expect things to develop to this point. If they were really driven out of the Qin family by Qin Yu, then where would the octagonal door's face go? Most importantly, if they were driven out, it would definitely alarm the guy that he was extremely wary of. When that guy asked for the reason, how would he explain it? He couldn't tell that guy that because Lin Yun accidentally killed one of his maidservants, he couldn't take revenge, so he didn't let them stay and drove them out. If he really said that, the middle-aged man was sure that he and Lin Yun wouldn't have a good ending. That guy wasn't easy to talk to. Do I look like I'm joking? Qin Yu bit her red lips and didn't back down. The middle-aged man suddenly closed his eyes and said slowly, "Miss Yu, can you make an exception for this matter? We can't leave the Qin family for the time being, and it's not convenient to tell you the reason." Without waiting for Qin Yu to speak, he suddenly raised a finger and said, 1,000,000 source crystals. How about it? As soon as this was said, the expressions of Lin Yun and the others changed greatly, and they cried out involuntarily, "Brother, are you serious?" 1,000,000 source crystals wasn't a small amount, and the octagonal door wasn't a large sect. Although this amount wasn't something that Lin Yun and the others couldn't afford, it would still hurt them, so unless it was absolutely necessary, they weren't willing to pay so much. Thinking of this, Lin Yun shouted, "She's just a servant, so just kill her. Why are you so long-winded? I'll give you 100,000 source crystals, take it or leave it. We won't leave the Qin family, so if you really have the ability, come find me for revenge at any time." Chapter 2253. You guys are scoundrels. Qin Yu stomped her feet in anger. The Qin family was no match for them in terms of strength, so they naturally couldn't use force to chase them away. If these people from the octagonal door really wanted to stay, the Qin family wouldn't be able to do anything to them. However, what Qin Yu didn't expect was that the other party still had the face to stay even after speaking to this extent. The level of shamelessness was rarely seen in her life. Ha ha ha. Lin Yun laughed loudly and said, "So what if this young master is a scoundrel? Miss Yu, do you want to teach me a lesson? If you do, this young master will give you a chance. Come with me." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed and appeared in front of Qin Yu in front of everyone. His hand formed a claw and grabbed towards Qin Yu's shoulder. The middle-aged man's expression changed when he saw this scene, but he quickly closed his eyes and pretended not to see it. The Qin family's failure to appreciate his kindness made him very angry, so he couldn't be bothered to care too much about it. He only felt that this small family was going to suffer a great loss. Only then would they know what it meant by there was always someone better than them. Scram! Qin Chaoyang suddenly shouted. He was originally beside Qin Yu, so when he saw Lin Yun charging towards Qin Yu, how could he just sit back and watch? As he shouted, the source qi in his body trembled, and a large hand that was strong enough to split open stone was pushed forward. The source qi in the palm of his hand was as fierce as a tsunami. It was obvious that he had used his full strength right from the start. Lin Yun sneered and said, "Old man, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you think you can stop this young master?" As he spoke, he didn't dodge. Instead, he turned his claw into a palm and slammed it towards Qin Chaoyang's large hand. A soft and gentle force leisurely spread out, and Lin Yun's entire body seemed to have turned into a venomous snake at this moment. He flicked his forked tongue, choosing people to devour. Qin Chaoyang's face changed as he realized that if he took this palm head-on, he would not have a good end. After all, he was already old and weak. Although he was a Dao Source Realm cultivator, his true strength was no longer comparable to when he was at his peak, while his opponent was still young and full of vigor. What's more, he was a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. He wasn't someone Yang Kai could contend with. However, this was related to Qin Yu's safety. Even though he knew he would be injured, Qin Chaoyang didn't back down. His eyes flashed fiercely as he circulated all of the source energy in his body, causing his already violent palm strike to become even more ferocious. You overestimate yourself. Lin Yun clicked her tongue and shook her head slowly with a mocking smile. Bang, the two palms collided. The intense collision of origin energy shot out in all directions, sweeping up a violent gale. In an instant, the courtyard was filled with sand and stones. However, then, a shocking scene occurred. The moment the two sides clashed, Lin Yun's body actually trembled, and then her expression changed drastically. After a miserable shriek, she flew backwards and spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. She directly smashed into the back of the room, smashing a big hole in the wall. Hong long long, continuous crashing sounds came from the room. It seemed that Lin Yun couldn't control her momentum and smashed a lot of things. What? The eyes of the middle-aged man and the other 8 Paths sect disciples almost popped out of their sockets as they stared blankly at this unbelievable scene. The Qin family guards, who were originally on tenterhooks and had a common enemy, were also shocked to the extreme. But soon, all of them were beaming with joy and cheering. Old ancestor, you. Qin Yu's pretty face was full of confusion. Although she couldn't see through Lin Yun's true realm with her cultivation, she could feel that Lin Yun was much stronger than the old ancestor. But why was the old ancestor able to repel her in one move? This was simply impossible. Qin Chaoyang was also stunned. He had already mentally prepared himself to be injured. He also planned to risk his old life to protect Qin Yu's safety if the other party was still unwilling to let the matter go. No matter what, he couldn't sit idly by and watch Qin Yu be captured and humiliated by Lin Yun. But the final result was very surprising to him. But soon, he seemed to realize something and turned his head to look. The next moment, a smiling face appeared in front of Qin Chaoyang. This person's hand was pressed against his back. From the palm of his hand, a pure and vigorous source power poured into him. The power to repel Lin Yun was obviously due to this person's secret help. Qin Chaoyang's eyes widened in an instant, and he immediately exclaimed in joy, "Little brother Yang." He found that the person who secretly helped him was none other than Yang Kai, who had never returned to Maplewood City. Qin Yu was shocked when she heard this. She followed Qin Chaoyang's gaze. When she saw Yang Kai, she couldn't help but cover her red lips with her small hand and said in a trembling voice, "Lord Yang. Who is it?" The middle-aged man from the octagonal door finally came back to his senses. He shouted loudly and looked at Yang Kai with an unfriendly expression. His face was as calm as water as he said, "Who are you? How dare you secretly attack and injure the disciples of the octagonal door?" The octagonal door? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows when he heard this. He glanced at the middle-aged man with some surprise, then looked at the disciples of the octagonal door. But he didn't see the person he was looking for. He couldn't help but feel a little disappointed and said, "Are you disciples of the octagonal door?" "Of course." The middle-aged man saw Yang Kai's expression as if he had heard of the octagonal door for a long time and immediately became confident. "Who are you, sir?" As he spoke, the middle-aged man was also at a loss. He didn't know why, but when he looked at Yang Kai, he felt that he looked a little familiar. He vaguely felt that he had seen him somewhere before, but when he thought about it carefully, he couldn't remember where. He said sternly, "No matter who you are, if you don't give a proper explanation for injuring the disciples of the octagonal door today, don't even think about leaving." He said this with full confidence because when he scanned with his divine sense, he found that Yang Kai's cultivation was only in the first order Dao source realm. He didn't take this kind of cultivation seriously. It was just that he didn't know what kind of secret technique Yang Kai had used just now that allowed him to join forces with Qin Chaoyang to send Lin Yun flying. But now, it seemed that the secret technique Yang Kai had used was the kind that allowed two people to join forces. Lin Yun had been careless for a moment, so she had been hit by it. Hua. Yang Kai looked at the middle-aged man in surprise and said, "I really didn't know that the disciples of the octagonal door were all so powerful. Those who didn't know would think that you were from Star Soul Palace." Yang Kai's sarcastic words made the middle-aged man's face turn pale. He gritted his teeth and said, "Cut the crap. If you know what's good for you, surrender obediently and accept your fate. Otherwise, don't blame this one for not showing mercy." Yang Kai looked at him with a strange expression and said, "Do I know you? If you don't know me, why are you talking about feelings? How interesting." As he spoke, he turned his head to look at Qin Yu and whispered, "Is there something wrong with this person's head?" Seeing his mischievous appearance, Qin Yu couldn't help but laugh. Qin Chaoyang, on the other hand, frowned. Although he also knew that Yang Kai was not an easy person to deal with, otherwise, he would not have given him a spot to enter the Four Seasons realm that day. But now that the other side had more people, he didn't know if Yang Kai could deal with this matter, so he couldn't help feeling a little worried. "Boy, you're courting death." The middle-aged man shouted angrily. "Don't shout." Yang Kai looked at him with disgust, "It's embarrassing." After speaking, without waiting for the other party's reaction, he looked at Qin Chaoyang and said, "What's going on here? I just arrived not long ago and only heard you say something about 1,000,000 source crystals. Explain it to me." He was telling the truth. After obtaining the tribulation fruit from Azure Sun Temple, Yang Kai rushed to Maplewood City without stopping, but as soon as he entered the city, he felt that there was something wrong with Maplewood City, as if there were many more masters. After hurrying to the Qin family, he happened to see the scene of Qin Yu driving people away. He didn't know what was going on, so he hid in the dark and secretly observed until Lin Yun made a move. Only then did he show up to help Qin Chaoyang. Qin Chaoyang heard this, glanced at the middle-aged man resentfully, and briefly explained what had happened before. After listening, Yang Kai was silent for a long time before he looked up at the middle-aged man and said, "So, the situation is roughly like this. The Qin family treated you well, but one of your servants was killed by one of you. As a result, not only did you not have the slightest remorse, you didn't even admit your mistake. Instead, you relied on your numbers to seize the Qin family's young lady." The middle-aged man couldn't help but be silent, speechless. Because what Yang Kai said was indeed the truth. TSK, such bullying of the weak and tyrannical is simply outrageous. Yang Kai was full of disdain. The middle-aged man took a deep breath and said, "I also said that I was willing to settle this matter with 1,000,000 source crystals, but they didn't know how to appreciate it." Good. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. According to this friend, killing someone for 1,000,000 source crystals can be settled, right? If they don't accept it, then they don't know how to appreciate it. As he spoke, he suddenly raised his hand. In an instant, a small mountain of source crystals was piled up in the courtyard. There were so many source crystals that one didn't need to count to know that there were at least tens of millions of them. Even though the people from the octagonal door were not poor, they were dazzled for a moment. All of them swallowed hard, wanting to take that mountain for themselves. Qin Chaoyang and the others were stunned, not knowing what Yang Kai was going to do. Come. Yang Kai enthusiastically greeted the people from the octagonal door with a bright smile on his face. Don't be polite, everyone take 1,000,000 source crystals, don't take too much, don't take too little. At this point, he changed the topic, and the smile on his face instantly turned into a cold sneer. He said in a low voice, after you take it, I'll send you on your way. Asterisk deng deng deng, asterisk the people from the octagonal door all took a few steps back, looking at Yang Kai in horror. One of them even shouted, what kind of joke is this? Although source crystals were good, one needed to be alive to enjoy them. If one didn't even have one's life, what was the use of source crystals? The middle-aged man's face was ashen. At this point, how could he not know what Yang Kai wanted to do? He was clearly going to give them a taste of their own medicine. After understanding this, he couldn't help but sneer, I don't think you're a member of the Qin family, so why do you have to get involved in this mess? If your excellency retreats now, we might as well be friends. Who wants to be friends with you? Yang Kai curled the corners of his mouth, I told you to take it, so take it. Don't fail to appreciate my kindness. The middle-aged man was furious, and snapped, it seems that we have nothing to say. Chapter 2254. Sword piercing Yang Pass, freezing 9 heavens. The middle-aged man was also a decisive person. When he saw that there was no room for negotiation, he immediately launched an attack. A snow-white longsword was unhurriedly drawn, and when the rhythm of the sword swept out, a strand of coldness descended from the sky. That coldness seemed to be able to penetrate into the depths of one's soul and freeze it. When the octagonal door members saw him use this move, their expressions changed slightly and they quickly retreated. Obviously, the power of this move was not to be underestimated. Qin Chaoyang, on the other hand, hurriedly protected Qin Yu and retreated several dozen meters. The Qin family guards and servants also ran away in an instant, lest they be caught in the crossfire. Sword Qi and Sword Qi appeared. With a flick of his wrist, the middle-aged man wrapped himself in Sword Qi and shot straight towards Yang Kai, freezing the air in his wake. Ha ha ha. Yang Kai stood in place, grinning as he looked at his opponent contemptuously, not showing the slightest intention of dodging. Seeing him so arrogant, the middle-aged man's heart couldn't help but thump as a bad feeling filled his heart, as if something terrible was about to happen. You dare act so presumptuously in front of me? Yang Kai's grin turned into a sneer as his feet moved and his figure suddenly blurred. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the middle-aged man, stretching out a finger and pointing it forward. On the tip of his finger, a golden light suddenly appeared. It was the purest and richest source qi. Asterisk dang, asterisk with a light sound, the middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. His eyes widened as he stood in mid-air, watching in horror as his all-out attack was blocked by a single finger of his opponent's. What made him feel despair was Yang Kai's finger was made of flesh and blood. It was actually stronger than an artifact and remained unscathed. On the contrary, the power bursting out from Yang Kai's fingertip had bent his sword. As he lost control of his mind, the sword trembled, and the concept of ice suddenly disappeared like ice and snow. How is this possible? The middle-aged man exclaimed, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. He continuously released his divine sense to check Yang Kai's cultivation. He discovered that the other party was indeed only at the first-order Dao source realm level, which was slightly lower than him. However, the power that came from the other side was definitely not something that a cultivator of the first-order Dao source realm should possess. The power that overturned his worldview completely messed him up. He only felt that he had kicked an iron plate this time. Calling out Luo Yuan is more like it, you're not strong enough. Yang Kai coldly snorted as the source qi on his fingertips suddenly increased in intensity. All of a sudden, he was pushed forward. You know junior brother Luo? The middle-aged man shuddered, looking at Yang Kai in horror. A strange light flashed in his eyes as he suddenly exclaimed, You're Yang Kai. You are that Yang Kai from the Four Seasons realm. He seemed to have thought of something and cried out in alarm. As soon as he finished speaking, the golden light engulfed him. The middle-aged man let out a miserable cry. He fell directly to the ground, smashing a crater in the ground, making for an extremely embarrassing sight. Yang Kai? The Yang Kai from the Four Seasons realm? Yes, it's him, it's definitely him. I was wondering why he looked so familiar. Below, several disciples of the octagonal door shouted, all of them looking flustered. It was not until this moment that they finally recognized Yang Kai. After all, they were in the Four Seasons realm. When Yang Kai threatened everyone with the extraordinary treasure pills and wanted to exchange them for something useful, these people had also watched from afar. It was just that at that time, Luo Yuan was right next to Yang Kai, so they did not dare to get too close, so they did not recognize him at first sight today. It was not until the middle-aged man's flash of insight that they realized Yang Kai's identity. For a time, everyone was covered in cold sweat and their faces were pale. Although they had not fought with Yang Kai before, they were well aware of what happened in the Four Seasons realm. Even someone as strong as Wu Chang, Luo Yuan, and the others could not do anything to Yang Kai, let alone them. This time, the opening of the Four Seasons realm had brought two rising stars to fame. One was Luo Yuan from the octagonal door. This person had fought Wu Chang of Heavenly Martial Holy Land head-on without falling into a disadvantage, proving his extraordinary strength. The other person was Yang Kai. He only had the cultivation of the First Order Dao Source realm, but he was also a Dao Source grade alchemist who could refine extraordinary treasure pills and play with all the masters in the Four Seasons realm in the palm of his hand. It could be said that even if the reputation of these two rising stars was not as good as Xia Sheng, Wu Chang, and Xiao Chen, they were not far behind. This was also why the other families in Maplewood City had 2 or 3 sect disciples living there, while the Qin family only had one octagonal door. Because Luo Yuan was here, how could any cultivator from any sect be willing to provoke this fiend? He was not even afraid of Wu Chang, so in this world, besides the masters of the Emperor realm, who else could make him afraid? Cough cough. The middle-aged man from the octagonal door was forced back by Yang Kai, and although he was injured, it was not serious. After quickly standing up, he looked at Yang Kai with a look of dread, grit his teeth, and cupped his fists. So it is Grandmaster Yang. This one had eyes but failed to see before and forgot to take offense. His cultivation was higher than Yang Kai's, and he was older than Yang Kai, so calling Yang Kai master was naturally a loss of face. If he called him brother, Yang Kai would not be happy, so he simply called him Grandmaster. In any case, with Yang Kai's Dao Source grade alchemist skills, he was worthy of this title. What? Qin Zhaoyang was stunned as he stared at the middle-aged man in astonishment. He didn't know how this fellow, who had been so arrogant just a moment ago, had become so respectful in the blink of an eye, even addressing Yang Kai as Grandmaster. Qin Yu's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light, as if she was thinking about something. What's there to take offense? Yang Kai grinned. Grandmaster Master Yang is magnanimous. The middle-aged man looked happy. Yang Kai changed the topic and said coldly, there is no need to bicker with a dead man. The joy on the middle-aged man's face suddenly froze as a chill ran from head to toe, making him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He hurriedly said, Grandmaster Yang, today's matter was indeed my junior brother Lin's fault, it was his fault to begin with. Yang Kai coldly snorted. But Grandmaster Yang, please give my junior brother Lin a chance to turn over a new leaf, considering that he has already been taught a lesson. He pleaded with a sincere expression. A life for a life, I just knocked him out and you call that a lesson? Yang Kai sneered and said sarcastically, are other people's lives so cheap to you? Seeing that he was unmoved, the middle-aged man couldn't help sweating on his forehead. He didn't know whether it was because of anxiety or pain, but he gritted his teeth and said, Grandmaster Yang, junior brother Lin Yun, is my sect's vice-sect master Lin Rui's nephew. He brought up Lin Rui in hopes that Kai Yang would give him some face and refrain from shooting at the rat for fear of breaking the vases. But Yang Kai sneered and said arrogantly, "Who is Lin Rui? It's none of my business." The middle-aged man's face paled, realizing that today's matter really could not be resolved peacefully. "Anyway, I have to kill someone today, either you or that fainted guy." Yang Kai flicked his wrist and the myriad sword appeared leisurely. Endless Emperor intent instantly filled the air. The unique Emperor aura and sword fluctuations were like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples that spread out in all directions. He pointed the wide myriad sword at the middle-aged man and said, "Choose one yourself." Saying so, the corners of his mouth rose slightly and he sneered, "Or are you willing to die in place of that guy? That guy is your vice sect master's nephew. If you die in place of him, maybe your vice sect master will take good care of your family." This. I. The middle-aged man kept retreating, incoherent, his eyes trembling as he stared at the myriad sword in Yang Kai's hand. Although he had never seen an emperor artifact before, he could feel that this sword was extraordinary at this moment and knew that Yang Kai was not joking. He could clearly see the murderous intent in Yang Kai's eyes, which was so thick that it was almost tangible. However, although Lin Yun's identity was not low in the octagonal door, how could he allow him to die in place of someone else? "If you don't choose, then I'll make the decision myself." Yang Kai snorted, then looked at Qin Chaoyang and said, "Qin family patriarch, they killed one of your family members. I'll kill them with the Qin family's artifact. This can be considered as the Qin family's revenge. What do you think?" "Good." Qin Chaoyang shouted heavily, "Thank you, Brother Yang." Yang Kai nodded slightly and moved the myriad sword. Just as he was about to perform a killing move, his expression suddenly changed. He looked up at the sky and curled his lips, "Since you're here, show yourself. Why are you sneaking around? There's someone else?" Qin Chaoyang's expression changed and he hurriedly looked in that direction, but he could not help but feel suspicious when he saw that there was no one there. Right at this moment, there was a ripple in space, and two figures suddenly appeared like phantoms. These two figures were a man and a woman. The man was a young man with an indifferent expression, as if nothing could affect him. The woman was petite and cute, with a round face. She stood quietly behind the young man, her beautiful eyes fixed on the young man's tall and straight back. It was as if in her eyes, there was nothing else in this world other than the young man in front of her. "It's him." Qin Chaoyang's face became gloomy. He naturally recognized this man and woman. They were both disciples of the octagonal door. On that day, they came to the Qin family with the middle-aged man and Lin Yun. These people from the octagonal door also followed this young man's lead. However, since this young man moved into the Qin family, he had been in seclusion. According to the servants, he had been cultivating diligently and had not slacked in the slightest. Qin Chaoyang also knew that this person was called Luo Yuan, a rising star who shone with Yang Kai in the Four Seasons realm. As for the round-faced woman, she seemed to be the daughter of the octagonal door's sect master. She had a special liking for Luo Yuan and had been guarding the courtyard where he was in retreat. It was a pity that the falling flowers were unrequited and Luo Yuan didn't seem to care about her at all. Junior brother Luo, eldest young lady. When the middle-aged man saw the two appear, he could not help but be overjoyed and exclaim, but soon he seemed to think of something and his face became terrified. Luo Yuan glanced at him faintly and frowned, "You're very noisy." As soon as this remark came out, the people from the octagonal door all fell silent and their faces turned pale, as if they were extremely afraid of Luo Yuan. Chapter 2255. In fact, this was indeed the case. In the octagonal door, everyone was afraid of Luo Yuan. Not only them, but even the sect master and vice sect master were afraid of him. The sect master had said that Luo Yuan was a rare genius that only appeared once every 10,000 years and that one day his name would shake the territory of the Star Territory. Therefore, the entire octagonal door agreed to almost all of Luo Yuan's requests and placed all their hopes of revitalizing the sect on him. In the sect, Luo Yuan's words were equivalent to the words of the sect master. He occupied the best secluded home and had access to nearly half of the cultivation resources in the entire octagonal door. When he cultivated, no one dared to disturb him, otherwise they would die. This was also the biggest reason why the people from the octagonal door wanted to keep the peace. They didn't dare to alarm Luo Yuan. But who would have thought that in the end, he would still be alarmed? For a time, the people from octagonal door were both surprised and overjoyed. They were surprised because Luo Yuan was in a bad mood at the moment and didn't know if he would punish them, but they were overjoyed because they had obtained such a powerful helper. "Ah, it's you." At this moment, the round-faced woman who had been standing behind Luo Yuan recovered and her infatuated gaze broke away from Luo Yuan as she frowned and looked around. After seeing Yang Kai, she couldn't help calling out, "You're that." For a moment, she couldn't remember Yang Kai's name. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Yang Kai. Yes, you're the guy who exchanged an extraordinary treasure pill with me in the Four Seasons realm. Why are you here?" The round-faced woman obviously had some memories of Yang Kai. "Why can't I be here?" Yang Kai found it a little funny. The round-faced woman tilted her head and thought for a moment. She also seemed to feel that her question was a little ridiculous. He smiled at Yang Kai. He didn't say anything else. Luo Yuan's eyes, on the other hand, were locked onto Yang Kai, and his pair of eyes, which were originally as calm as water, suddenly flashed with infinite fighting spirit. Yang Kai grinned. "How long have you been here?" Luo Yuan said lightly, "Just arrived." After a pause, he added, "I was awakened by the aura of the secret artifact in your hand, and then I saw you trying to kill my octagonal door's disciple." His tone was flat, but anyone could hear the displeasure and coldness in his words. No matter what, he was still a member of the octagonal door. Someone wanted to kill a disciple of the octagonal door. Naturally, he couldn't just sit by and watch. The middle-aged man was overjoyed and quickly shouted, "Junior brother Luo, this person relied on his ability and didn't put our octagonal door in his eyes at all. Not only did he knock out junior brother Lin Yun, he also injured me. Please avenge us, junior brother Luo." He changed his previous submissive attitude towards Yang Kai and became extremely arrogant, as if he was hugging a thick thigh. His sense of security doubled, and he no longer had to worry about Yang Kai. "Really?" Luo Yuan raised his brow as he stared at Yang Kai coldly and asked. Yang Kai smiled and said, "The one lying there was knocked out by me, and the one who spoke was also injured by me." "Very good, you dare to take responsibility for your actions." Luo Yuan grinned. "Men should be like this. I admire you. Does brother Luo want to stand up for them?" Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. "I've been trying to comprehend a certain secret technique, but I've reached a bottleneck. Even after studying it for many days, I still haven't been able to grasp the crux of it." Luo Yuan suddenly spoke of an unrelated topic, but the burning fighting spirit in his eyes only grew fiercer. As he spoke, he pushed his source chi and shouted, "I was just worried that I wouldn't be able to find an opponent to fight in this remote place. Since Brother Yang has come, please lend me a hand. You want to use my strength to break through that secret technique's bottleneck?" Yang Kai looked at him strangely. Why should I help you?" Yang Kai snorted. "This is a losing deal, I won't do it. You have no choice." Luo Yuan snorted coldly as he stepped forward, approaching Yang Kai step by step, his momentum rising with every step he took. Looking at his posture, whether Yang Kai agreed or not, he was going to take action. Yang Kai frowned. Luo Yuan was not an ordinary Dao Source Realm master. Not to mention that he was a master from the Third Order Dao Source realm, his combat power alone could not be underestimated. If it was not necessary, Yang Kai did not want to fight with such a person. What's more, this was the Qin family. If they really fought, the Qin family's territory would be destroyed, and Qin Yu and the others would be implicated. He was not as unscrupulous as Luo Yuan. Stop! At that moment, Qin Yu suddenly shouted. Luo Yuan paused and a look of displeasure flashed across his face as he shouted fiercely, "Who are you? What do you want?" Murderous intent flashed across his face, as if he was extremely displeased with being interrupted by Qin Yu. If not for him suppressing his anger, he would have killed her. Qin Yu said, "Qin family member." Luo Yuan frowned and his murderous intent disappeared as he muttered to himself, "The owner of this place." A look of helplessness flashed across his face as he pondered for a long time before asking, "What can I do for you?" His previous murderous aura was replaced by a gentle and polite one. Seeing this, Kai Yang was amazed again and again. "I don't dare to give you any orders. You are all very strong, and my Qin family is weak. How could I dare to give you any orders?" Qin Yu said sarcastically, "However, your octagonal door's disciple killed my Qin family's servant. Shouldn't your excellency give my Qin family an explanation first?" "Killed your Qin family's servant?" Luo Yuan heard this and his face turned cold. "Is that so? The body is still here, are you blind?" Qin Yu gritted his teeth and shouted. Luo Yuan's gaze turned to the female body in the courtyard. After frowning for a moment, he looked at the middle-aged man and asked, "What's going on here?" The middle-aged man looked flustered and didn't know how to answer. He stammered and couldn't say anything. "I'll count to 3. If you don't answer, you know the consequences." Luo Yuan's face turned colder and he started counting to himself. 1. The middle-aged man trembled and didn't dare to hide anything. He immediately told Luo Yuan the whole story. After listening, Luo Yuan said thoughtfully, "So, Brother Yang intervened because of this?" "Yes, yes." The middle-aged man glanced at Yang Kai and nodded in acknowledgement. He didn't dare to splash any dirty water on Yang Kai anymore. "I understand," Luo Yuan said. His figure flickered and he rushed into the room. When he came out again, he was holding the unconscious Lin Yun in his hand. Yang Kai looked at him with interest. He didn't know how Luo Yuan was going to deal with Lin Yun and what kind of explanation he would give to the Qin family. The young lady of the Qin family, right? Luo Yuan looked at Qin Yu and said lightly, "He killed her." "Since that's the case, watch carefully." As soon as he finished speaking, he pushed the source qi in his hand and poured it into Lin Yun's body. In an instant, Lin Yun's whole body swelled and her exposed skin turned blood red. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai's eyes shrank and he was secretly horrified. The faces of the people from Octagonal Door turned ashen. The middle-aged man even cried out, "Junior brother Luo, you can't." Under the severe pain, Lin Yun also woke up from her coma. She seemed to be a little confused and didn't know what had happened. When she opened her eyes and saw Luo Yuan, she was shocked and shouted, "Luo! Brother Luo!" Luo Yuan responded casually. He increased the strength in his hand again. "Ah!" Lin Yun suddenly screamed. She also realized that something was wrong and screamed, "No, no, *pang, accompanied by a loud explosion. Lin Yun's entire body exploded in Luo Yuan's hand, leaving nothing behind, his flesh and bones flying everywhere. Although Luo Yuan was standing nearby, there was not a speck of dust on him. The entire courtyard was silent. The people from the Qin family were completely stunned. The people from Octagonal Door were horrified and didn't dare to breathe. No one expected this. Luo Yuan killed Lin Yun so simply. Weren't they brothers from the same sect? Wasn't Lin Yun the nephew of the vice sect master of Octagonal Door? Everyone was shocked by Luo Yuan's cold-blooded, cruel, inhuman, and unscrupulous brutality. Young Lady Qin, are you satisfied with this punishment? Luo Yuan looked at Qin Yu and asked. Qin Yu gritted her teeth and said, I am satisfied. The murderer died in front of her, what else could she say? A life for a life, Luo Yuan did do it, so she was speechless. It's good that you are satisfied. Luo Yuan nodded slightly. Regardless of what the others thought, he looked at Yang Kai again and said, Brother Yang, let's start. Yang Kai's face darkened and said, Start what? What's there to start? Can't you behave? What are you doing, fighting and killing all day? Qin Chaoyang thought that Yang Kai was afraid of Luo Yuan, so he quickly jumped out to smooth things over and said, Little brother Luo, since the murderer has been killed, why don't this old master play host today? Let's sit down and have a good chat. Luo Yuan ignored him and looked at Yang Kai and said, Brother Yang, you are very disappointing. Where is your domineering and arrogant attitude in the Four Seasons realm? How can you reach the peak of the martial Dao with such cowardice? What peak of the martial Dao? Yang Kai curled his lips fiercely, I am now in the First Order Dao Source realm, isn't it too early to talk about this? One can walk as far as one can see. Luo Yuan said, Brother Yang, you shouldn't be so short-sighted. Yang Kai said sternly, Wrong, a big mistake. Luo Yuan asked in surprise, What's wrong? Yang Kai said, I think that one should take one step at a time and be down to earth. It's easy to reach for what is beyond one's grasp if one thinks too much. Luo Yuan frowned and said, If you don't have a big goal, where will you find the motivation to move forward? He looked like he wanted to have a good discussion with Yang Kai. Yang Kai said impatiently, If you don't agree with me, go do what you need to do. I want to fight Brother Yang right now. Are you done yet? Yang Kai suddenly jumped up, What's the point of fighting me? With the divine technique I have mastered, can you even touch my clothes? Luo Yuan was startled and suddenly remembered that Yang Kai seemed to be proficient in space secret techniques. In the Four Seasons realm, surrounded by so many masters, the reason he was so calm was because of his control over space. No one under the Emperor realm could restrain his actions. If he fought Yang Kai, he might not even be able to touch the other party's clothes, just don't dodge. Luo Yuan thought for a while and said, Let's have a fierce, passionate, bloody collision between men. Everyone broke out in cold sweat. Yang Kai looked at him and sneered, Have you become stupid from cultivating? I have the divine technique, so why wouldn't I dodge? Chapter 2256. Shut up. The round-faced woman, who had been standing behind Luo Yuan, suddenly frowned and shouted at Yang Kai, Don't speak ill of Brother Luo. Brother Yang. Luo Yuan looked at Yang Kai and shouted, Let's fight. Yang Kai slapped himself in the face, feeling that he had nothing to say to this guy. At that moment, another change occurred. Accompanied by a series of whooshing sounds, many masters suddenly appeared from all directions. When these masters arrived, they all cast their eyes on the myriad sword in Yang Kai's hand, and after careful observation, their eyes flashed with greed. They were obviously alarmed by the Emperor intent of this Emperor artifact, so they came out of their hibernation to check it out. After seeing it, they naturally coveted it. These people were basically all from the Third Order Dao Source realm, and none of them were from the Emperor realm. Even if a cultivator of this level occasionally saw an Emperor artifact, it was just a fleeting glimpse. They had never really owned one. But now, an Emperor artifact had appeared in the small Maplewood city, and it was a sword-type Emperor artifact that focused on killing. After scanning with their divine senses again, they realized that Yang Kai was just from the First Order Dao Source realm, and could not help but show joy. Luo Yuan could not help frowning at the sudden arrival of so many people, and a look of displeasure appeared on his face. Pushing his source chi, a wave of energy visible to the naked eye spread out leisurely with him as the center, radiating out in all directions. Get out of my sight! He roared, angry that these idlers had come to disturb his one-on-one battle with Yang Kai. Asterisk deng deng deng, asterisk the people who came here, regardless of their cultivation level, were all intimidated. Regardless of their age. They were actually intimidated by this force and imposing aura, and some of them retreated over 10 steps while others retreated over 100 meters. All of their faces were livid. Not to mention Luo Yuan's recent rise in fame, everyone basically recognized him. Even if they did not recognize him, after seeing the power he displayed at this moment, they could tell. He was not an ordinary third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, so who would dare to provoke him? However, there were two people who stood where they were, not moving at all. These two were old men, one of them with his eyes closed, allowing the pressure to sweep across his face while the other sneered, as if mocking Luo Yuan for overestimating himself. These two. They were Gao Shan and Lu Shui of the Flying Saint Palace. Previously, the two protectors were still in the city lord's mansion, protecting young palace master Ning Yuan Shu. However, when the Emperor artifact appeared and the Emperor aura filled the air, the two of them noticed it and asked Ning Yuan Shu for instructions. He hurriedly rushed over here. Yui arrived here just in time to witness Luo Yuan's outburst. Young man, there's no need to be so hot-tempered. Protector Lu Shui looked at Luo Yuan with a smile, taking advantage of his seniority. Hot-tempered people can easily harm their health. Humph. Protector Gao Shan also opened his eyes at this moment and coldly snorted, young people nowadays are all people who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. They think that they can look down on the heroes of the world just because they have some ability. Sooner or later, they will suffer a big setback. What the two seniors said is very reasonable. Yang Kai looked at the two and rolled his eyes, showing a look of enlightenment. While nodding his head like a chicken pecking at rice, he cupped his fists towards Gao Shan and Lu Shui and said, "This junior deeply agrees with senior's words. Being able to say such words, I can tell at a glance that the two of you are not ordinary people." Gao Shan heard this and did not doubt him, turning to the other person and asking, "Was it you?" "Absolutely not, this one has admired the two of you for a long time, how could I do such a thing?" The person being looked at said seriously. "Who is it? Who dares to do such a thing? This old master will teach him a lesson." Lu Shui was also furious, glaring at Yang Kai and asking. Yang Kai stammered, playing hard to get, "This junior doesn't dare say, this junior's strength is too low, if I say it, I am afraid I will be killed." "Speak, don't be afraid, with the two of us here to protect you, who would dare to do such a thing? If anyone dares to hurt you, this old master will exterminate their entire family." Gao Shan said confidently, as if he was the only one in this world. "With senior's words, I can rest assured." Yang Kai suddenly became happy, pointing his finger and shouting, "It's him, it's this little brat." Before the two seniors arrived, he said that in Maplewood City, the strongest people, Gao Shan and Lu Shui, were nothing more than ants in his eyes, that he could crush them with just a finger. He also said that Flying Saint Palace was simply a gathering place of garbage, a place of filth, and that the cultivator there was not born and raised by their parents, they were all from. From what? Gao Shan's expression was furious, his clothes fluttering in the wind. "This junior won't say it, it's quite unpleasant to hear, anyway, that's what he meant." Yang Kai chuckled. "Ha ha ha." Gao Shan was furious, shouting, "This old master is furious." "Good, good, good." Lu Shui also glared at the man Yang Kai was pointing at and sneered, "Young man, your tone is really arrogant. I'd like to see how you're going to stretch out a finger and crush the two of us." Luo Yuan frowned slightly, looking at Yang Kai and asking, "Are you referring to me?" Yang Kai shouted, "Luo Yuan, if you are a man, then you dare to take responsibility for your actions, don't tell me you don't want to admit what you said. Gao Shan and Lu Shui are here now, if you have the guts, repeat what you just said again and see if these two old masters can beat you to death. I understand. Luo Yuan nodded lightly, not intending to explain himself. Seeing that he did not deny it, Gao Shan and Lu Shui became more and more convinced that what Yang Kai said was true. Gao Shan angrily shouted, "Young man, just because you've made a name for yourself, you think you're invincible? In this world, there is always a heaven beyond a heaven, and there is always someone better than you. Your cultivation is far from enough. What's the point of talking nonsense with him? Daring to insult us, today's punishment is death." Lu Shui coldly snorted, glancing at Luo Yuan, "Boy, do you want to come here yourself or do you want these two old masters to take your head? If it's the former, you'll suffer less, but if it's the latter, you'll have to suffer a little." Listening to Lu Shui's words, Yang Kai suddenly smiled, feeling that his plan to divert trouble to Luo Yuan had mostly succeeded. Sure enough, as he expected, how could someone as arrogant as Luo Yuan remain indifferent after being threatened like this? Not to mention that he hadn't said those words just now, even if he had, he certainly wouldn't have compromised at this moment. However, Luo Yuan's brow rose as a look of arrogance appeared on his face, his source chi trembling slightly as he grinned, "Two old fools want to take my life? Do you think you have the ability? Still acting so arrogant even in the face of death? Boy, eat my move first." Gao Shan was furious and immediately stretched out his hand and slapped towards where Luo Yuan was standing. In an instant, wind and clouds gathered in the sky and world principles surged as a huge palm print descended from the sky, covering all the light and enveloping Luo Yuan. The surrounding cultivators all paled. Gao Shan was an elder of Flying Saint Palace and his third-order Dao Source Realm cultivation was extremely solid, so his attack was naturally extraordinary. Everyone was thinking about how to defend or dodge this attack if it was aimed at them. Thinking about this, their expressions became ugly because everyone found that besides dodging, the consequences of this attack were unimaginable. On the other side, Luo Yuan stood in place without dodging, as if he was scared silly. The round-faced woman standing behind him was the same, her pair of beautiful eyes fixed on Luo Yuan's heroic back, not even the quarrel between the crowd disturbing her. Hong Long Long, the huge palm formed from a mixture of world energy and world principles directly slammed down. The void where Luo Yuan stood was filled with violent energy and a strong wind swept out in all directions. Anyone who tried to probe it with their divine sense was immediately swallowed up by this powerful energy, making it impossible to see the details inside. Several of the Qin family's houses were also hit by this huge force and collapsed, turning into ruins. Chapter 2257. A piece of trash actually dared to act presumptuously in front of this old master, this is his fate. After Gao Shan's move was successful, he clasped his hands behind his back and shouted calmly, looking like he had succeeded in making a name for himself. A young man who has only cultivated for a few years really thinks he can compete with this old master? He's simply overestimating himself, Lu Shui also sneered. What's my fate? Suddenly, Luo Yuan's voice came from the center of the energy chaos, and at the same time as this sentence came out, there was a flash of light that spread out instantly, forming an invisible force that pushed back all the surrounding energy. Luo Yuan reappeared in front of everyone, a thick layer of source chi covering his body. The bright light he released almost blinded Gao Shan and Lu Shui, causing them to feel a sharp pain in their eyes. Not only was he unscathed, but even the round-faced woman who had been standing behind him was not affected in the slightest. After being disturbed, the round-faced woman frowned a little unhappily and glared fiercely at Gao Shan and Lu Shui. This. Gao Shan couldn't help taking a few steps back as he stared at Luo Yuan like he was looking at a ghost, unable to believe what he was seeing. How is this possible? Lu Shui also exclaimed. He naturally knew how powerful Gao Shan's move was. Even if Luo Yuan was a third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, it was impossible for him to take it head-on without suffering any injuries, but the facts were right in front of him, causing him to be shocked. I was just worried about not being able to find a decent opponent. Luo Yuan grinned, a ferocious smile appearing on his face. It was imprinted in everyone's eyes. Since you took the initiative to deliver yourself to me, I won't be polite. Saying so, he licked his lips, as if he had been hungry for a long time and suddenly saw a plate of delicious food. This appearance frightened Gao Shan and Lu Shui greatly. As soon as these words fell, Luo Yuan slowly raised his hand and began to circulate his source qi. A strange sound like waves hitting a reef rang out. Stop! At the critical moment, a tender voice called out. Luo Yuan frowned and turned to look at the source of the voice, only to find that it was Qin Yu again, causing his face to go cold as he asked, "What's the matter?" When he was about to attack Yang Kai, he was stopped by Qin Yu. Now, when he was about to attack Gao Shan and Lu Shui, he was stopped by Qin Yu. If Qin Yu was not the owner of this place, Luo Yuan would not have bothered with her. "What do you want to do?" Qin Yu looked at Luo Yuan coldly and grit her teeth. "Isn't it obvious?" Luo Yuan said, "Can't you see what I want to do?" "I can tell." Qin Yu was not afraid of Luo Yuan because of the gap in their cultivation. She stared at him with her beautiful eyes and said, "It's precisely because I can see it. That's why I stopped you." "What do you mean?" "Speak clearly." Luo Yuan frowned, a look of displeasure on his face. "Do you want to tear down the Qin family?" Qin Yu asked. "I have no such intention," Luo Yuan replied seriously. "Then don't fight here." Qin Yu snorted, "If you don't want to sleep on the streets, find somewhere else to fight." Luo Yuan listened to her words, thought for a while, and nodded, "That makes sense." Now that everyone from the octagonal door was lodging with the Qin family, if he really tore down the Qin family, not only would the people from the octagonal door not have a place to live, it would also be a loss of face. He looked up at Gao Shan and Lu Shui and said, "You two old things. Come with me." As soon as these words fell, his figure flickered and he rushed out of the city. Before leaving, he flew directly between Gao Shan and Lu Shui, full of provocation. How could Gao Shan and Lu Shui tolerate such a rampant junior? They roared and turned to chase after him. In the blink of an eye, the three masters from the third order Dao source realm disappeared from everyone's sight. Ha! The round-faced woman, who had been standing behind Luo Yuan, sighed at this moment with a sad expression. From beginning to end, Luo Yuan had never looked at her, which made her very sad. At this moment, she glared at Yang Kai and said angrily, "It's all your fault. Why are you blaming me?" Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "If it weren't for you, Brother Luo wouldn't have run away," the round-faced woman pouted, looking playful and cute. "Then shouldn't you be thanking me?" Yang Kai asked with a smile. "Why should I thank you?" The round-faced woman squinted at Yang Kai and said sarcastically, "What do you have for me to thank you for?" Yang Kai said matter-of-factly, "Naturally, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been able to tell that your brother Luo cared about you." "Brother Luo cared about me?" The round-faced woman frowned and a faint blush appeared on her pretty face as she stamped her foot and said, "Don't talk nonsense, Brother Luo. He wholeheartedly devotes himself to the martial Dao. He wouldn't care about me." After a pause, she asked expectantly, "Tell me, how did Brother Luo care about me?" Before Yang Kai could answer, Qin Yu smiled slightly and said, "Young lady, I'm afraid you're too close to the situation. When that protector Gao Shan attacked just now, were you injured in the slightest?" "No." The round-faced woman shook her head. "Who protected you?" Qin Yu asked again. Hearing this, the round-faced woman's beautiful eyes gradually brightened and the original look of sadness disappeared, replaced by a radiant smile, as if she had received a huge reward. Qin Yu said, "If your brother Luo really didn't care about you, you would have been seriously injured by now. He just did it in passing, he didn't care about me at all." The round-faced woman lowered her head, bashful and shy, her cheeks flushed red. The expression of a young girl was clearly visible. Although she said that, anyone could see that her heart was probably sweet as if she had eaten candy. But, aren't you worried about your brother Luo? Although that Gao Shan and Lu Shui have some problems, they aren't easy to deal with, Yang Kai suddenly asked with a smile, reaching out and tapping his head. The round-faced woman said, "What's there to worry about? Those two will definitely be beaten to a pulp." She seemed to have great confidence in Luo Yuan. Saying so, her beautiful eyes narrowed as she smiled and said, "You still have time to talk about this? You should worry about yourself first." "What's there to worry about?" Yang Kai sneered, glancing around and saying disdainfully, "A bunch of trash." "What did you say? Boy, you're too arrogant, you need to be taught a lesson. Which family's child is this? Speaking so immoral. Haven't your elders taught you the word courtesy?" The surrounding cultivators suddenly shouted. The three strongest people here had already left, so the rest of the people naturally had no scruples. Everyone stared at the myriad sword in Yang Kai's hand with scorching eyes, their little abacuses clanging in their hearts. "Heh heh heh." An elderly man suddenly smiled slyly and looked at Yang Kai kindly, "Little brother, where did you get this sword?" "You mean this?" Yang Kai held the myriad sword horizontally in front of his chest and wiped it with his fingers. Suddenly, the sword light overflowed and the sword halo flowed. He smiled and said, "I picked it up on the road. Then it must be the one this old man lost a few days ago. No wonder it looked so familiar. Little brother, quickly give it back to me." The elderly man quickly said. The surrounding cultivators all looked at the elderly man dumbfounded, thinking to themselves, "Isn't this too shameless? Even if you want to snatch the treasure, you should at least find a better excuse. This excuse is really lame, even a fool won't believe it. I picked it up, so it's mine. Why should I give it to you?" Yang Kai's face darkened and directly put the myriad sword back into his body. When the elderly man saw this, he immediately swallowed his saliva and said eagerly, "Little brother, as long as you're willing to return the sword to this old man will guarantee you a lifetime of glory and wealth. You may not know, but this old man is the Vice Valley Master of Evil Moon Valley, Chu Huiran. I always keep my word." Yang Kai stared at him and said, "I don't believe it." "If you don't believe it, ask them. They can testify for this old man." The elderly man was anxious and pointed at the surrounding cultivators. The surrounding cultivators sneered when they heard this, and all of them acted as if it had nothing to do with them. "Look, they don't believe it either." Yang Kai ridiculed, "You must be trying to cheat my treasure." Chu Huiran was anxious, and his eyes flashed a few times. He coldly snorted and said, "Fine, fine. Since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, you can't blame this old man for being ruthless." As he spoke, his figure flashed, and his whole body was like a rock spreading its wings, pouncing on Yang Kai. He stretched out one hand in front of him in a claw shape, and his expression was fierce. "You! What are you doing?" Yang Kai's expression was panicked, and he kept retreating. "Heh heh heh. Kid, if you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck. A mere first-order Dao Source realm dares to show off such a precious treasure to others. You're digging your own grave. If you're reincarnated as a human being in your next life, remember the saying that a man's wealth is his own ruin." He said earnestly, but the movements of his hands did not stop at all. His murderous intent surged toward Yang Kai like a tide. I'll fight you to the death." Yang Kai roared, and it was like a thunderclap, causing everyone's ears to buzz. The surrounding cultivators saw the old man suddenly make a move, and their expressions changed. A few of them had already secretly activated their source chi, as if they were waiting for the old man and Yang Kai to fight before making a move. And under this roar, everyone could not help but pause slightly. At the place where Yang Kai was, there was a flash of brilliance, and the myriad sword, the Emperor artifact, was summoned by him again. He waved it in a flurry without any order, as if he had been intimidated by Chu Huairan's aura and could not exert his strength. "Give it to me." Seeing this, Chu Huairan was overjoyed. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the myriad sword. A look of excitement appeared on his face, as if he had already seen the beautiful scene of him obtaining the precious treasure and laughing at the world from now on. Chi, Poo, 5 severed fingers flew out in response, and crimson blood spurted out. He instantly recognized the name of this artifact, and his face could not help but change slightly. The middle-aged man coldly snorted. He formed a seal with his hand and released his divine sense to control the power of his artifact. On the other hand, Kai Yang was forced to take a few steps back, but no matter how he tried to escape, he was unable to escape the profound gold heaven capturing net's range. He was completely enveloped by that invisible sealing force, which surprised him greatly. He secretly felt that there were many talented people in this world who could even refine such a strange artifact. "Boy, you can't escape. My profound gold heaven capturing net has never failed since it was refined. Give up resistance." The middle-aged man sneered. At the same time, he changed his hand seal and the golden net covering Yang Kai's head fell down, directly enveloping Yang Kai. Then, it suddenly shrank and turned into a mass of golden light, completely sealing him. Ha ha ha. The middle-aged man saw that his attack had succeeded and could not help laughing, but as he laughed, his smile stiffened on his face. He stared with wide eyes and exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Inside the golden light, Yang Kai, who was bound by the profound gold heaven capturing net, slowly faded and soon disappeared. It was just an afterimage. That was close. Yang Kai's voice suddenly came from the side. The middle-aged man fixed his eyes and saw him reach out to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, a look of lingering fear on his face. "Boy, you." The middle-aged man's face changed slightly. He couldn't figure out how Yang Kai had escaped the sealing force of his artifact without him noticing. Good, this artifact is good, I want it," Yang Kai said as he reached out to grab the golden light. "Ah." The middle-aged man was taken aback. Seeing Yang Kai actually grab the golden light in his hand, he suddenly became anxious and pushed his source chi, forming a series of seals with his hands. The golden light in Yang Kai's hand buzzed in an instant and a strong resistance was transmitted over, causing Yang Kai's hand to go numb. After all, this was an artifact that had been painstakingly refined by the middle-aged man and was connected to his soul. Yang Kai's forceful attempt to seize it was naturally impossible for him to obtain it. Perceiving the resistance of this artifact, Yang Kai's eyes flashed fiercely as he looked up at the middle-aged man and said, "Watch me." "What?" The middle-aged man, who was controlling his artifact to escape from Yang Kai's control, was startled when he heard these words and looked up. The next moment, he suddenly shuddered and a feeling of horror filled his heart. A flow of pure soul power suddenly came from the front. That power was vigorous and pure, like a sharp sword from the ancient times. It cut open the middle-aged man's soul defense and instantly rushed into his sea of consciousness, setting off violent winds and waves in his sea of consciousness. Chapter 2259. Alarmed by the aura of Yang Kai's Emperor artifact, the 20 to 30 Dao Source Realm cultivators who had come to the Qin family had basically all left. Only one person remained standing in the air. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked at that person. It was a woman dressed like a young woman. Her figure was graceful, her skin was as white as snow, and her black hair flowed down her back like a waterfall. She wore a turquoise palace dress and her beautiful eyes were bright. Although she was wary of Yang Kai, she wasn't afraid of him. This young woman's cultivation wasn't high, but it wasn't low either. She was around the second-order Dao source realm, and it seemed like she came from a medium-sized sect or family. Why haven't you left yet? Yang Kai's face couldn't help but sink when he saw that she wasn't moving. Hearing this, the young woman asked, "May I ask if little brother is Yang Kai's Grandmaster Yang?" Yang Kai furrowed his brow and became vigilant in his heart. He didn't answer and asked instead, "Who are you?" The young woman hurriedly said, "This mistress is Thousand Leaves Sect's Yi Jing Han." Thousand Leaves Sect. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. He had a vague impression of this sect, but it wasn't a deep one. However, he was sure that this Thousand Leaves Sect wasn't a big sect. It was probably similar to Blue Feather Sect and didn't have any masters from the Emperor realm. It only had a few Dao Source realm cultivators. In the entire southern territory, if there weren't 1,000 sects like this, they would at least be 800. Each of them occupied a territory and thrived. Perhaps their ancestors had created a lot of glory, but after passing it down from generation to generation, the sect's influence gradually declined. Blue Feather Sect was the best example. The ancestor of Blue Feather Sect's sect master, Wu Mengshan. He was the strongest person in the star boundary. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor was the Great Emperors of the Great Emperors. But in his generation, Wu Mengshan was only a third-order Dao Source realm cultivator and the sect master of a small sect. In this world, there was no sect that could last forever. There were no clans that didn't scatter. Only the Star Soul Palace and a few of the top sects could achieve 10,000 years of inheritance. Is it really Grandmaster Yang? Yi Jing Han asked anxiously. You've got the wrong person, Yang Kai replied without hesitation. The members of the Qin family and the disciples of the octagonal door stared at him with wide eyes. That's right, he is Grandmaster Yang of Yang Kai. The round-faced woman who had fallen in love with Luo Yuan suddenly opened her mouth and admitted on behalf of Yang Kai. After she finished speaking, she grinned at Yang Kai and made a funny face. Yang Kai couldn't help but glare at her fiercely. You really are Grandmaster Yang. Yi Jing Han couldn't help but feel a little excited after confirming Yang Kai's identity. I said you've got the wrong person. In this world, there are many people with the same name and surname. Quickly leave, if you don't leave then I won't be polite to you. Kai Yang impatiently waved his hand, driving her away like a chicken. Yi Jing Han bit her red lips and looked at Yang Kai pitifully. Grandmaster Yang. Can you listen to a few words of this mistress? Once I'm done speaking, this mistress will leave. Hearing this, Qin Yu couldn't help covering her red lips with her small hands, feeling as if a great stone had been lifted from her heart. Her entire body seemed to have lost all strength and she directly collapsed to the ground. There were many twists and turns in the process of obtaining this spirit fruit, so I wasn't able to rush back as quickly as possible. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, Yang Kai didn't explain too much and simply said lightly. Qin Chaoyang said with tears streaming down his face, there's no need to rush. This time, it was all thanks to Brother Yang that Er's life was saved. By the way, Qin family head, did that master say how this spirit fruit should be consumed by Miss Qin? Should it be refined into a pill? If so, I can help a little, Yang Kai asked seriously. There's no need to refine it. Qin Chaoyang shook his head and said, that master said that we only need to find the tribulation fruit and let consume it directly. Her world tribulation body was originally caused by the heavens and earth cutting off her vitality. The medicinal effect of the tribulation fruit can transform into an invisible bridge and reconnect that severed vitality. Will no longer have to suffer the pain of this physique in the future. Then there's no time to lose. Quickly let Miss Qin consume it, Yang Kai said as he quickly handed the jade box to Qin Yu. Qin Yu reached out and received it. Looking at the tribulation fruit, she then looked up at Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang. Seeing their encouraging expressions, she no longer hesitated and stretched out her slender jade fingers, taking the tribulation fruit out of the jade box. Covering her mouth with one hand, she slowly chewed. After a short while, the spirit fruit entered her stomach. Qin Chaoyang looked at Qin Yu anxiously and asked worriedly, do you feel any discomfort? Qin Yu shook her head and said, no, it's just cold. As soon as she finished speaking, her expression suddenly changed. Her beautiful face was almost distorted, as if she was enduring great torment and pain. At the same time, an extremely special energy leisurely swayed out from within her body, transforming into a layer of white light that enveloped her entire body. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he circulated his divine sense and instantly saw that the originally thick black qi around Qin Yu's body was slowly being dispelled and melted by the white light. As the black qi dissipated, Qin Yu's pain seemed to gradually ease and a trace of vitality was gradually born in her tender body, spreading to her limbs and bones. Upon seeing this scene, Yang Kai lightly nodded his head. He knew that this was the time for Qin Yu's stubborn illness. Brother Yang, this. Qin Chaoyang was at a loss for words. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, Qin family head, let's go out first. Miss Qin should be fine. She just needs time to accumulate. Brother Yang, are you sure? Qin Chaoyang asked worriedly, but after saying this, he felt that something was wrong and hurriedly said, it's not that this Qin doesn't believe you, but, I understand. Yang Kai smiled and said, Qin family head, you are confused because you care too much. You can use your divine sense to scan Qin Yu's body and you'll understand. Hearing this, Qin Chaoyang immediately performed a scan and after a while, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Now, can we leave with peace of mind? Yang Kai smiled slightly. Qin Chaoyang was a little embarrassed by his teasing and said awkwardly, Yu has had a hard life since she was young. Her parents both died in her early years and she is the only descendant of the Qin family left. She and this old man have been relying on each other for more than 10 years. If even she, I understand. Yang Kai nodded seriously. As they spoke, the two left the secret room. With a flick of his wrist, Yang Kai took out the myriad sword and handed it to Qin Chaoyang with both hands, saying, Qin family head, this sword is returned to the Qin family. Please verify it. Qin Chaoyang looked at the myriad sword with a calm gaze. After a long time, he reached out and touched the sword, saying, the myriad sword was left behind by my Qin family's ancestors and is also the family treasure of the Qin family. For 10,000 years, the ancestors of my Qin family have taken it as their duty to restore the family's glory and have set the goal of refining and controlling the myriad sword, but only a few have achieved it. In this old master's generation, He sighed heavily and continued, this treasured sword has been sealed away and has never seen the light of day. If the ancestors in the underworld knew of this, I wonder if they would blame us. Yang Kai said, young Lady Qin's talent is extraordinary. She has already reached the origin-returning realm at the age of 18. Now that she has been freed from her suffering, she will definitely become a great talent in the future. Qin Chaoyang smiled and said, this old master has placed all his hopes on you, so this old master would like to ask Brother Yang to keep this sword for now. It's normal for you to attract the attention of some women. Yang Kai reached out and brushed his hair. He straightened his chest and raised his head slightly. In the blink of an eye, he said solemnly, I'm being serious. Qin Chaoyang shook his head and said, she didn't tell this old master in detail. She only said that she wanted to talk to you. I think this woman isn't bad. Even though she's a little older than you, she has a delicate body and a seductive look in her eyes. She's definitely a stunner. Brother Yang, why don't you consider her proposal carefully? Yang Kai opened his eyes wide and swept his gaze over Qin Chaoyang, as if he wanted to re-examine him. After a long while, he said, "Qin family's patriarch, please conduct yourself with dignity. You're already so old, so it's not appropriate for you to say such things." Ha ha ha. Qin Chaoyang laughed and patted Yang Kai's shoulder. He said earnestly, "It's a waste of youth if you're not a romantic. Young man, you should seize this opportunity well. In any case, she's definitely up to no good. Just ignore her." Yang Kai curled his lips. While the two were talking, many streaks of light appeared around them. Obviously, these were the Dao Source Realm Masters living in Maplewood City who sensed the commotion and went to investigate the situation. "Ah! Yang Kai, it's you, you bastard." A voice suddenly came from the side, sounding extremely angry. Yang Kai turned his head and saw a familiar face at a glance, glaring at him with bloodshot eyes. This person was the former Vice City Lord of Maplewood City, Zhuang Pan. There was another person beside Zhuang Pan. It was a handsome young man with rosy lips and white teeth. His cultivation was not high, only at the level of the First Order Dao Source Realm. Inexplicably, Yang Kai suddenly felt that this guy was a little familiar, but he was sure that he had never seen this person before. Yang Kai. The young man beside Zhuang Pan heard this and his eyes instantly lit up. He looked at Yang Kai with a burning gaze and asked Zhuang Pan, "Is he that little brat surnamed Yang?" Replying to young palace master, "It is this little bastard." Zhuang Pan replied, gnashing his teeth. "Who are you calling a bastard?" Yang Kai looked at Zhuang Pan with a look of disdain and sneered. Zhuang Pan's face was livid, but he was not stupid enough to take the initiative to fall into Yang Kai's trap. He just stared at him with eyes full of endless hatred and resentment. "Qin family patriarch, who is that young man?" Yang Kai whispered to Qin Chaoyang. He saw that although this young man was handsome, his expression was gloomy, and he was hanging around with Zhuang Pan, so he knew that he was not a good person. Flying Saint Palace's young palace master, Ning Yuan Shu. Young palace master? Yang Kai was stunned, but he soon understood. Chapter 2261. Sensing that the other party was up to no good, Ning Yuan Shu turned pale with fright. With a flash of light under his feet, he tried to retreat. But how could he run away? Yang Kai had already reached out and grabbed Ning Yuan Shu's collar, then raised his other hand and slapped Ning Yuan Shu's handsome face. Asterisk crackle, asterisk. After a series of crisp sounds, Ning Yuan Shu was completely stunned. By the time Yang Kai stopped, Ning Yuan Shu's cheeks were swollen like a pig's head that had been soaked in water for several days. The surrounding cultivators all kept quiet out of fear and looked sideways with horrified expressions. Although Yang Kai had killed the Vice Valley Master of Evil Moon Valley and injured a middle-aged man in front of the Qin family, neither Chu Huai Ren nor the middle-aged man had a noble background. There were no masters from the Emperor realm in their sects, so as long as Yang Kai was strong enough, there was no need to worry about revenge. But Ning Yuan Shu was different. He was the young palace master of Flying Saint Palace. Flying Saint Palace was considered an extraordinary sect in everyone's eyes. Ning Yuan Shu's father, Ning Bo Yang, was a first-order Emperor realm master. There were also many masters in the sect, including the two protectors, Gao Shan and Lu Shui. Now that their young palace master was beaten up, how could Flying Saint Palace let it go? Thinking of this, everyone's gazes towards Kai Yang not only contained a deep sense of dread, but also a sense of schadenfreude. They all felt that this guy's courage was boundless and was destined to provoke disaster. You dare to hit me?" Ning Yuan Shu's cheeks were swollen as Yang Kai held him in his hand. The pain was numbing. Staring at Kai Yang with his eyes wide open, he muttered vaguely. Yang Kai sneered, dare or not? Didn't I already hit you? This young master is, I know. Flying Saint Palace's young palace master. Yang Kai said as he slapped Ning Yuan-shu again. In the end, he smiled at Qin Chaoyang and said, this guy is interesting. He didn't forget to introduce himself even after being beaten. It's as if he doesn't think he's embarrassed enough. As he spoke, he lifted Ning Yuan-shu up high and shouted, come, everyone, take a look. This is the famous young palace master of Flying Saint Palace, Ning Yuan-shu. Remember this face so you can avoid him in the future. The surrounding cultivators all broke out in cold sweat. They thought to themselves, you've already beaten him into a pig's head. How can you still see his face clearly? Wow! A word came out. Ning Yuan-shu coughed out a mouthful of blood as his blood rushed to his heart. He was of extraordinary birth and had been pampered since he was young. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? At this moment, under the watchful eyes of everyone, he was slapped twice by Yang Kai. He was so angry that he almost fainted. It was just a mouthful of blood. It was enough to show the strength of one's heart. Qin Chaoyang smiled bitterly. He didn't know what to say to Yang Kai. He could only sigh inwardly that young people were indeed full of vigor and vigor. When he thought about his own youth, wasn't he the same? **Xiao. Two streaks of light rushed towards them. The aura of the two streaks of light was somewhat disheveled, as if they had encountered a great battle. Ah! Young Palace Master! The two streaks of light came to a stop not far in front of Yang Kai and the others. Gao Shan and Lu Shui were immediately revealed. At this moment, the two elders of Flying Saint Palace were in a sorry state. Their white hair and beards were messy and their clothes were tattered. Gao Shan was holding a zither-like artifact in his arms. The halo on this artifact was dim, indicating that its spirituality was somewhat damaged. The same was true of the flute on Lu Shui's waist. For some reason, the two of them came from the opposite direction. If the three of them really joined forces, Zhuang Pan would have no chance of survival. However, Zhuang Pan's current status was the source of their dread. The status of a deacon of Flying Saint Palace was neither high nor low, but it still carried the name of Flying Saint Palace. If the three of them really did something to Zhuang Pan here, the news would definitely spread to Flying Saint Palace under the watchful eyes of everyone present. Qin Chaoyang had the Qin family to protect, while Duan Yuan Shan and Drunkard had the entire Maplewood City to take care of. If they really offended Flying Saint Palace because of this, their good days would come to an end. Seeing the change in the expressions of the three, the fear in Zhuang Pan's heart was swept away and he grinned, City Lord Duan, this Zhuang is very afraid of you staring at this Zhuang so aggressively. Can you not look at me so fiercely? His words were full of ridicule, causing the faces of Duan Yuan Shan and the other two to turn extremely ugly. Saying so, Zhuang Pan actually took 2 steps forward and reached out to pat Drunkard's big belly, sneering, Elder Drunkard, don't drink so much when you have nothing better to do. Back then, you were also a handsome young master of Maplewood City. Now that the flowing time great emperor has passed, what have you become? If those women who admired you back then knew that you had become like this, they would be very sad. Drunkard didn't say a word, just picked up the big wine gourd and poured another mouthful of wine into his mouth. Zhuang Pan then turned his gaze to Qin Chaoyang and said, Old Ghost Qin, it's not easy for you to support the Qin family alone, right? Have you ever thought about what the fate of your Qin clan would be like if you were to die one day? What will happen to Qin Yu? As soon as this remark came out, Qin Chaoyang's expression changed drastically. Qin Yu was Qin Chaoyang's biggest weakness, so Zhuang Pan's words had obviously angered him. Zhuang Pan chuckled and said, "A wise man submits to circumstances. Do you want to join Flying Saint Palace? This deacon may be able to introduce you to them." "Humph." Qin Chaoyang snorted heavily. "You don't know how to appreciate kindness." Seeing Qin Chaoyang give him such a look, Zhuang Pan's smiling face suddenly sank and he turned to look at Duan Yuan Shan and said, "City Lord Duan, this Zhuang has accompanied young Palace Master to Maplewood City to invite City Lord Duan to join Flying Saint Palace. What do you think, City Lord Duan?" Although Maplewood City was a small city, it did not possess many natural products or resources. In fact, no one had even tried to rob it before, but now, many ore veins and earth veins had appeared around the city, making it a highly sought-after city. Duan Yuan Shan was the city lord of Maplewood City, so if Duan Yuan Shan was willing to join Flying Saint Palace, Maplewood City would become Flying Saint Palace's territory, and all the mineral lodes would naturally belong to Flying Saint Palace. If other great forces wanted to get their hands on them, they would have to weigh their own strength and confidence. Hearing Zhuang Pan's question, Duan Yuan Shan's face turned cold and he didn't say a word. Zhuang Pan sneered, "City Lord Duan, this opportunity is right in front of you, don't let it slip through your fingers. This Zhuang knows that City Lord Duan's cultivation has reached the second-order Dao source realm. Don't you want to take another step forward? If Master Palace Master personally instructs you for some time, you may have a chance to break through to the third order." Hearing this, Duan Yuan Shan trembled and his eyes flashed, but soon, his expression calmed down again and he coldly snorted, "You want this Duan to submit to Flying Saint Palace? That's impossible." Chapter 2263. Impolite? Zhuang Pan immediately cried out. He sneered and said, "How impolite? This deacon would like to see if you, Duan Yuan Shan, have the guts to be impolite to me. Hit me, hit me, hit me if you dare." Zhuang Pan put his face in front of Duan Yuan Shan and the others, constantly shouting provocatively. The surrounding cultivators all shook their heads in disdain. Although this was the first time these foreign cultivators had met Zhuang Pan, and they didn't even know of his existence, a person's nature could often be seen just by listening to a few words. Zhuang Pan was undoubtedly the kind of person who would become arrogant after getting his way, which made him despise people. The patriarchs of the several great families of Maplewood City, who had rushed over, all wore gloomy expressions, as if they were grieving for the death of a rabbit. Over the years, under the management and restraint of the city lord's mansion, although there had been some small frictions and conflicts between the several great families, there had never been any serious battles. Many times, the city lord's mansion had become a buffer and a mediator for the several great families, so everyone was quite convinced by the city lord's mansion. At this moment, seeing the city lord, the vice-city lord, and the patriarch of the Qin family being humiliated by Zhuang Pan, they all felt uncomfortable. "Pa!" A crisp sound rang out, resounding through the world. Everyone was stunned, cold sweat dripping down their faces as they thought to themselves, did he really hit him? Is the city lord's master so bold? Puzzled, they all looked over. In the next moment, everyone showed a look of understanding. They saw a figure standing in front of Zhuang Pan, shaking his neck and rubbing his wrist. It was as if he was about to go all out. Who dares to hit me?" Zhuang Pan was stunned by the slap just now. At this moment, he only felt that half of his cheek was swollen and completely numb. His head was tilted to the side under the strong swing, so he didn't see clearly who did it. After he came back to his senses, he immediately shouted loudly and hysterically, "Who is it?" He had just finished shouting. Then, he saw Yang Kai grinning at him, revealing a mouthful of white fangs. Yang Kai looked like a ferocious beast that was about to devour its prey. A chill ran down his spine, and he didn't dare to say any more harsh words. He swallowed them back into his stomach. Very interesting. As Yang Kai spoke, he sent out another slap. Pa! A crisp sound was heard. Zhuang Pan's other cheek also swelled up, and a few bloody teeth flew out. Yang Kai grabbed his collar with one hand. Keeping him in place in front of him, his other hand began to move at a leisurely pace. Each move was heavier than the last, and the origin energy under his palm began to fluctuate more and more violently. Pa pa pa, a rhythmic sound rang out. His voice reverberated throughout the wilderness. In this world. Yang Kai fanned himself. He sneered, there's actually someone who takes the initiative to ask others to hit him. Such a clear and refined wish. This is the first time I've heard of it, so I've decided to satisfy you. Looking at this scene, all the cultivators suddenly felt a sense of pain just by looking at it. They couldn't help but touch their cheeks. Zhuang Pan was completely stunned. It took him a while to regain his senses. He kept struggling, trying to get rid of Yang Kai's control. But how could he do it with his cultivation base in the First Order Dao Source realm? Yang Kai's origin energy covered him, directly suppressing his power in his body. He couldn't move at all. In despair, Zhuang Pan cried out loudly and begged for mercy, Lord Yang, stop, stop, stop hitting me. Lord Yang, I was wrong, I was really wrong. Let me go, I'll apologize to you. I'm a deacon of the Flying Saint Palace, let me go. Bastard. A warrior prefers death to humiliation. If you dare to do this again, I'll fight you. Whoa whoa whoa. Lord Yang, please spare my life, I don't want to die yet. The surrounding cultivators watched this scene and heard Zhuang Pan's words. They all had black lines on their faces, secretly despising Zhuang Pan for having no integrity. His death was not to be regretted. After dozens of slaps, Zhuang Pan's face was no longer human. When Yang Kai beat Ning Yuan Shu before, he didn't kill him. After all, Ning Yuan Shu's identity was special. He had a father in the Emperor realm. Yang Kai didn't want to go too far and cause trouble for himself. But it was different for Zhuang Pan. Every slap of Yang Kai's was filled with origin energy. After dozens of slaps, the meridians in Zhuang Pan's body were shattered. In other words, even if Zhuang Pan survived this time, he would become a cripple in the future, without the slightest bit of cultivation and the possibility of cultivating again. Brother Yang. Duan Yuan Shan looked at Zhuang Pan's miserable appearance and couldn't bear to see him like this. He said with waning interest, forget it, he's afraid of death. It's just his nature to run away. He didn't do anything to us, just give him a quick death. Drunkard burped, his narrowed eyes flashing with a cold light as he said, if you don't kill the snake, you'll just let the tiger return to the mountain. Saying so, he suddenly stretched out his hand and covered Zhuang Pan's head. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and pushed Drunkard's hand away, smiling as he said, there's no need to trouble Vice City Lord Master with such trivial matters. It was inconvenient for Drunkard to make a move, but Yang Kai was different. In any case, he had even beaten up Ning Yuan Shu, so what was the point of killing Zhuang Pan? The conflict between him and Flying Saint Palace wasn't just a matter of a day or two. As soon as he finished speaking, his hand shook slightly and a surge of source qi poured into Zhuang Pan's body. Yang Kai then pushed Zhuang Pan into the air. Ah ah ah. Zhuang Pan let out a shrill cry, but that cry came to an abrupt end. His body suddenly exploded, turning into a rain of blood that sprinkled down. The surrounding cultivators were all silent out of fear. But when they remembered that Yang Kai had even killed the Vice Valley Master of Evil Moon Valley, they secretly felt that this scene wasn't a big deal. Duan Yuan Shan and Drunkard both cast grateful looks at Yang Kai, as if they were thanking him for cleaning up Maplewood City. At this moment, the world energy shook again, and an indescribable feeling suddenly burst out in all directions. Then, a rumbling sound like muffled thunder came from the depths of the earth. Everyone was startled and looked around. Everyone, do you feel that the world energy has suddenly become much richer? A second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator in the crowd suddenly asked. Someone immediately replied, I felt it before, but I thought it was just my imagination. Since Brother Lu also said so, it seems to be true. The world energy has changed, so it is very likely that something has happened to the mineral lode and earth vein. As soon as this statement came out, everyone's eyes lit up. After exchanging glances with each other, they all used their movement skills and flew towards the mineral lode and earth vein. Duan Yuan Shan and Drunkard, as the masters of this place, naturally couldn't just sit back and watch, so after bidding farewell to Yang Kai, they immediately followed the crowd. Brother Yang. Qin Chaoyang looked at Yang Kai. It seems that the movement we felt before was not caused by the battle between Luo Yuan, Gao Shan, and Lu Shui, but by the earth vein and mineral lode underground. That should be it. Yang Kai nodded. He had also thought that the movement was caused by the battle between Luo Yuan, Gao Shan, and Lu Shui, but now it seemed that there was another reason. Do you want to go and have a look? Qin Chaoyang asked Yang Kai for his opinion. Of course I have to take a look at such an interesting matter. Yang Kai grinned, but just as he was about to leave, he caught sight of Thousand Leaves Sect's Yi Jinghan standing not far away, looking at him quietly. Yang Kai's face sank. This woman was like a plaster that he couldn't get rid of, and she really annoyed him. Seeing that Yang Kai's expression had darkened, Yi Jinghan tactfully took the initiative to step back, a sad look on her face that made one feel sorry for her. Let's go. Yang Kai said and flew towards the source of the movement. Before the two of them reached the place, they could already see the horizon in the distance. 7 colored rays of light were flying in the sky, and magic clouds were covering it. The wilderness seemed to have turned into a paradise in an instant. What's going on? Qin Chaoyang was also confused. When the demonic qi had besieged the city, they had come to the sealed area to ask Qin Yu to strengthen the seal. Although they had failed at the last step, they hadn't noticed anything unusual about the sealed area at that time. Apart from the boundless demonic qi, there was nothing else there. But a few months later, many earth veins and mineral veins had been discovered here, which really surprised them. Hong, a loud explosion rang out, and in Yang Kai's field of vision, a huge hole suddenly appeared in the ground, and from that hole, a beam of light shot up into the sky. Fluorescent light was flowing within the beam of light, and it spiraled into the sky, breaking a hole in the clouds. This is, my God. Is there such a thing in this world? All the cultivator who came here shouted and looked up at the beam of light. Releasing their divine sense, they soon perceived the true nature of the beam of light. It was actually formed from the purest world energy, and it was so rich that it had almost turned into liquid. Everyone was so shocked that they couldn't control themselves. Their expressions were extremely excited. This was because the purity and density of the spirit qi here was simply beyond their imagination. Although the cultivators who came here were not of noble birth, they were still members of medium-sized sects and clans. In these medium-sized sects and clans, there were some cultivation holy lands. In these holy lands, the spirit qi was much denser than in ordinary places. Disciples could cultivate and advance much faster in these holy lands. But at this moment, everyone found that the world energy in their cultivation holy lands was like the difference between heaven and earth. There was no comparison at all. Perhaps only the blessed lands and grotto heavens occupied by the top sects could have such a scene. Chapter 2265. Lu Yan did not have a physical body, so apart from swallowing and fusing with some special energy to enhance her strength, she could not absorb world energy to increase her own cultivation like a cultivator. This was also the reason why Yang Kai asked her to act as his protector. After Lu Yan disappeared, Yang Kai stretched out his hand again and released the monster insect queen and blood beast that he had not used for a long time. As his cultivation improved, the role of these two blood beasts had become less and less important, especially the blue flame thunder wolf, which was only at the second-order Dao source realm. It was useless against weak enemies, but it was also useless against strong enemies, so this was a good opportunity for it to play a role. Moving his divine sense slightly, Yang Kai had the two blood beasts hide nearby while he found a place far away from Qin Chaoyang and the others and sat down cross-legged. The fluctuations in the aura in his body became more and more obvious, which was the prelude to a breakthrough. Yang Kai calmly circulated his secret art. Being underground was like sitting on a spirit spring. There was no need for him to circulate his secret art as the omnipresent world energy continued to gather towards him, filling his limbs and bones, and settling down in his dantian. Time passed slowly as Yang Kai continued to accumulate his strength. At a certain moment, the strength in his body suddenly reached a critical point. This critical point was like an invisible wall, blocking Yang Kai's path forward, preventing him from seeing further and more beautiful scenery. He remained calm and collected, quietly gathering all of his strength and attacking the shackles. Kong, a sound rang out from his soul and Yang Kai's body shook slightly. His face turned pale. A trace of pain appeared on his face. Contrary to his expectations, he didn't succeed this time, and he failed at the critical moment. This was something he had rarely encountered since he began cultivating. Only when he was very weak did he have such an experience. The feeling of failing to break through gave him a feeling of nostalgia. He did not panic. Instead, he grinned maliciously. This time's breakthrough wasn't because of his cultivation, but because of an external force. It was normal for there to be some obstacles, but this obstacle couldn't stop Kai Yang's heart of martial arts. On the contrary, it stimulated his fighting spirit even more. He calmed himself down and continued to accumulate his strength. A moment later, he launched another attack. Boom boom boom, again and again. The source qi in Yang Kai's body trembled incessantly, and every impact caused him to feel a heart-wrenching pain. The unbearable pain of both the physical body and soul was not something an ordinary person could endure. If he became discouraged, his martial heart would stop here. It would be impossible for him to improve in the future. Countless cultivators doubted themselves because they could not bear such pain. Then, it was buried in oblivion. A cultivator could only reach the peak by advancing courageously. The pain did not make Yang Kai lose his confidence, nor did it make him panic. Instead, it made him feel calmer and calmer. The Tao begets one, one begets two, two begets three, three begets all things. Life is created by oneself, one's realm is born from one's heart, and all things are transformations. All things are born from one's heart and destroyed by one's heart. A trace of enlightenment leisurely climbed into Yang Kai's heart and he suddenly felt enlightened. A layer of invisible force lingered around his body, turning into an invisible force that cut through the shackles, smashing the wall in front of him and stepping onto the broad road ahead. Hong long, waves of air visible to the naked eye suddenly spread out in all directions from Yang Kai's body. It was impossible to see anything, but everyone was a Dao Source Realm cultivator. With a sweep of their divine sense, the situation was clear at a glance. Everyone was shocked to find that one spiritual spring after another had appeared. In a short while, the area of 10,000 meters underground was filled with spiritual springs, not far from each other. Although it had lost its spirituality and will, it still existed. In the end, it broke out of the ground and was obtained by Yang Kai. Everyone, don't worry. When the demonic qi surrounded the city, 3 Master of the Emperor Realm came here to deal with it. The demonic qi should have been completely removed. In any case, we haven't detected the slightest trace of the demonic qi in the past few months, Duan Yuan Shan comforted everyone. He had always thought that the removal of the demonic qi was due to Gao Shueting and the others. It seems that the 18 stars grand array is sealing that demonic thing. The Gong family's son-in-law's face was pale, and he was a little scared. The others also sighed softly. Everyone was silent for a while before someone said, "Let's ignore the ancient demonic qi for now. Now that the 18 spirit eyes have appeared, it may be an opportunity for us." "That's right, since we can't occupy them forever, why not take advantage of this opportunity to absorb them? What are you waiting for?" A person shouted, and his figure flickered as he rushed toward the spirit eyes. This person was decisive, and he directly stared at a high-grade spirit eye and rushed over, intending to rush in and absorb the world energy. There were only 3 high-grade spirit eyes, but there were 20 to 30 sects, families, and forces here, so he naturally wanted to take the initiative. Once this person moved, everyone couldn't hold back, and they all used their movement skills to rush toward the spirit eyes. Yang Kai also moved, and he directly used the space divine technique to teleport to the top of a high-grade spirit eye. Standing in the air, he coldly glanced ahead. In front of him, several cultivators fiercely rushed over. They seemed to be from the same sect, and their cultivation wasn't bad. The lowest cultivation was at the 2nd order Dao source realm, and the leader was even at the 3rd order Dao source realm. It seemed that they wanted to snatch the high-grade spirit eye. But before they could even arrive, Kai Yang had already arrived before them in a flash. Their faces turned ugly, and they all stopped in place. The leader of the cultivator was a middle-aged man, and he looked dignified. After pondering for a moment, he cupped his fists and said, "Brother Yang, can we negotiate?" "No." Yang Kai replied decisively. The middle-aged man's face turned black, and he said with a bitter smile, "I haven't said anything yet. In any case, it's not good. Don't be like this, we're all here to make a living. Can't you give us some face? Besides, such a big spirit eye, you can't eat it all by yourself. I and my junior brother and junior sister will take half, and you can take the other half. Everyone will be happy. I like to monopolize it, and I never share it with others." Yang Kai's nose was in the air, and he looked insufferably arrogant. "Little brat, don't be too arrogant. Don't think that we're afraid of you, we just don't want to hurt everyone's face." One of the cultivators behind the middle-aged man suddenly shouted. The middle-aged man frowned, but he didn't stop him. Obviously, he was also angry. Yang Kai glanced sideways at the person who spoke and said, "If you're not afraid, why don't you just come and snatch it?" That person was furious, and it seemed that he was really going to attack. The middle-aged man was startled and quickly blocked in front of him. He looked at Yang Kai and said, "Brother Yang, are you sure you can't?" Yang Kai said coldly, "I'll give you face if you say it properly, but if you dare to snatch it, don't blame me for slapping your face." "Slapping my face?" The middle-aged man's face changed greatly, and he suddenly recalled how Ning Yuan Shu and Zhuang Pan were slapped in the face by Yang Kai, and he suddenly felt his scalp tingle. Chapter 2268. Among the 18 spirit springs, only the one occupied by Yang Kai was the safest. Everyone had seen Yang Kai's ferocious methods before, so no one dared to compete with him, so they took the initiative to avoid provoking this fiend. Yang Kai was happy to see this. He didn't pay attention to the fighting in the other spirit springs and instead sent a message to Lu Yen, asking her to bring Hua Qingxi and the others over. After doing all this, his figure flickered, and he charged into the spirit spring's eye, falling into it in an instant. In the next moment, Yang Kai felt the thick and viscous world energy all around him. The feeling of this world energy pouring into his body made him feel very comfortable, and he couldn't control himself. He had just broken through to the second-order Dao source realm, but he actually showed signs of stabilizing in a short time. Yang Kai was overjoyed and hurriedly formed hand seals to absorb the world energy. At the same time, he took out the sealed world bead and with a flick of his hand, opened a gap in the sealed world bead, allowing the small sealed world to pour in the world energy for the sealed world bead to accept. But soon, Yang Kai frowned and looked down, his eyes shining brightly, as if they could see through the void. Vaguely, he seemed to be able to see something shooting out from the spirit spring at an extremely fast speed. He could hear the whooshing sound of something breaking through the air. Not good. Yang Kai's heart sank. He didn't know what was shooting out from the spirit spring, but he felt an extremely dangerous aura. He hurriedly urged the source qi in his body to form a layer of protection on the surface of his body, and at the same time, his figure flickered as he tried to escape. But it was already too late. Xio xio xio, hong hong hong, inexplicable things rushed out at an incredible speed and hit Yang Kai's body. Every hit was like a falling meteor. In an instant, Yang Kai felt pain all over his body, and with the help of the impact, he rushed out of the spirit spring. Following closely behind him, streaks of white light danced out like stars in the sky, shooting in all directions. What the hell? Yang Kai's expression was uncertain as he dodged to the side and used his eyesight to observe carefully. Soon, his expression was brilliant and varied. This was because he had discovered that the things that had rushed out from the spirit well and struck his body were fist-sized pieces of origin crystals. And judging from the color and purity of the source crystals, these source crystals were at least mid-rank source crystals, and there were even a large number of high-rank source crystals mixed in them. Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, his eyes burning with passion. Throughout the entire star boundary, low-rank source crystals were the basis of currency for transactions between cultivators. Low-rank source crystals, low-rank source crystals, low-rank source crystals, low-rank source crystals. They were referring to low-rank source crystals, which were equivalent to 100,000 mid-rank source crystals and 1,000 high-rank source crystals. Spirit crystals, high-rank mid-rank crystals, and a few, to rank spirit mid-rank. As for high ranks, there were only a few of them. High-rank source crystals were not easy to obtain. Only the best source crystal veins would produce high-rank source crystals. And the best source crystal veins had always been controlled by the big forces. Once they were mined, they were basically digested by the sect and rarely circulated to the outside world. The higher the grade of source crystal, the more useful it was. Many sect formations and even cultivator breakthroughs required high-rank source crystals. However, at this time, from the spirit spring, a large number of mid-rank and high-rank source crystals shot out. How could Yang Kai not be shocked? Just as he was in a daze, the other 17 spirit springs also erupted together. A large number of source crystals burst out from the bottom of the spirit spring along with the surge of spirit qi. For a time, the sound of whooshing could be heard, and white lights flashed and danced in the sky. A cultivator was hit by the source crystals for a moment and couldn't help but groan as a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. It was clear how strong the impact was. However, in just a moment, all the cultivators in the spirit spring began to boil. Source crystals, high-rank source crystals. There are actually high-rank source crystals in this spirit spring. Ha ha ha, we're rich this time. Get lost, this spirit spring is ours. If you don't know what's good for you, don't blame my brothers for not taking into account the friendship between our two sects. What a joke. Treasures belong to those who are virtuous. You bunch of trash want to seize them? If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, I'll fight it out with you. Wah! The appearance of the 18 spirit springs had already made the scene extremely chaotic. Now that so many source crystals had appeared at the bottom of the spirit springs, all the cultivators went crazy. After all, the spirit springs couldn't be taken away. They all knew that before the news spread, they could only cultivate here for a period of time at most. However, source crystals were different. They could be taken away and were hard currency that could be circulated throughout the star boundary. A high-rank source crystal was equivalent to 10,000 low-rank source crystals. Judging from the amount of source crystals that erupted, as long as they occupied a spirit spring for a few days, it would be enough to double the financial resources of the entire sect. For a time, the sects and families that were already fighting each other became more and more unwilling to give in. Those sects that were originally harmonious looked at each other with some hostility. Men die for wealth, and birds die for food. This was an immutable truth. Yang Kai. Just as Yang Kai was looking around, Hua Qingxi had already rushed over with Zhang Ruoxi, Lu Yan, and Qin Chaoyang and landed beside him. At first sight of this strange scene, Hua Qingxi's beautiful eyes trembled in shock. She covered her red lips with her small hand and said in a trembling voice, "This. What's going on here? The spirit spring is erupting with source crystals. What do you think is going on?" Yang Kai grinned. Zhang Ruoxi was still young and didn't have much experience. This was the first time she had seen such a big scene. She was so shocked that her little face turned a little pale. Qin Chaoyang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. After a while, he arrived in front of the black shadow and took a closer look. Finally, he saw what it was. For a moment, Yang Kai was stunned in place, unable to speak for a long time. After a long while, he burst into laughter, feeling extremely carefree. He found that the behemoth in front of him was actually a source crystal lode. Pieces of fist-sized source crystals separated from the lode and then followed the flow of world energy, turning into 18 branches and shooting upwards. The source crystals collected by the cultivator above were obviously separated from this huge lode. The lode was bright, without the slightest impurity, and the quality was pure. Such a huge and pure source crystal lode was unlikely to be found in the entire star boundary. Only in ancient times would such a thing exist. Silently feeling the 18 undercurrents of world energy above the lode, Yang Kai fell into deep thought. The 18 spirit eyes are actually connected to each other? If that's the case, then if we take this mine away, then the people above. Yang Kai frowned and thought for a while, gradually unable to suppress the excitement in his heart. His huge divine sense rushed out of his knowledge sea like a flood dragon, turning into an invisible force that wrapped around the lode. The next moment, Yang Kai's expression changed, his cheeks turning pale as soybean-sized beads of sweat rolled down his forehead and his body trembled. He had underestimated the size of this lode. With the current strength of his divine sense, he could barely wrap it up, but he couldn't stuff it into the sealed world bead. The sealed world bead was a world of its own. Although it could collect anything, even living people, Yang Kai needed to use his divine sense to do so. Depending on the size of the object collected, the density of the world energy, and the strength of its resistance, the amount of divine sense required would vary. Just like when Yang Kai first took the embodiment into the sealed world bead, although the embodiment at that time did not resist Yang Kai and even cooperated with him, because of its size, Yang Kai still collapsed in an instant. The load in front of him was the same. Although it was undoubtedly many times smaller than when the embodiment had first taken shape, it was still a source crystal load with a surging amount of world energy. If he wanted to collect such an existence, Yang Kai estimated that if he tried to force it, his knowledge sea would be damaged. With this thought in mind, Yang Kai sent a message to the embodiment inside the sealed world bead. The next moment, the gap in the sealed world bead expanded leisurely, turning into a huge void crack that stretched in front of Yang Kai. Blue veins bulged on Yang Kai's forehead as his body trembled violently, his source chi fluctuating wildly. "Do it!" Yang Kai suddenly shouted. The next moment, two giant arms stretched out from the huge void crack. These two giant arms were extremely hard and had sharp edges. With a flick of his 10 fingers, a series of tiny void cracks appeared, transforming into a rain of needles that shot towards the black figure. The other party seemed to realize that the situation wasn't good and its figure flickered as it retreated from the battle, standing not far away as it tilted its head and stared at Yang Kai. This black figure's reaction wasn't very nimble, and could even be said to be very stiff and jerky, giving off the feeling that it hadn't moved for a long time. But Yang Kai instinctively felt that this was a formidable enemy. Buzz, a strange sound suddenly came from the black figure's body, and with this strange sound, Yang Kai suddenly felt a burning sensation in his lower abdomen. What? Yang Kai was shocked and quickly retreated. Even if he was facing a genuine powerhouse from the Emperor realm, he wouldn't be so flustered, but at this moment, he just wanted to get as far away from this black figure as possible. Because at that moment, the ancient demon sense that had been sealed in his lower abdomen seemed to have been affected by something and became restless. Fortunately, the Tsang tree's gold and silver seal was extremely mysterious and was able to suppress it immediately, otherwise Yang Kai would definitely become the demon race again. This black figure, was it related to the ancient great demon? An unimaginable thought popped up in Yang Kai's mind uncontrollably, and his face turned pale. Although the ancient demon sense in his lower abdomen only surged for a moment, it was obviously detected by the black figure. In an instant, his killing intent surged like a tide as an indescribable evil aura suddenly filled the air, and a pitch-black energy visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions. Demonic Qi! Yang Kai exclaimed. At this moment, he was completely sure that this black figure was really related to the ancient great demon, because the energy fluctuations between the two were almost exactly the same. Kill! A word suddenly jumped out of the black figure's throat, and then its figure flickered as it rushed in front of Yang Kai, swinging its fist. Under this punch, the world collapsed and the universe was in chaos. Yang Kai's eyes widened, and he didn't dare to be negligent. With a flick of his wrist, the myriad sword emperor artifact was instantly summoned. He leisurely swung his sword and slowly shouted, "Myriad sword, one man holds the pass." *Zhengzheng, the humming of the sword and the humming of the sword chi could be heard incessantly. A ring of light appeared in front of Yang Kai, turning into a solid barrier. When the black figure's fist smashed down, Yang Kai's body trembled, and his sword aura was almost disrupted. "Grandmaster Yang, this mistress will help you." Yi Jinghan's voice trembled, and it was obvious that she was frightened, but she still braced herself and flew over. Chapter 2271. Now that the 18 stars grand array had reappeared, this place was destined to be explored by countless masters. Even if he didn't take away this source crystal mine, someone else would. In other words, it was only a matter of time before the demonic war hammer reappeared. But what was unexpected was that the demonic war hammer had actually developed its own sentience in the flowing time Great Emperor and was able to take form. Thinking quickly, in the next moment, Yang Kai's sword intent changed from defensive to offensive. Million sword chi, moon swallows the wolf. Asterisk chi 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 chi, asterisk countless sword chi bombarded the artifact spirit in human form like a torrential rain, forcing it to retreat. The demonic chi on the surface of its body was tumbling, but it wasn't damaged in the slightest. It was a manifestation of the ancient demonic warhammer, which was at least at the level of an emperor artifact. It was extremely sturdy. If the demonic warhammer wasn't destroyed, no method would be able to hurt it, unless one used spiritual energy to directly attack its soul and erase its consciousness. Unfortunately, Yang Kai had just consumed too much of his divine sense to collect the source crystal mine, so it would be difficult for him to gather his divine sense again and use his soul secret technique in a short time. He could only use offense as a form of defense. As soon as the sword chi appeared, Yang Kai immediately retreated and flashed to Yi Jinghan's side, grabbing her with one hand and shouting, "Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them flew up at an extremely fast speed, following the direction of the surging world energy, straight into the sky. Above, at the 18 springs, many cultivators looked at each other with ugly expressions. Where are the source crystals? Where are the source crystals? Damn it, why aren't the source crystals erupting? What's going on? God knows what's going on. The other springs don't seem to be erupting source crystals either. Many of the cultivators looked around, all of them clamoring, all of them wanting to continue. After all, source crystals falling from the sky was a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. Moreover, they had encountered high-rank and mid-rank source crystals this time, so they were all overjoyed. Suddenly, there were no more source crystals. Apart from pure spiritual energy, there was nothing else that gushed out from the 18 springs. How could they not be depressed? Did something happen down there? Someone guessed. Why don't we go down and take a look? There might be some heaven-defying opportunity waiting for us down there, someone suggested. Everyone's expression changed when they heard this. Previously, everyone had been busy collecting source crystals and had no time to pay attention to anything else. Now that there were no more source crystals, they naturally wanted to go down and investigate. 18 Spirit Eyes. With so many source crystals, even a fool would not believe that there was nothing good down there. Therefore, everyone was tempted. Although they were tempted, they still understood the principle of shooting the bird that pokes its head out. Therefore, they looked at each other, and no one dared to be the first to eat crabs. Cough. Brother 4Cs. You have a profound cultivation base. Why don't you take the lead this time, and we'll follow you down? A middle-aged old man suddenly looked at another old man and said. The old man named Chi Si Hai coldly snorted and said unhappily, Brother Wu-Hu, are you joking? When we were collecting source crystals just now, you didn't ask this old master to take the lead. Now that we've encountered such a dangerous situation, you want this old master to go first. Are you insulting this old master's IQ or your own? Zhou Wuhu coughed dryly and said, Brother 4Cs, it's fine if you don't want to, but why do you have such a vicious mouth? Didn't you rinse your mouth after eating? Chi Si Hai said coldly, this old master is not stupid enough to be used at will. Zhou Wuhu curled his lips and cupped his fists again. Then, he turned to the octagonal door and said, Little brother Luo, this old master can see that your excellency's cultivation is amazing and his methods are heaven-defying. You must be a person with a great opportunity. Little brother, do you want to go down and investigate? Luo Yuan had come back at some point. Although he was in a sorry state after fighting with Gao Shan and Lu Shui, he was in high spirits. It seemed that he had gained a lot. Looking around, the people from Flying Saint Palace were nowhere to be seen. It was unknown whether they had been beaten away by Luo Yuan or not. "Old man, you're really insidious. If you want to go down yourself. Don't encourage my brother Luo." The round-faced woman at the octagonal door glared at Zhou Wuhu and shouted. Zhou Wuhu's face sank and he snorted, "Little girl, how can you speak like that? Can't you respect the old and love the young? Can't you see that this old master is already so old? Look at my beard and hair, they're all white." The round-faced woman snorted, "Since you're so old, why don't you just find a place to lie down and wait for death? What are you running around for? Do you want to die faster? Little girl, you really pissed this old master off." Zhou Wuhu trembled with anger. Qi Si Hai was gloating on the side, laughing happily. Something's wrong. Luo Yuan had not said a word, but was staring down at the high-rank spirit spring in front of him with a frown. At this moment, he suddenly said, as if he was facing a great enemy. "What?" The round-faced woman looked at him when she heard this. Luo Yuan's face became more and more dignified. Suddenly, he shouted, "Retreat." As soon as his words fell, he pushed his source chi and wrapped it around the disciples of the octagonal door before retreating 1,000 meters away. Gulyalu, at the high-rank spirit spring, bubbles suddenly appeared and the whole spirit spring seemed to be boiling. What's going on? Everyone looked at the spirit spring with a blank look on their faces. At that moment, a figure suddenly broke out of it, bringing with it a burst of crashing sounds. "There's someone down there? When did this guy go down? See, it's that evil star!" Everyone exclaimed, but after seeing that it was Yang Kai, their faces suddenly became ugly. They didn't know if the reason why the source crystals suddenly stopped erupting had something to do with him, but they didn't dare to ask. "How did he come out of our spirit spring?" The round-faced woman also looked at Yang Kai blankly, her brow furrowed in confusion. "So that's how it is." Luo Yuan, on the other hand, seemed to understand something and said thoughtfully, "It seems that these 18 spirit springs are actually connected to each other." Even if a true master from the Emperor realm was here, they would only be able to escape in the face of such an attack. It was impossible for them to take it head-on. The artifact spirit, however, did not move. It was unknown whether it was because of its lack of consciousness or because it had great confidence in its own abilities, but before the countless attacks arrived, it raised the war hammer in its hand high up. The war hammer flickered for a moment as the complex runes on it rolled and squirmed. Principal strength surged out, forming an invisible force that covered a radius of several thousand meters around the ground. Immediately after, the artifact spirit swung the hammer down fiercely. The hammer smashed into the void, shattering the space and creating a pitch-black hole. However, the shockwave seemed to have crossed the barrier of space and hit the chest of every cultivator who attacked. *pu. Under this blow, all the attacks were annihilated. Most of the cultivators turned pale, coughed up blood, and were sent flying backwards. The remaining cultivators also had ugly expressions as their chi and blood surged. Luo Yuan also let out a muffled groan as the burning sun golden wool collapsed on its own, failing to hurt the artifact spirit in the slightest. The same was true for Yang Kai. Suddenly, an invisible barrier appeared in front of Myriad's sword, preventing him from successfully sending his attack to the artifact spirit. The next moment, a huge force came from the barrier and slammed into him. *pu. Yang Kai coughed up a mouthful of golden blood and was sent flying like a ragged sack. His already bad condition worsened. *Hong Long Long. Suddenly, a buzzing sound came from the surroundings, and cracks appeared on the ground and the walls of the cave. Large and small stones fell from above, and the 18 spiritual essences were also affected by the aftershock. All of a sudden, all of them boiled up and erupted together. The impact made the underground space even more unstable, and there were signs of it collapsing at any time. Not good, this place is going to collapse. Run. Little brat surnamed Yang, you incited us to attack. If I die, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Someone shouted as he fled. Yang Kai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and retorted, men die for wealth, birds die for food. You make your own choices and you bear the consequences. Did I incite you? If I tell you to eat shit, will you eat it? Bastard! The man shouted angrily, but he did not dare to stop and could only flee desperately. The underground space became lively in an instant as everyone was busy running for their lives. Yang Kai wanted to take Hua Qingxi and the others back into the sealed world bead, but when he saw the artifact spirit glaring at him, he could only grit his teeth and say, "You go on your own." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flickered and he rushed off in a certain direction. The artifact spirit did not give up and chased after him. After a short while, accompanied by a loud buzzing sound, the earth trembled and a huge pit suddenly appeared in the wilderness 2,000 kilometers away from Maplewood City. The world energy in this pit had turned into liquid and gradually accumulated, the level of the liquid slowly rising, as if it was about to turn into a spirit lake. Asterisk shio shio shio, asterisk rays of light burst out from the ground and one by one, the cultivators fled with lingering fear, their faces pale. In a certain direction, Yang Kai and the artifact spirit were chasing after each other as fast as lightning. Ha ha ha. There was a path to heaven but you refused to take it, there was no door to hell but you chose to throw yourself into it. Left and right protectors, listen to my order, capture this brat for me. This young master will teach him how to behave properly. Suddenly, there was a burst of arrogant laughter in front of them. Yang Kai said, "Two elders, can't you see that he is not a living thing, but an artifact spirit? Look at the hammer in his hand, that is an ancient emperor artifact." What? Gao Shan and Flowing Water trembled once, twice, thrice as they stared at the demonic war hammer in horror. Gradually, a look of fanatical greed flashed across their faces. Yang Kai struck while the iron was hot, two elders have profound cultivations. Your strength is extraordinary, but you have been trapped at the peak of the Tao Source realm for countless years. The heavens are really jealous of your talents. If you can obtain this Emperor artifact and comprehend the mysteries of the Great Tao, you may be able to take a step further and break through the shackles of the Emperor realm. You may even become an overlord in the future. No matter how eloquent you are. Gao Shan turned his head and glanced coldly at Yang Kai. This old master is inevitably tempted. Yang Kai smiled and said, treasures belong to those who are fated to obtain them. The group of trash below can't do anything to this artifact spirit. Only two elders have the strength to subdue it. As long as you can erase its consciousness, this emperor artifact will belong to you. You too can do it, I have high hopes for you. After saying so, he leaped back a few dozen meters, clenched his fist, and shook it up and down, as if he was cheering for Gao Shan and Flowing Water. Gudong. Both Gao Shan and Flowing Water swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Although they knew that this artifact spirit was definitely not to be trifled with, how could they not be tempted with such a precious treasure in front of them? Looking at each other, the two shouted in unison, do it. As soon as the words fell, a light flashed in Gao Shan's hand and the ancient zither artifact appeared. He sat cross-legged in the air and placed the zither across his knees. When his 10 fingers plucked the strings, a tinkling sound suddenly rang out. Flowing Water also took out his flute and placed it under his lips, blowing it slowly. Two completely different tunes resounded through the world in an instant. They contained the great Tao and perfectly complemented each other, forming an impact visible to the naked eye that enveloped the artifact spirit. Yang Kai was not far away, so he wasn't targeted, but after hearing this voice, he suddenly felt his divine sense become somewhat dazed. It was as if this voice had a life of its own and was actively drilling into his ears, transforming into a strange force that affected his mind. Yang Kai's heart trembled as he silently circulated his secret art to resist the sound attack. On the other side, the artifact spirit was the first to bear the brunt of the two old men's sound attack, and the impact it suffered was even more significant. Although it had taken human form, it did not have much intelligence. Strictly speaking, the sound attack of Gao Shan and flowing water could be considered a spiritual energy attack, which was precisely the right medicine to restrain the artifact spirit. Therefore, as soon as the tune was played, the crimson light in the artifact spirit's eyes flickered and the demonic chi on its body was constantly tumbling, as if it had been greatly affected. The war hammer in its hand also did not fall for a long time. Seeing this scene, Gao Shan and flowing water were overjoyed and worked even harder to urge their divine technique, seemingly wanting to take down the artifact spirit in one fell swoop. Ning Yuan Shu was also watching intently, secretly excited, praying that Gao Shan and flowing water would succeed as soon as possible. If the two old men could succeed, then this warhammer would definitely be brought back to Flying Saint Palace. This ancient emperor artifact definitely contained great secrets. If his father could comprehend and refine it, it would definitely greatly increase his strength. At that time, the status of Flying Saint Palace would also rise, and his status would also rise. How could he not be excited? On the other side, Yang Kai sat cross-legged, seizing every moment to restore his strength. At this moment, Gao Shan and flowing water were restraining the artifact spirit, so he naturally had to seize such a good opportunity. Although this artifact spirit was ferocious, it was not impossible to restrain it. Yang Kai had just consumed too much of his strength in collecting the source crystal load, so he was powerless. As long as he was given a little time to recover, he would be able to teach this artifact spirit a lesson. In the wilderness, the sound of the ancient zither and flute rang out, fluctuating up and down, creating a wonderful sound. Along with the ups and downs of the tune, energy constantly converged and rushed towards the artifact spirit, causing the light on its body to flicker wildly. The cultivator that had escaped from underground was also attracted by the movement here and gradually came over to watch from a distance. Seeing this situation, Gao Shan and flowing water's faces couldn't help sinking, lest they end up benefiting someone else, especially when they saw Luo Yuan among the crowd. Both of them became even more nervous. The previous battle with Luo Yuan was, to put it nicely, a draw, but in fact, both of them had suffered a crushing defeat. After all, the two old men had joined forces while Luo Yuan was only one person. A rising star being able to suppress the two old men and force them to flee was already an obvious victory. With such misgivings in their hearts, the two old men exchanged a glance and immediately understood each other's intentions. In the next moment, the rhythm of the tune changed abruptly, suddenly becoming like a powerful army. As the sound changed, the shockwaves visible to the naked eye actually transformed into thousands of soldiers and horses that rumbled towards the artifact spirit. As the sound waves raged, the heavens and earth lost all color. Roar! At this moment, the artifact spirit, who seemed to be suppressed by the sound waves, suddenly roared. Its flickering red eyes suddenly stabilized and an unimaginably violent aura surged from it. The war hammer in its hand that had been raised high suddenly fell down. In an instant, the wind and clouds suddenly changed and the demonic energy in the sky surged and was pulled by the war hammer into a vortex that poured down like a funnel. Kong, star. When the war hammer hit the void, the space around it shattered like a mirror and a halo of light spread out like a sharp blade, cutting through the thousands of soldiers and horses formed by the sound waves. The sound waves dissipated like paper paste. The zither in Gao Shan's hand let out a clanging sound as the strings broke. Flowing Water's flute also let out a cracking sound as several cracks appeared on it. Not good. The two old men's complexion changed wildly as they hurriedly tried to resist. Even after nearly 2 years, the world-extinguishing black flames showed no signs of extinguishing and continued to burn fiercely on the mountain. That area had been completely scorched. Not a single blade of grass grew within a radius of 100 kilometers. There was only black flames that filled the sky. Although this place was desolate and dilapidated, it had become a blessed land for many cultivators cultivating the fire attribute divine technique. Many cultivators who majored in the fire attribute divine technique or secret art would travel tens of thousands of kilometers to this place to comprehend the mysterious power contained in the world-extinguishing black flames. After all, this was a divine flame left behind by an ancient divine spirit and possessed infinite power. If one could refine even a trace of it, they would benefit from it for the rest of their life. Yang Kai had long heard that there were many fire attribute cultivators gathered in Clear Jade Mountain. He had also thought about bringing Lu Yen here to try and absorb the world-extinguishing black flames. After all, Lu Yen could even refine the Wan Feng's feather into his body, so there was no reason why he couldn't absorb the world-extinguishing black flames. However, these thoughts were just thoughts. During this time, Yang Kai had been too busy to leave. Using a series of space secret techniques, Yang Kai arrived at Clear Jade Mountain in just a moment, arriving at the place where the Luan Feng had ravaged. Glancing around, Yang Kai found that there were indeed many cultivators gathered here, each of them emitting a violent and scorching aura. Obviously, all of them cultivated fire attribute secret arts or secret techniques. Noticing Yang Kai's arrival, many people opened their eyes and glanced at him before no longer paying him any attention. As Yang Kai swept the area with his divine sense, his face couldn't help but sink. Because he found that there was no decent cultivator here. Most of them were Origin Kings or even Origin Returning Realm cultivators. There were very few Dao Source Realm cultivators, and even if there were a few, they were only from the First Order Dao Source Realm, so they wouldn't be of much use. Yang Kai had hoped to rely on the cultivator here to help him block the artifact spirit, but now it seemed that this plan was ruined. But soon, Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he stared at a certain spot in the center of the black flames. Over there was a safe zone about 30 meters in radius, and the black flames did not spread to that location. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai said, "Everyone, there will soon be danger here. If you don't want to die, leave quickly." As soon as these words came out, many cultivators woke up from their meditation, opened their eyes, and glared at him with dissatisfaction. Someone even laughed meaningfully and threatened, "Boy, what did you just say? If you have the guts, say it again." However, the black flame here had been burning for a long time, and without the support of the Luan Feng's body, its power was much weaker. Even so, it wouldn't be so easy to extinguish it. The artifact spirit seemed to be aware of the danger and kept urging his strength to extinguish the flames, but he was unable to do so and his mood slowly became irritable. He raised the demonic war hammer and swung it at himself. With this blow, a buzzing sound rang out and the power of the artifact spirit's aura fluctuated wildly. Yang Kai's eyes shrank and he said in horror, "So ruthless." Although the artifact spirit was born from the demonic war hammer, hitting his own body like this could lead to some unpredictable consequences if he wasn't careful. The artifact spirit was obviously not intelligent enough and was just doing it casually. But this time, it actually had a miraculous effect. The flames from the black war hammer seemed to have dimmed a lot. Seeing this, the artifact spirit tilted his head and thought for a while, as if he had found a good way, then he picked up the war hammer and kept hitting the burning places on his body. Yang Kai looked on coldly and felt that he would probably be busy for a while, so he immediately calmed down and coldly snorted, "Have fun, this young master will teach you how to behave." Chapter 2275. After saying so, Yang Kai closed his eyes and concentrated, seizing every moment to restore his strength. He had swallowed a lot of spirit pills earlier, so the medicinal efficacies had condensed in his flesh and meridians, causing his source chi to show signs of being blocked. What he needed to do now was to completely dissolve the medicinal efficacies and guide them into every part of his body. The artifact spirit was still outside the range of the black flames, constantly pounding its body with its war hammer as it busied itself. Time passed slowly, and after an hour, the artifact spirit barely managed to extinguish the small flames on its body. However, after experiencing the scene just now, the artifact spirit seemed to have realized that the black flames were not to be trifled with and did not dare to rush in again. It just stood outside and roared constantly, anxiously trying to provoke Yang Kai. Yang Kai did not pay any attention to it and simply sat cross-legged in meditation, adjusting his strength. After another hour, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, and his expression was no longer weak and tired as before. Instead, his eyes were shining brightly. He stood up and grinned at the artifact spirit, "You're dead." Roar. The artifact spirit roared angrily. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he directly teleported out of the area covered by the black flames. The next moment, he rushed in front of the artifact spirit, his eyes shining like stars as he stared directly into the artifact spirit's scarlet eyes. "Look at me!" Yang Kai shouted in a low voice. It was unknown whether the artifact spirit could understand him, but it instinctively raised its head and stared at Yang Kai. When their eyes met, Yang Kai's left eye flickered with a golden light as he activated his demon eye of annihilation. A soul-absorbing and soul-stabilizing force surged out and suppressed the artifact spirit. The artifact spirit's expression froze. The next moment, the phantom image of a war blade suddenly appeared in Yang Kai's eyes. In a flash, it floated in the knowledge sea of the artifact spirit. This war blade was less than a meter long and was exquisitely carved, with dragons and phoenixes carved into its hilt. It exuded a powerful aura. The soul-splitting blade. This was the first time Yang Kai had used this emperor artifact after refining it. The artifact spirit was an emperor artifact after all, so Yang Kai did not dare to be careless, so he immediately used his strongest attack. The soul-splitting blade buzzed incessantly. A halo spread out from the blade, and countless complicated and arcane runes wrapped around the blade. Yang Kai shouted, "Heaven-shattering slash." As soon as he finished speaking, the soul-splitting blade. Roar. The artifact spirit seemed to have suffered a great deal of damage. It roared in pain and its entire body became illusory, as if it would collapse at any moment. The heaven-shattering slash was a soul-secret technique that Yang Kai had learned from Tian Yen. During this period of time, he had been using this secret technique to refine the soul-splitting saber whenever he had the time. However, it was also because Yang Kai's cultivation was too low and because he had only refined it for a short period of time. He hadn't completely refined the soul-severing blade, so there was still a lot of room for improvement. Under this blow, the artifact spirit stumbled back, without the slightest strength to resist. The light on its body dimmed, showing signs of collapsing. On the contrary, he became even more ferocious. He raised the war hammer in his hand high and smashed it down at Yang Kai. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, and he cursed inwardly. In a moment of desperation, a snow-white lotus bud appeared in his left eye. Blossoming lotus. The flower bud disappeared in a flash and appeared in the artifact spirit's knowledge sea, slowly blooming with his spiritual energy as the source. With two soul secret techniques and a soul emperor artifact, Yang Kai almost used all his trump cards to make the artifact spirit's movement stiffen. In his left eye, a stream of golden blood slowly flowed down. As the lotus flower gradually bloomed, the light on the artifact spirit's body became dimmer and dimmer, and in the blink of an eye, it became transparent. Soon, only the illusory image of the lotus flower was left where the artifact spirit was originally. After it fully bloomed, it exploded with a bang, leaving only the war hammer in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai gasped for breath, his face pale and bloodless, but before he could do anything, the war hammer flickered slightly and tried to escape. "It's not dead yet?" Yang Kai exclaimed. This artifact spirit had taken 2 of his soul's secret techniques in a row but had not been killed on the spot. Its tenacity was beyond his expectations. But that was it. Seeing that the war hammer was about to escape, Yang Kai directly threw out the sealed world bead and formed a series of hand seals. Under the influence of space principles, a void crack suddenly appeared on the surface of the sealed world bead. "Stop him!" Yang Kai roared. From the void crack, a giant arm suddenly stretched out. It was the arm of the embodiment. The embodiment spread its 5 fingers and pressed down like a mountain, sealing the space around it and making it impossible for the war hammer to escape. Immediately, he stretched out his hand and grasped the war hammer in the palm of his hand before taking it back into the sealed world bead. The void crack also gradually disappeared. Yang Kai fell to the ground, feeling unwell all over his body. The little bit of strength he had managed to recover with great difficulty had been exhausted once again. His eyes were filled with stars, and when he tried to stand up, he fell to the ground again. A fragrant wind blew over and supported his body. Yang Kai turned his head with difficulty and saw Lu Yan's face at once. "Master, are you okay?" Lu Yan asked nervously. Yang Kai shook his head with difficulty and turned his head to look around. When he found that Wuxia Xianxia had also followed him, he immediately understood that the 2 of them should have arrived a long time ago but had been hiding in the distance. After noticing the situation here, they showed up to help. However, they did not expect that the battle here would end so quickly. In fact, if Yang Kai had not consumed too much of his strength to collect the source crystal load, he would not have been entangled with the artifact spirit for so long. Although the artifact spirit was an emperor artifact, it was restrained by soul attacks. Yang Kai's soul secret technique was extremely powerful, so as long as he recovered enough spiritual energy, it would not be difficult for him to deal with the artifact spirit. "I'm fine." Yang Kai shook his head and asked weakly, "Where is Ruoshi?" Under the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique, a steady stream of world energy from the source crystal load rushed into the embodiment's body, like thousands of streams returning to the sea. The embodiment said, "Don't worry, I have divided this mountain into 2. The other half is for you to use." Yang Kai nodded, "That would be for the best. If you have time, break the other half for me. Who knows, maybe one day I'll need source crystals. I'll recover first, I'll tell you the details later." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai's figure flashed and appeared near the medicine garden, sitting down cross-legged. There was an immortal tree in the medicine garden, so its vitality was abundant. Although he was not seriously injured before, he had consumed too much of his strength. With the immortal tree's vitality replenishment, he could recover faster. With a thought, the world energy in the sealed world bead converged towards the place where Yang Kai was sitting. In an instant, the world energy around him showed signs of condensing into a liquid. Yang Kai opened his mind and body, circulating his secret art and absorbing the world energy to his heart's content. His aura calmed down quickly and his strength was quickly restored. Chapter 2276. Half an hour later, Yang Kai was full of energy again. His face was ruddy and his eyes were bright. He was no longer as weak and disheveled as before. Yang Kai stopped his secret art and reappeared in front of the embodiment in a flash. The huge embodiment seemed to have sensed something and opened its eyes to look at Yang Kai. Looking at each other, Yang Kai said, "The artifact spirit doesn't seem to have been completely erased. There is still a trace of its soul hiding in the war hammer. Be careful." The embodiment grinned and spread his fingers. "Are you talking about this?" Yang Kai fixed his eyes and saw a mass of black chi condensing in the embodiment's palm. It seemed to have a mind of its own, trying to escape from his control. However, this was the small sealed world. The embodiment and Yang Kai's divine sense were connected. With a single thought, he could use the small sealed world's principles, so how could the black chi escape? Although it was held in the palm of his hand, it was suppressed and locked down by the surrounding world, like a beast trapped in a cage. "Did you force it out?" Yang Kai showed a surprised look. The embodiment shook his head. "It escaped by itself." "What happened?" Yang Kai's eyes widened. The embodiment chuckled. "It probably sensed danger." Yang Kai was stunned. "What did you do?" "It's nothing." The embodiment patted his stomach and said casually, "I just ate the war hammer." Upon hearing this, Yang Kai's mouth twitched and he wailed, "Will there be a problem?" "That's an ancient demonic artifact, an emperor artifact. If you rashly swallow it, it will be harmful to your body. The heaven-devouring great emperor's secret art can devour anything. What's a trivial demon weapon?" The embodiment smiled proudly. "You haven't cultivated this secret art, so you don't know its mysteries. But don't worry, since I dared to do this, I naturally have a certain degree of confidence. Not to mention the spirit of the demon weapon, if I'm stronger, I'll be able to devour the demonic spirit sealed in your body. I can also devour it." Yang Kai's body shook and he exclaimed, "Is that possible? Then wouldn't this cultivation method be invincible?" The practicing body laughed and said, "Probably only this body of mine can do it. If you practice it, you will definitely fail. Although your body is strong enough, it can't withstand the pollution of the pure demonic chi. If you practice the combat technique of the heaven-devouring great emperor, I'm afraid it won't be long before you lose your mind and become a killing machine." Yang Kai nodded and said, "I understand, that old fart Wu Meng Shan is really up to no good, but I don't know why he taught me this secret art. What is his goal?" The embodiment said, "I'm afraid he didn't expect you to be able to resist the temptation to cultivate this technique and hand it over to me." Yang Kai was indifferent for a while before he replied, "If it weren't for you, I might have really tried to cultivate. After all, the reputation of the heaven-devouring great emperor is too great. I'm afraid no one can resist this temptation." At this point, Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Forget it. You can refine and devour it. If you can really refine this demonic battle weapon, it will be of great benefit to you." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai's figure flickered and he left the small sealed world bead and reappeared in clear Jade Mountain. Looking around, Hua Qingxi was sitting cross-legged on the ground with her back against a big tree, studying the sealed world bead in her hand with great interest. Yang Kai glanced at her and saw that she didn't seem to have any intention of returning to her senses, so he stretched out his hand and took back the sealed world bead. Looking at the scene here, Yang Kai understood that this place would definitely become a cultivation holy land in the entire southern territory and even the star boundary. Sooner or later, it would be controlled by the top forces. Once that happened, it would be impossible for an ordinary cultivator to enter. At the very least, they would have to pay a certain price. Yang Kai was not the only one who could see this point. Basically, all the Dao Source Realm cultivators understood this and knew that this opportunity would not come again. Therefore, they were seizing the time to cultivate here as much as possible. If nothing unexpected happened, the news of the Spirit Lake appearing in Maplewood City would have already spread to the various sects. At most, it would take 3 days. Masters from the Emperor realm would arrive here and take over this spirit lake. Yang Kai saw the Dao Source realm cultivator from before, as well as Qin Chaoyang and the others. Zhang Ruoxi and Yi Jinghan were together with Qin Chaoyang and the others, occupying a good spot in the middle of the spirit lake. Yang Kai did not greet them. Instead, he quietly found a spot and dived down. There were also many cultivating under the lake. Yang Kai used his nihility secret technique to conceal his aura and vitality fluctuations. Under the rich world energy, it was impossible to detect Yang Kai's existence unless one observed closely with their eyes. He went all the way down and came to the place where the 18 spirit springs were previously. There was no one here. Perhaps it was because the demonic war hammer had taken shape, so everyone was very wary of the bottom. They did not dare to go too deep. They were afraid of encountering danger. Yang Kai was happy to see this. He released his divine sense and found the center of the 18 spirit springs. Then, he took out the sealed world bead and opened a gap in the small sealed world. He allowed the spirit liquid to flow into the sealed world bead while he sat cross-legged and consolidated his second-order Dao Source realm cultivation. Because the world principles in the small sealed world were not perfect, it was impossible to derive its own world energy, so it was impossible to maintain such a good cultivation environment. It could only be replenished from the outside world. Naturally, this was the best time to replenish it. Yang Kai did not have much time before the masters from the Emperor realm arrived. Once the masters from the Emperor realm arrived, he would not be able to collect world energy like this. Gradually, Yang Kai entered a meditative state. His mind was clear and he was not disturbed by external things. At the same time, the cultivator cultivating around the spirit lake discovered a bizarre scene. This lake, why isn't it spreading outwards? Huh? It's true. Not only is it not spreading, but it's also slowly falling. Could it be that this spirit lake is just a flash in the pan and will disappear in a few days? Shut your mouth. It's not easy for such a cultivation holy land to appear in Maplewood City. How could it disappear so easily? It's just a normal phenomenon for the lake water to fall. It will stabilize soon. Although many cultivators noticed the abnormality, they did not know the reason. Even those Dao Source realm masters could not figure out why. However, such a good opportunity to cultivate was obviously not the time to investigate all of this. So, the lake only stirred for a while before it calmed down again. Thousands of people gathered here. The closer to the periphery, the more people there were. There were even more cultivators who heard the news from Maplewood City and rushed here to join the cultivation army. The scene was spectacular. Normally, with so many cultivators cultivating together, the world energy would definitely not be sufficient. But now, the world energy was so dense that it formed a lake. Chapter 2277. The moment Yang Kai appeared, several figures suddenly appeared above the spirit lake, accompanied by a series of swishing sounds. These people stood high up in the air and did not deliberately release their auras, but when they appeared, all the cultivators who were cultivating here were shocked and turned to look at them. After seeing the faces of these people, the sound of gasps could be heard. Azure Sun Temples Gao Shueting. Heavenly Martial Holy Lands Chen Wen Hao. Orthodoxy Temples Feng Ming. Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce's Zheng Yuan. Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's Lu Qi. Even Master Shao of Star Soul Palace is here. These 6 people were familiar faces to the countless cultivators in Maplewood City. When the Luan Feng appeared last time, these 6 people had come to Maplewood City to investigate. In the end, they presided over the opening of Star Soul Palace's 5-colored treasure pagoda, allowing Maplewood City's cultivators to gain experience inside. They had thought that being able to see the faces of these 6 masters last time was already a blessing from the heavens, and that it would be impossible to see them again in this life. But they did not expect that in less than 2 years, these 6 people would gather together again and return to Maplewood City. For a small city like Maplewood City, this was simply impossible. Normally, even in 10 or 20 years, there might not be a single cultivator from the Emperor Realm passing by here, but now, the Emperor Realm actually came here every few days. For a time, the Spirit Lake was so silent that one could hear a pin drop as everyone looked up in awe. The 6 people seemed to have thought of this as well. Wuxia Violet Source Chamber of Commerce smiled and said, "This old master has always felt that Maplewood City was a bit unusual. He had long wanted to set up a branch here. But I never had the time to deal with it. Now it seems that setting up a branch is inevitable." Although Violet Source Chamber of Commerce also had properties in Maplewood City, such as the Spirit Pill Plaza that Kong Si Ran once managed, a branch and a property were 2 different things. A branch was a symbol of a chamber of commerce, and there must be a master in charge to coordinate the overall situation. As for a property, it could be big or small. Spirit Pill Plaza was a very small shop, so small that if it were not for the major events that happened in Maplewood City, Wuxia would not have even heard of it. But Wuxia knew the situation of every branch like the back of his hand. If the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce really set up a branch here, it would definitely be able to drive the economic development of Maplewood City to a great extent. In time, Maplewood City would no longer be an unknown small city. Hindsight. Tseng Yuan sneered. The 7 Glories Chamber of Commerce and the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce were the 2 largest chambers of commerce in the Southern Territory, and the competition between them was fierce. Tseng Yuan and Wuxia were both vice president of the Chamber of Commerce, so they naturally didn't see eye to eye with each other. At this moment, after hearing Wuxia's words, Tseng Yuan couldn't help but curse at him, "Damn fatty, if you really have such foresight. Why are you only telling me now?" Wuxia squinted at Tseng Yuan. He snorted and said, "My foresight is not something a mortal like you can look up to. Brag as much as you can. Bragging is free." Tseng Yuan said disdainfully. Wuxia shouted angrily before turning to Xiao Yuyang and cupping his fists, "Master Xiao, Wuxia requests to fight this horse-faced monster to the death." Tseng Yuan's eyebrows twitched and veins popped out on his forehead. He gritted his teeth and said, "What are you talking about? Who are you calling a horse-faced monster?" As he spoke, his already long cheeks became even longer. Wuxia squinted at him and snorted, "Then who are you calling a damn fatty?" Tseng Yuan sneered, "You don't allow others to call you fat? If you have the ability, cut off the fat on your belly." As he spoke, he reached out and patted Wuxia's big belly with a smile. Wuxia took a few steps back and shouted, "Hey, you horse-faced monster, you can talk, but don't get physical." He turned to look at Xiao Yuyang and said, "Master Xiao, you saw it too, this guy is going too far. This old master will fight him to the death today." "Enough, enough." Xiao Yuyang sweated profusely, "Both of you are businessmen. Don't you understand the principle of making money peacefully? What's the point of fighting and killing as soon as you meet? Is it fun to make a fool of yourself in front of the little guys below?" When the 2 heard this, they looked down and saw countless pairs of eyes staring at them with their mouths wide open, as if they were surprised that the Emperor Realm was like this. "It's really shameful to stand with you." Gao Shueting looked at the 2 with contempt. Our status and prestige have been dragged down," Chen Wenhao said expressionlessly. Feng Ming grinned from the side as his eyes flashed. Suddenly, his expression changed and he turned to look in a certain direction, asking curiously, "Hey, isn't that the little brat who refined the extraordinary treasure pill? Why is he in Maplewood City?" Following his gaze, everyone looked at Yang Kai. "It really is him." Xiao Yuyang smiled slightly, "Speaking of which, I always felt that this little brat looked familiar. It turns out that we met in Maplewood City before. This little brat is a talent, my Violet Source Chamber of Commerce wants him." Lu Qi looked at Yang Kai with shining eyes. Tsing Yuan snorted, he probably already has a sect, so why are you trying to rope him in? Lu Qi sneered, with this Lu personally making an appearance, which sect would dare not give him face? Horse-faced, this old master is telling you, if you dare to compete with me this time, I will fight you to the death. Tsing Yuan furrowed his brow and remained silent, as if he was considering the gains and losses. Gao Shueting said lightly, Vice President Lu, did you ask for my opinion before making such a decision on your own? Hearing this, Lu Qi's eyes widened and he looked at Gao Shueting in shock. What does this have to do with Elder Gao? Gao Shueting stroked her hair behind her ear and said calmly, this little brat is already one of my people, Gudong. A series of gulping sounds rang out as Xiao Yuyang's eyes flashed with surprise as he stared at Gao Shueting. Your people? Lu Qi stuttered. He felt as if there was a lot of information hidden in this sentence. Tsing Yuan was dumbfounded and said weakly, Temple Master Wen, doesn't have any objections? What objections can he have? Gao Shueting looked at Tsing Yuan blankly, not knowing what he meant by this, but soon, she seemed to have thought of something and her face turned cold. A blush appeared on her pretty face. Her tender body trembled as the Emperor Artifact Radiant Sun Mirror floated above her head. Flames spewed out from the mirror, causing her skin to burn. Gao Shueting said coldly, if you dare to think about it without permission, this queen will cut you into 18 pieces. Why is it such a clear number like 18 pieces? Is there anything special about it? Lu Qi was a businessman after all. As soon as he heard the number, he wanted to take it seriously. That's not the point. Tsing Yuan glanced at Lu Qi contemptuously, then looked at Gao Shueting and said, so, this little brat is already a disciple of Azure Sun Temple? Gao Shueting snorted coldly and put away the radiant sun mirror without answering, looking unfathomable. How could she tell everyone that she tried to rope in Yang Kai but was rejected by him? It would be too embarrassing if she said it out loud. She was an elder of a great force like Azure Sun Temple, and she had personally tried to rope in a Dao Source Realm cultivator, but she still failed. No one would believe her if she didn't tell them. Xiao Yuyang smiled slightly and said, Lan Sun admires this little brat very much and feels that he will definitely achieve great things in the future. Since Elder Gao has accepted this little brat, this Xiao must congratulate you. Master Xiao is too polite, Gao Shueting replied lightly. While they were talking, they kept looking in the direction of Yang Kai. This caused the people around Yang Kai to feel a mountain of pressure. Cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. Most people were surprised. They didn't know why Yang Kai was the focus of so many masters. Well, since everyone is here, let's deal with the Spirit Lake first. Xiao Yuyang changed the topic and looked at the Spirit Lake below, his eyes flashing as he said, before coming here, I learned a little about the situation here, but I didn't expect the world energy here to be so rich. Chen Wenhao's expression changed and he quickly asked, how does it compare to Star Palace's heaven-grade cultivation Holy Land? Everyone else also looked at Xiao Yuyang curiously, wanting to know how powerful Star Soul Palace's heaven-grade cultivation Holy Land was. Xiao Yuyang was silent for a while before saying, it's slightly inferior. But it's not far off. As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. The spirit lake below them had the densest spirit qi they had ever seen in their lives. None of the cultivation grounds in their own sect could compare to it, but it still couldn't compare to the heaven-grade cultivation sacred land of Star Soul Palace. It could be imagined just how rich the spirit qi in a heaven-grade cultivation sacred land was. It was no wonder that Star Soul Palace could dominate the southern territory for so long. Ignoring the top masters like the Bright Moon Great Emperors, just Star Soul Palace's heaven-grade cultivation Holy Land alone could produce countless masters, enough to meet the needs of a sect. Realizing the gap, everyone felt a little lonely. Let's not talk about this for now. There are 18 spirit springs below this spirit lake, and the world energy in these spirit springs is endless, which is why the spirit lake is formed. If they are allowed to continue like this, I'm afraid it won't be long before they dry up. We need to seal this place first. Xiao Yuyang looked at Lu Qi as he spoke. Brother Lu, I remember that your Emperor Artifact Duality record has the effect of sealing and suppressing, right? Lu Qi smiled proudly. Master Xiao has a good memory. Xiao Yuyang said, then I'll have to trouble Brother Lu. Lu Qi said, this Lu will naturally obey Master Xiao's orders. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward with a solemn expression. Chapter 2278. Isn't it just a book? How did it become an emperor artifact? Zhang Ruoshi hadn't seen much of the world, so she didn't hold back when she spoke, so she asked directly. Duan Yuan Shan smiled and said, artifacts come in many forms, and they don't necessarily have to be swords, spears, or sticks. However, the more peculiar an artifact is, the more peculiar its power is. I have heard of this dual rights record. It is said that it was originally an ancient book, but after absorbing a lot of Emperor aura and Emperor intent from the Emperor realm, it gradually turned into an Emperor artifact and was obtained by Master Lu Qi. It is extremely powerful. Zhang Ruoshi was confused and didn't understand how powerful it was. However, the few Dao Source Realm cultivators all had solemn expressions as they stared at the Emperor artifact in Lu Qi's hand. They were secretly excited, thinking about how great it would be if they could one day reach the Emperor realm and obtain an Emperor artifact. In the sky, Lu Qi's expression was solemn as he formed a series of seals and patted the dual rights record a few times. With a whoosh, the heavy dual rights record flew out and floated above the spirit lake, releasing a mysterious aura. Lu Qi's body surged with Emperor intent and Emperor pressure filled the air. His hands were constantly forming seals as he muttered, Tai Chi gives birth to Yin and Yang become the 4 divisions become the 8 trigrams, and the 8 trigrams return to the 10 directions. As he muttered, the dual rights record suddenly flipped on its own. The pages of the book rustled, and as the pages flipped, a large amount of golden light flew out, radiating in all directions like a weeping willow. The golden light contained an indescribable power fluctuation, as if it could seal a part of the world and turn it into a cage. Lu Qi's hand seals became faster and faster, and his expression became more and more solemn. Leisurely, he stopped his hand seals. He shouted in a low voice, Yuan Ji. Hong, the golden light shone so brightly that people couldn't open their eyes. At this moment, almost all the cultivators gathered around the spirit lake were pushed back by an invisible and gentle force, but they weren't hurt at all. They were pushed back 1,000 feet before they could stabilize themselves. When the golden light dissipated, everyone looked up and their jaws dropped. Above the spirit lake. At this moment, a golden semicircular light screen appeared, directly covering the area around the spiritual lake, completely sealing off the spiritual qi around it. The entire spiritual lake covered an area of 10,000 feet, but Lu Qi had sealed and suppressed it with his own strength. Moreover, after the incident, he did not blush and his heart did not skip a beat, as if he had just done a trivial thing. The eyes of all the Dao Source Realm cultivators lit up as they yearned for it. He fantasized about the day when he would have such great power. And after doing all this, Lu Qi turned around and cupped his fists towards Xiao Yuyang. Fortunately, I did not fail. Xiao Yuyang nodded, many thanks. After he finished speaking, he took a step forward and glanced down. All the cultivator gathered here couldn't help but puff out their chests. Everyone felt that under Xiao Yuyang's sweeping gaze, they were no exception. He was looking at him. He was being watched by a Silver Star emissary of Star Soul Palace. Who would dare to not behave properly? Xiao Yuyang said loudly, the spiritual lake has suddenly appeared in Maplewood City, and it is a blessing for our southern territory. However, although the spiritual qi of the spiritual lake is rich, if it is left alone, it will dry up one day, so it needs to be sealed first. As for how to use this spiritual lake to benefit the common people, I will need to discuss it carefully with the master. As he spoke, he suddenly looked at Duan Yuan Shan and said with a pleasant expression, "City Lord Duan, you are the City Lord of Maplewood City. Come and join us." Duan Yuan Shan was flattered and his face flushed. He cupped his fists and said, "It is this Duan's honor to be invited by the master." Xiao Yuyang nodded and said in a clear voice, "But rest assured, since this spirit lake has appeared in Maplewood City, no one will be able to take it away. We will not forcibly occupy it and will open it to everyone after we discuss it properly. Just wait for the good news." "What? The spiritual lake will be opened? Are you serious? Did I hear it wrong?" These words came from Master Zhao's mouth, so they can't be false. Master Xiao is good. Star Soul Palace is indeed the overlord sect of our southern territory, so generous. The group of cultivator thought that they would not have a share of the spiritual lake in the future, but when they heard Xiao Yuyang's words, they all burst into an uproar and joy appeared on their faces. However, there were quite a few people who seemed to be deep in thought. Xiao Yuyang's identity and status were high, so it was impossible for him to lie in front of so many people. If he said that the spiritual lake would be opened in the future, then it would definitely be opened. But, if there was a cultivator who wanted to enter the spiritual lake to cultivate in the future, it would not be so simple. At the very least, they would have to meet certain conditions or pay a certain price. Otherwise, if any Tom, Dick, or Harry could enter, this spiritual lake would not be able to accommodate all of them. It was conceivable that in less than a month, the news of Maplewood City's spiritual lake would spread throughout the entire Southern Territory. At that time, some independent cultivator without a sect or background would flock to the spiritual lake in order to seize a place to cultivate. Maplewood City would definitely become the focus of the entire Southern Territory, and it would definitely attract countless masters. As the City Lord of Maplewood City, Duan Yuan Shan's Maplewood City was originally a small city that was not loved by anyone, but now, it was about to become the most popular city in the entire Southern Territory. For a moment, his heart was filled with mixed feelings, excitement, and worry. He was excited because with the spiritual lake here, it was impossible for Maplewood City not to do anything. As long as it could attract a certain number of talents, Maplewood City would definitely grow rapidly in the future and become a top city. He was worried that he was not strong enough to suppress those foreign masters. For a moment, he could not help but worry about his gains and losses. "Alright, everyone can disperse. I believe that it won't be long before you hear the good news," Xiao Yuyang said as he waved his hand. When the many cultivators heard this, they did not dare to stay any longer. Gao Shan exclaimed, 2 years ago, this old master heard that a wood spirit was wreaking havoc in Maplewood City. It spread wood spirit seeds, devoured souls, and enslaved people. Yes. I don't know when Ning Yuansheng was infected by the wood spirit seed, but no one noticed. The events of that day are quite complicated, but since Ning Yuansheng is a member of your Flying Saint Palace, I'll tell you about it. Immediately, Kai Yang gave a brief account of what had happened that day. After hearing this, Gao Shan pondered for a long time before speaking. According to what you said, on the day of the auction, Han Lang, an abandoned disciple of Star Soul Palace, followed eldest young master and the others as they left and ambushed them outside the city to steal their treasures. Although he defeated Elder Lu Yi of my sacred palace, he was killed by the wood spirit in eldest young master's body? Yes, Yang Kai nodded. What are you still blabbering on about? Good. Ning Yuan Shu shouted, even if the ship was destroyed, What about the fire attribute artifact spirit? It said that the artifact spirit has already gained sentience. Yang Kai sneered, young palace master has already said so. The artifact spirit has already gained sentience, so of course it ran away. Ran away? It's not like you haven't seen the power of an artifact spirit that has gained sentience before, Yang Kai sneered, referring to the artifact spirit of the demonic battle weapon. Hearing this, Ning Yuanshu's expression changed slightly. He clearly remembered the scene of the artifact spirit flying into a rage and couldn't help but look a little shocked. So, there's nothing left? Gao Shan frowned. What else can there be? Didn't I already give you an explanation? Yang Kai chuckled, as for the other master of your flying saint palace, Fu Si Tong. Well, this person is very strong. Even if I say that I killed him, I'm afraid you won't believe me. Look at you, you don't have the ability to do that. Ning Yuanshu sneered and said sarcastically, City Lord Duan has already said that Elder Fu's death was caused by the erosion of the demonic qi. That's it. Yang Kai clapped his hands and grinned, then our misunderstanding is resolved. Don't bother me in the future and say that I harmed the people of your flying saint palace. Young palace master, I think you're a good person. In the future, we can get along well and be good friends. Upon hearing him say the word good friend, Ning Yuanshu couldn't help but look around in fear that the demonic artifact spirit would attack again. You don't have the final say. Gao Shan slowly shook his head. Then what do you say? Yang Kai's face turned cold. We don't have the final say, Lu Shui added. Then who has the final say? Yang Kai's expression was gloomy. Gao Shan said, if you really have a clear conscience, you might as well return to the Holy Palace with us and explain to the Palace Master in person and let him decide. That's right. Lu Shui also nodded, we need to return to the Holy Palace. Hearing this, Yang Kai chuckled and looked at Gao Shan meaningfully, two protectors, are you misunderstanding something? What? I'm willing to explain this to you, not because I'm afraid of you, but because I don't want to cause trouble for no reason. Believe it or not, but if you dare to provoke me for no reason, heh heh heh. As he spoke, his face was full of smiles, but his eyes were cold. Gao Shan and Lu Shui inexplicably felt a chill run down their spines and suddenly felt a sense of danger, causing their pupils to shrink. On second thought, Yang Kai had a close relationship with Elder Gao Shueting of Azure Sun Temple. Elder Gao had just asked him in front of many people to find her in her room at night. With this relationship, they didn't dare to make a move against Yang Kai again. Yang Kai had already expected this, but he didn't expect that Yi Jinghan would look for him for this matter. She obviously wanted to borrow his space force to repair the space array. Yi Jinghan said, I heard it from someone else. Yang Kai said, if it's just repairing a space array, you don't need me, right? Wouldn't array grandmasters be able to do the same? Yi Jinghan smiled bitterly, if it was an ordinary space array grandmasters would be able to repair it as well. But the one in my Thousand Leaves sect. We've looked for several array grandmasters and even the Gong family's people, but they still couldn't repair it. Even the Gong family's people couldn't repair it? Yang Kai was startled when he heard this, then he thought of something and shouted, could it be, the two-realm space array? Yi Jinghan's beautiful eyes lit up and she nodded, young Master Yang's vision is really sharp. It's the two-realm space array. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly and he cast a sidelong glance at Yi Jinghan, asking, does your Thousand Leaves sect have a sealed world? Yi Jinghan smiled bitterly, I knew that I couldn't hide it from young Master Yang. That's right, our Thousand Leaves sect does have a sealed world. It's a place where our disciples enter to train. That sealed world was born in a space crevice and drifted around. Apart from using the space array to enter, there's no other way. But 2,000 years ago, the space array inexplicably lost its effect, and since then, we haven't been able to enter it. Is that sealed world very important to your Thousand Leaves sect? Yang Kai asked. Yi Jinghan nodded. Our Thousand Leaves sect couldn't compare to top sects like the Azure Sun Temple and the Heavenly Martial Holy Land 2,000 years ago, but it was still considered a first-rate sect. Unfortunately, ever since the entrance to the sealed world closed, our sect has declined year after year. Until today, we are, at this point. She couldn't finish her sentence. Yang Kai sneered, what does it have to do with a sealed world if our disciples don't work hard? Not every sect in this world has its own sealed world. If we really work hard, it doesn't matter if we have a sealed world or not. Yi Jinghan's face turned pale and she said bitterly, young Master Yang is right. It's just that when the entrance to the sealed world closed more than 2,000 years ago, the previous sect master took many of the sect's inheritances into the sealed world, including our Thousand Leaves sect guarding treasures. Without those inheritances, many of our Thousand Leaves sect's divine abilities can no longer be cultivated. Most importantly, our Thousand Leaves sect spirit gathering array was originally set up with the sealed world as the source, so when the entrance closed, the world energy in the sect. I understand. Yang Kai understood what Yi Jinghan was trying to say. Losing many of their divine technique inheritances and sect guarding treasures was one thing, but the main problem was that there was no supply of world energy. A cultivator needed world energy the most for their cultivation, and once the world energy was thin, the strength of Thousand Leaves sect's disciples would naturally decline with each generation. Yi Jinghan bit her red lips and said in a deep voice, I would like to ask young Master Yang to accompany me to the Thousand Leaves sect to repair the two-world spatial array at the entrance to the sealed world. If young Master Yang can agree, I and the entire Thousand Leaves sect will be extremely grateful and will also give you a generous gift. This. Yang Kai's eyes darted around as he tried to think of an excuse, but couldn't come up with one even after thinking for a while, so he could only say, I understand, but this young master is very busy. How about this, you go back first, and when this young master has some free time, this young master will make a trip to your Thousand Leaves sect. I promise you that I won't disappoint you. Yi Jinghan could tell that he was just brushing her off, and if she really listened to him and left, she would probably never see Yang Kai again, so she could only plead bitterly, young Master Yang, in this world, only someone proficient in the Tao of Space can repair our sect's spatial array, but the Tao of Space is too mysterious and complex, and ordinary people can't even begin to comprehend it. I heard that there is a master in the Eastern Territory's Spirit Beast Island who is proficient in the Tao of Space, but that master is a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so how can my trifling Thousand Leaves sect invite him? Are you implying that this young master is just a second-order Tao Source Realm Master, yet you can invite him? Yang Kai cast a glance at her. Yi Jinghan hurriedly waved her hands and said, this mistress didn't mean that, please don't take offense, young Master Yang. Yang Kai nodded and said, I have also heard of the person you are talking about, he's from Spirit Beast Island. Mo Xiaoqi seemed to be from Spirit Beast Island, and even though she had never admitted it herself, Yang Kai gradually guessed Mo Xiaoqi's origins based on his understanding of the star boundary and Auntie Feng's terrifying strength. Only someone from Spirit Beast Island could command so many monster beasts to fight for them. When Yang Kai thought of Mo Xiaoqi, he wondered how she was doing now. He hadn't been in the star boundary for long, so he didn't know many people. Kong Si Ran was transferred away by Purple Source Chamber of Commerce after he broke through to the Tao Source Realm, while Mo Xiaoqi was captured by Auntie Feng. When Yi Jinghan saw that Yang Kai was lost in thought and didn't respond for a long time, she gritted her teeth and said, actually, this mistress came to find young Master Yang because of someone else's recommendation. Which bastard is so immoral? Tell me, I promise I won't beat him to death. Yang Kai flew into a rage. Yi Jinghan pursed her lips and said with a smile, young Master Yang should know Gong Wen Shan, right? It's that little brat. Yang Kai's eyes bulged. Do you know him? Gong Wenshan was obviously a rising star of the Heavenly River Valley's Gong family. The Gong family was a spirit array grandmaster, and Gong Wenshan was also a spirit array grandmaster. In the Four Seasons realm, Gong Wenshan had borrowed the power of the Flowing Time Temple's seal to block Wuchang, causing this young genius of Heavenly Martial Holy Land to miss a great opportunity. This little brat looks simple and honest, but he's actually quite daring and full of evil tricks. Yang Kai had never expected that Gong Wenshan would recommend him to Yi Jinghan. Yi Jinghan replied, a few years ago, I invited him to Thousand Leaves sect to repair the space array, but he didn't succeed. Brother Gong said that if we wanted to repair the array, we had to find someone proficient in the Tao of space. 3 months ago, I received a letter from him asking me to look for young Master Yang. I was planning to go to Azure Sun Temple to try my luck after dealing with the matters here, but I didn't expect to run into you here. Young Master Yang, don't you think this is fate? She wore an excited look on her face, as if she was a young girl yearning for love. Yang Kai snorted, fate only exists between a resentful man and an infatuated woman. Do you want to have fate with me? Yi Jinghan sweated profusely and said embarrassedly, Young Master Yang, you must be joking. I'm afraid I don't have such good fortune. I've only met that little brat Gong Wenshan once, so I'm not familiar with him. He has to take responsibility for his words, and it has nothing to do with this young master. Yi Jinghan sighed deeply and said faintly, Young Master Yang, are you really unwilling to help me? She gently bit her thin lips, looking delicate and pitiful, as if she was a pitiful person. She looked at him and said, Why? Do you have anything to say to me? No, no, no. Absolutely not. Yang Kai hurriedly waved his hands. He made up his mind that no matter what, he couldn't let Gao Shueting know that the demonic spirit was sealed in his body. Even the demonic artifact was in his hands. Young man, there's something strange about you. Are you hiding something from this queen? Gao Shueting's voice turned cold. Yang Kai smiled bitterly and said, Of course not. Elder Gao, you've misunderstood. Gao Shueting stared deeply at Yang Kai. After a while, she said, That's good. If this queen finds out that you're hiding something from me, I'll definitely teach you a lesson. Yang Kai didn't dare to say anything. He just put on his clothes under the blanket. Chapter 2282. Not long after, Yang Kai finished dressing. How long do you want to occupy this queen's bed? Gao Shueting looked at him coldly. Yang Kai felt dejected and helplessly climbed down from the bed and stood in front of Gao Shueting. Let me ask you, where did the demonic artifact spirit go? Gao Shueting suddenly asked. Everyone said that the artifact spirit was chasing after you. But today, Master Shao and I searched all the way to clear Jade Mountain, but we lost track of it. It seemed to have disappeared all of a sudden. Even Master Shao couldn't find any clues. Do you know where it went? Yang Kai quickly shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Then how did you get away safely? Gao Shueting frowned. Yang Kai smiled and said, Elder Gao, you know that this junior cultivates the Tao of space, and I'm the best at escaping. At that time, I ran to clear Jade Mountain and used a concealing aura secret technique to hide in the void. The artifact spirit chased after me, but after failing to find anything, it left on its own. As for where it went, I don't know. Gao Shueting stared deeply at him, a bright light flashing in her beautiful eyes, as if she wanted to look into the depths of Yang Kai's heart. Yang Kai felt guilty, fearing that she would see through him. After a long time, Gao Shueting nodded and said, "If this queen finds out that you're hiding something, I won't let you off easily." Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said, "I wouldn't dare. I don't think you have the guts." As Gao Shueting spoke, she sat on the edge of the bed and sighed softly, "But to be honest, we were careless. If only we had investigated carefully after the battle with the demon dweller. If we had checked carefully, perhaps this trouble wouldn't have happened." She sighed. An expression of self-blame appeared on her face. Her words made Yang Kai feel guilty. If Gao Shueting knew that the demon she fought with that day was standing in front of her right now, who knew what would happen? Yang Kai quickly changed the topic and said, "Everything has its own destiny. Elder Gao, you don't have to think too much." Gao Shueting glanced at him and snorted coldly. Then, she waved her hand and a ray of light shot towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai was slightly surprised. However, he did not dodge because he realized that Gao Shueting had no intention of attacking him. He reached out and grabbed the light in front of him. When he opened his palm, he discovered that it was actually a token. It was about the size of a palm and was made of an unknown material. The back of it was engraved with the image of a cultivator's back. That back was tall and broad, as if it was standing in the air, looking down on the world. Although it was only a picture, it still made people feel an imposing aura. The corners of Yang Kai's mouth twitched when he saw this because he realized that the back of this figure resembled Wuxia Xianxia. As for the front, there were two large words inscribed on it. Qingyang. The token was golden in color. The golden light was dazzling. It was extremely dazzling. "This is..." Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, and he looked at Gao Shueting suspiciously. "The identity token of a disciple of the Divine Hall," Gao Shueting replied faintly. Yang Kai was surprised, but he immediately smiled bitterly and said, "But Elder Gao, I'm not a disciple of the Divine Hall. Isn't it inappropriate for me to take this token?" "From now on, you are," Gao Shueting replied. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, but he kept nodding and said, "Elder Gao, you're forcing me to do this. Do you want to ask for my opinion first?" Gao Shueting glanced at him and said, "Didn't I ask for your opinion last time? Haven't you thought about it after such a long time?" Yang Kai hurriedly said, "I need more time to think about it. This matter is too complicated, and I can't think it through right now. Please give me some time, Elder Gao." How long? 30 or 50 years would be best. Yang Kai saw a layer of frost on Gao Shueting's face after he finished speaking, so he hurriedly said, "Of course, 10 or 8 years is also okay." Gao Shueting suddenly sneered. Yang Kai couldn't help but shudder. His whole body was cold, and the soles of his feet were about to cramp. Gao Shueting said leisurely, "It seems that my good temper gave you the wrong impression. Do you think that I'm easy to talk to? Do you think that I'm not dignified at all? Of course not. Then do you look down on me and the Divine Hall? Of course not." Gao Shueting snorted coldly and said, "Today, I said in front of Master Shao and the others that you're a disciple of the Divine Hall, so I stopped Lu Qi's intention of recruiting you. If you dare to refuse me again, I'll tell them tomorrow that you've been expelled from the Divine Hall. You know what the consequences will be." Yang Kai suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He really didn't know that Lu Qi wanted to rope him in. Thinking about it this way, his recent performance was too sharp, and he had probably attracted a lot of attention. If he didn't have the halo of being a disciple of the Azure Sun Temple, he would definitely be fought over by other masters. Yang Kai immediately understood that Gao Shueting gave him this identity token not to force him to make a choice, but to protect him. She had carefully checked his physical condition before, obviously because she was worried that something would go wrong with his cultivation. Thinking of this, a touch of warmth emerged in his heart. Yang Kai suddenly felt that with such care from an elder, joining the Azure Sun Temple seemed to be a good choice. He breathed a sigh of relief, cupped his fists, and said with a smile, "Then this disciple will respectfully accept." "Thank you for your kindness, elder." Gao Shueting looked him up and down a few times and nodded, "You're worth teaching." After a pause, she continued, "However, because of your special situation, you don't have to abide by the many rules of the temple. How you used to live will be how you will live in the future. The temple will not interfere with you. Do you understand?" Understood. Yang Kai was overjoyed when he heard this. "Of course, what you do in the future only concerns you and does not represent the temple. If you dare to cause any trouble for the temple, you know what will happen." Gao Shueting's phoenix eyes were full of power as she coldly snorted. "Understood, understood." Yang Kai nodded repeatedly, his face covered in cold sweat. "I have nothing else to say. Now that you have taken the nameplate, you are also a disciple of the Divine Hall. Do you have any problems in cultivation? Since I am free now, I can answer them for you." Gao Shueting's expression changed as she asked in a pleasant manner. Yang Kai's expression became serious as he hurriedly asked some questions that he had encountered during his cultivation. Gao Shueting was very responsible and explained everything to him in detail. She didn't hide anything from him about her cultivation and comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Dao. Gao Shueting originally thought that it would be easy to guide a second-order Dao source realm cultivator in his cultivation. But as she talked with Yang Kai in depth, she had to put away her casual attitude. Because the questions Yang Kai asked were all very important and profound, some of which even she couldn't figure out thoroughly. Gradually, this kind of consultation turned into a discussion between the two of them to verify their own martial Dao. Yang Kai didn't leave the city lord's mansion until dawn. After returning to the Qin family, he immediately looked for Qin Chaoyang and found a secret room to cultivate in seclusion. More than a month passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Yang Kai came out of seclusion. His newly promoted second-order Dao source realm cultivation had completely stabilized. Inside the secret room, he checked his condition and was very satisfied with the progress he had made during this time. At this moment, he suddenly seemed to have noticed something and his expression became strange. In the next moment, he hurriedly summoned the insect enslavement bracelet and sent his soul avatar into it to investigate. When he was still in Azure Sun Temple, Yang Kai asked Gao Shueting for a lot of faceless profound grass to feed the soul-devouring insects. During this time, the soul-devouring insects had been devouring themselves in that huge jar, multiplying and evolving. It was only today that they seemed to have made some substantial breakthroughs. The soul-devouring insects were ranked 11th on the exotic insect list's heaven list, a very high ranking. They played a huge role in the Divine Ascension Mirror world, and after going through the trials in the Divine Ascension Mirror, Yang Kai also had high hopes for the soul-devouring insects. Today, as soon as he noticed that they were moving, Yang Kai couldn't wait to investigate. It was quiet inside the jar, as if all the soul-devouring insects were sleeping. However, after Yang Kai refined the insect enslavement bracelet, he knew everything inside it like the back of his hand, so he naturally knew that this silence was just an illusion. He waited for a moment with a solemn expression before he seemed to have made up his mind about something. He stretched out his hand and made a hand seal, opening the jar. Looking inside, Kai Yang saw that the inside of the urn was densely packed with milky white silkworm cocoons, covering the entire wall of the urn. Many of the white cocoons had holes in them, and evolved soul-devouring insects were constantly crawling out of them and swallowing the white cocoons whole. As time passed, more and more soul-devouring insects were born from the cocoons. For a time, the whole jar was filled with crackling sounds, as if tens of thousands of silkworms were eating. So big! Yang Kai was startled. Originally, soul-devouring insects could not be seen with the naked eye at all. They were extremely small insects, and only divine sense could find their traces. However, after this devouring and evolution, the soul-devouring insects had obviously become larger. Each of them was the size of a grain of rice, and their bodies were covered with some pitch-black veins. Among the black veins, there was an obvious demonic chi. Obviously, it was because they had devoured the ancient pure demonic chi before. Not only that, these soul-devouring insects seemed to be more ferocious than before, making Yang Kai's scalp tingle. In less than a quarter of an hour, these soul-devouring insects all broke out of their cocoons and devoured their own white cocoons. I don't want to keep an eye on young Master Yang. Yi Jinghan quickly waved her hands and said in a flustered tone, I'm just, even after speaking for a long time, she still couldn't come up with a reason and couldn't help but panic. She was afraid that she would infuriate Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled and said, forget it, accompany me to buy some things. We'll set off once we're done. Yi Jinghan's face lit up and she quickly nodded, okay. The two of them immediately rushed into the city. As they walked, Yang Kai discovered that the cultivator in Maplewood City was sparse and it wasn't as lively as it used to be. However, every cultivator on the streets had a happy expression on their faces, as if they had struck a stroke of great luck. He couldn't help but find this strange and asked, these people are all smiling like flowers. Did something good happen to them? Yi Jinghan pursed her lips and smiled. Maplewood City is different from before. The world energy here is at least 3 to 5 times denser than before, so they're naturally happy. By the way, I was just about to ask you about this. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at her, what's with this world energy? Why did it become denser? Yi Jinghan said, young Master Yang has been in seclusion for the past month, so you naturally don't know about the changes in Maplewood City. It's like this. A month ago, a few master led by Star Soul Palace's Master Shao discussed for a few days and decided to transform the Spirit Lake into a cultivation holy land. So, they transferred people from their respective sects. 10 days ago, the transformation was completed and the Spirit Lake has become a famous cultivation holy land in the entire Southern Territory. Countless cultivators have flocked to it and many people in Maplewood City have also gone to watch the show, so the city is deserted. After listening to her explanation, Yang Kai finally understood why there were so few people in Maplewood City. It seemed that they had all gone to the Spirit Lake to watch the show. That place was named Spirit Lake Palace by Xiao Yu Yang and the other masters. It occupies a large area and many secret rooms have been built for cultivators to cultivate in seclusion. Spirit Lake Palace? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Yi Jinghan smiled, that's right. Yang Kai said thoughtfully, then, this Spirit Lake Palace. Who is in charge of it? Who owns it? Yi Jinghan said, none of the great sects have any intention of occupying it. The Spirit Lake Palace is managed by Star Soul Palace and all the great sects have joined forces with Maplewood City to manage it. It is open to the entire Southern Territory and anyone who has enough source crystals can enter it to cultivate. Oh? Yang Kai was surprised, Maplewood City also has a role in managing it? Of course, the Spirit Lake Palace is right next to Maplewood City, so it's best for Maplewood City to manage it. A 1,000 high-rank source crystals was equivalent to 100,000 mid-rank source crystals or 10 million low-rank source crystals. This was just a day and a night's payment, but which cultivator didn't go into seclusion for 10 days to half a month? If one wanted to comprehend a secret technique or secret art, it was common for them to spend a year or so. Especially when the masters in the Emperor realm went into seclusion, they could spend years or even decades in seclusion. The source crystals required to pay for this was incalculable. Moreover, they were only allowed to pay high-rank source crystals, and the conditions were extremely harsh. However, most of the masters in the Emperor realm are rich, and if they really want to reach a higher level in the martial Tao, they may not care about these worldly possessions, Yang Kai said thoughtfully. Chapter 2284. That's right, the Heaven-grade Cultivation Holy Land of the Spirit Lake Palace is comparable to the Heaven-grade Cultivation Holy Land of the Star Soul Palace. Who in the Emperor realm doesn't want to experience it? If they can achieve a breakthrough, it'll be worth it no matter how much they pay. Yi Jinghan expressed her agreement and continued, but there aren't many Heaven-grade cultivation rooms. There are only 30 of them. These 30 rooms. I'm afraid that the master will fight over them to the death, Yang Kai snorted. 30 rooms might seem like a lot, but it wasn't enough at all. Although Emperor Realm Masters were not very common, in the entire southern territory, if there weren't 1,000, there were at least 800. Apart from the Emperor Masters of Star Soul Palace who probably weren't interested in Heaven-grade secret rooms, which Emperor Realm Master wouldn't want to enter secluded cultivation and study their secret arts? Once the news spread, how could 30 rooms be enough? That's a matter for the Master Realm Masters. It's not something for a small fry like me to consider, Yi Jinghan pursed her lips and smiled. She seemed to be in a good mood after receiving Yang Kai's promise. How many Earth-grade cultivation rooms are there? What about human-grade cultivation rooms? Yang Kai asked again. There are about 500 Earth-grade cultivation rooms, and 3,000 human-grade cultivation rooms, Yang Kai nodded. Although this number didn't sound like much, and it felt like they couldn't make ends meet, not everyone had the financial resources to cultivate in the Spirit Lake Palace's cultivation rooms. Those who couldn't afford to cultivate in them could only look at them and lament their inadequacy. However, with the heaven, earth, and human secret rooms, the income of Maplewood City would probably be enough to make people envious. When the time came, this income would definitely be divided among the various top sects, and Maplewood City might also be able to drink some soup and water. Even so, Duan Yuan Shan and the others would probably become rich overnight. It said that. Yi Jinghan's voice suddenly lowered in a mysterious tone. Of course, it said that the Spirit Lake Palace has left some secret rooms for the various sects that aren't open to the public. Only the disciples of the various sects are allowed to enter them. Anyone who is a disciple of the sect can enter them for free and cultivate for as long as they want. Oh? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. There's such a thing? Yi Jinghan replied, I don't know the source of this information, but it's quite reliable. After all, the Spirit Lake Palace was built by the various large sects, so it's natural for them to leave some for their own sections. That's understandable. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Now that he was also a disciple of Azure Sun Temple, he had a disciple identity token in his hand. If this news was really reliable, then he should be able to enter the secret room to cultivate with that identity token, without having to pay anything. Also, the major forces have also arranged a formation to guide the spiritual chi from the Spirit Lake Palace into Maplewood City. Therefore, the spiritual chi in Maplewood City is much denser than before. So that's what's going on. No wonder I felt that something was off. Yang Kai suddenly understood why the world energy in Maplewood City didn't decrease but instead increased. It turned out that the Spirit Lake Palace's world energy was attracted by the spirit array. If this was the case, Maplewood City was quite suitable for a cultivator to cultivate. Although it couldn't be compared with the Spirit Lake Palace, it was still good news for a cultivator living in Maplewood City. In less than 2 years, Maplewood City will definitely become one of the major cities in the Southern Territory. Chapter 2285. Zhou Fu quickly left to deal with the matter of the facetless profound grass. In fact, Yang Kai could have bought the spirit grass himself, but it would have wasted a lot of time and energy, so it was different if he asked Zhou Fu for help. The shopkeepers of these shops were in constant contact with each other, so if they needed any materials, they would be able to arrange it for him. It was much more efficient than Yang Kai doing it himself. After Zhou Fu left, the two unkempt men asked excitedly, "Grandmaster Yang, do you want the facetless profound grass for alchemy?" Yang Kai smiled faintly and said, "You can say that. Judging from your appearances, you should be alchemists as well, right?" "Yes, it's an honor to be able to travel with Grandmaster Yang," one of them replied with a flattering smile. The other man said, "Grandmaster Yang, we have admired you for a long time, but unfortunately, we never had the chance to meet you. We didn't expect that we would have such an opportunity today. We are truly fortunate." These two fellows seemed to have oiled their mouths and were speaking one after the other in a humble and respectful manner, almost worshipping Yang Kai. Yi Jinghan was dumbfounded by this scene and felt as if her worldview had been destroyed. She could hardly believe her eyes. In the world she knew, all alchemists were arrogant and proud, so when had she ever seen an alchemist fawning so much? But after thinking about it, she felt that only an even more powerful alchemist could subdue an alchemist. Yang Kai had even refined the extraordinary treasure pill, which was almost lost in history, so it was natural for these two Origin King-grade alchemists to be so respectful towards him. The two of them were still trying to flatter Kai Yang, as if there was no end to it, praising Kai Yang as if he was unparalleled in this world. Yang Kai coughed dryly. He said, "Do the two of you have something that you need Yang Kai to explain? This Yang happens to have some free time right now." Hearing him say so, the two men glanced at each other and saw the excitement in each other's eyes. One of them said, "Grandmaster Yang, it's like this. It is said that when you were refining source condensing pills in Spirit Pill Plaza, you were loved and praised by many customers, but since the two of us took over this place, Grandmaster Yang's reputation has improved greatly. The source condensing pills refined by Grandmaster Yang always feel like they lack a little bit of foundation, and many customers are very dissatisfied, causing the flow of customers to decrease a lot for no reason. The two of us were thinking, if Grandmaster Yang has time, can you give us a brief introduction to your alchemy experience?" Yang Kai asked. The Spirit Pill Plaza's source condensing pill recipe was improved by Grandmaster Huang Pu, right? That's right. Grandmaster Huang Pu is an emperor-grade alchemist, the pillar of our Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. Since the pill formula came from Master Huang Pu, there's definitely no problem. I believe there are some flaws in your refining process. Just relying on words alone might not work. How about this, you refine a batch of source condensing pills now, and I'll observe from the side, Yang Kai asked. Upon hearing this, the two of them were shaken. They knew that Yang Kai wanted to give them guidance on the spot, and they immediately understood that this was a heaven-sent opportunity. This was a good opportunity that others couldn't even ask for. So, how could they refuse? Immediately, they said in unison, "We dare not disobey Grandmaster Yang's orders. Please, Grandmaster." Yang Kai nodded and got up, leading the two of them to the underground alchemy room with ease. Yi Jinghan also followed closely behind them out of curiosity. Even though she was a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, she had never seen anyone perform alchemy in her life, so she was very interested in this. Not long after, they arrived at the underground alchemy room, which was filled with heat. There was a spirit array that guided the earth fire for alchemy. Yang Kai had stayed here for a few months, so he was very familiar with this place. He asked the two of them to take out a set of materials each and start refining, while Yang Kai stood in front of them and observed them carefully. With his current level of alchemy, it wasn't a problem for him to guide two Origin King-grade high-rank alchemists. Refining techniques, carving spirit arrays, controlling the fire, and other small details would often become the foundation that would affect the quality of a spirit pill. Yang Kai would give his advice from time to time, and the two alchemists would listen to his advice modestly. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye, and the two of them opened their respective furnaces. Each of them managed to refine 5 or 6 pills of good quality, which made them overjoyed and grateful to Yang Kai. At this moment, Zhou Fu also sent a message, saying that he had brought the facetless profound grass. Yang Kai asked the two of them to stay behind and reflect on the gains and losses of this alchemy, before he returned to the back hall. Zhou Fu was waiting in the back room, and when he saw Yang Kai, he quickly took out a space ring and said, "This Zhou didn't disappoint you. There are 2,000 facetless profound grass here. Please accept them, Grandmaster Yang." Yang Kai raised his brow and said with a nod, "Shopkeeper Zhou is quite efficient." 2,000 facetless profound grass was enough for him to use for a long time, yet Zhou Fu had only spent half a day to gather them. It was obvious that he had put in a lot of effort. If Yang Kai had gone to buy them himself, he wouldn't have been able to buy so many in half a day. The price. Yang Kai picked up the space ring and raised his head to ask. Zhou Fu said, "These facetless profound grass aren't worth anything. Just take it as a small token of appreciation from this Zhou. I hope Grandmaster won't refuse it." Yang Kai said with a smile, "You don't have to do this, Shopkeeper Zhou." Saying so, Yang Kai suddenly waved his hand and a small mountain of source crystals appeared on the table. Before Zhou Fu could say anything, Yang Kai's figure flickered and disappeared from the back room, along with Yi Jinghan. Only a voice reached Zhou Fu's ears, "If Shopkeeper Kong returns to Maplewood City one day, please pass on my message to him. When we meet again in the future, we'll drink to our heart's content." Zhou Fu was startled and he looked at the source crystals on the table and smiled bitterly. Yang Kai and Yi Jinghan's figures suddenly appeared on a street in the city. As soon as Yi Jinghan appeared, she staggered and almost fell to the ground. Her face was pale and she looked at Yang Kai in shock and asked, "Young Master Yang, is this the space divine technique? Are you all right?" Chapter 2286. Is there such a thing? Yang Kai was stunned after hearing this. He didn't know that the identity tokens of Azure Sun Temple's disciples were divided into different grades. It seemed that the Azure Sun Golden token given to him by Gao Shueting was really extraordinary. It could be seen that she trusted him greatly. "Young Master Yang, you don't know anything about this." Yi Jinghan smiled bitterly. "It's just a token." Yang Kai replied casually before he poured his divine sense into the token to inform Gao Shueting. Then, he put it away and said, "Let's go." Yi Jinghan put away the complicated expression on her face and became slightly excited, nodding, "Okay." As soon as she finished speaking, Yang Kai wrapped her up and teleported to somewhere outside the city. After that, Yang Kai summoned his wooden boat artifact and stepped on it, waving to Yi Jinghan. After she flew up and stood firmly, he formed a seal with one hand and flew away at lightning speed. The wooden boat wasn't big, but there was no problem for two people to stand on it. Moreover, it was a Dao Source grade high-rank flight type artifact and was only one step away from becoming an Emperor artifact, so its speed was extremely fast. Before this, Yang Kai didn't know where he had heard of Thousand Leaves sect and didn't know much about it. While they were on their way, Yang Kai asked Yi Jinghan about Thousand Leaves sect's current situation. According to Yi Jinghan, Thousand Leaves sect was a great sect in the Southern Territory a long time ago. Although it couldn't be compared with first-rate sects like Azure Sun Temple and Heavenly Martial Holy Land, it wasn't far behind. However, after the entrance to the sealed world was closed, the sect couldn't get abundant world energy and many of its divine secret techniques were lost. All of a sudden, the sect declined. As time passed, their influence grew weaker and weaker, and by the time of Yi Jinghan's father Yi Hen's generation, the sect had become even weaker. In the entire sect, only Yi Hen was a third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, which was even worse than the Blue Feather sect. Blue Feather sect didn't have the Emperor Realm either. However, when Yang Kai went there were at least 4 third-order Dao Source Realm powerhouses. The last time the Four Seasons Realm opened, Blue Feather sect had 2 spots to enter, while Thousand Leaves sect had none. It was obvious that there was still a gap between the 2 sections. The Thousand Leaves sect was located in Jianghu province's Thousand Leaves mountain range in the Southern Territory, and was about half a month's journey away from Maplewood City. Maplewood City originally had a space array that led directly to Jianghu State City, but since the demonic Qi besieged the city last time and Drunkard destroyed the space array, it had not been repaired. After all, Maplewood City was too small. Duan Yuan Shan and the others' words carried little weight, so they were unable to invite a suitable array grandmaster to repair the space array. But now, there was no need to worry about this problem. After the matter with the Spirit Lake Palace was settled, Xiao Yang and the others would definitely ask their sect's array masters to repair the spirit array. In the future, Maplewood City would become one of the largest cities in the entire Southern Territory. The space array would definitely be able to connect all the cities in the Southern Territory. Yang Kai guessed. It would be easy for him to return to Maplewood City next time. All he had to do was find a city that wasn't too small and use the space array to directly teleport to it. Along the way, Yang Kai chatted with Yi Jinghan. It was only now that he learned that Thousand Leaves sect was a sect that focused on refining puppets. Most of its disciples cultivated the art of puppetry, which was quite amazing. It was the first time that Yang Kai had encountered such a sect in the star boundary. There were 3,000 great Daoists, each of which led to the Emperor Realm. It wasn't that the art of puppetry wasn't strong, but it was because of the harsh conditions required to cultivate it. Refining puppets was also extremely complicated, so very few people were able to achieve great results in the Southern Territory. But if one cultivated the art of puppetry to the pinnacle, it would become an extremely powerful technique. Since your Thousand Leaves sect focuses on cultivating puppets, why haven't I seen you use them before? Yang Kai asked in confusion. Yi Jinghan hadn't even used her puppets when they were in danger at the bottom of the 18 spirit springs. When she heard Yang Kai's question, a trace of bashfulness appeared on Yi Jinghan's face and she said bashfully, "I'm not afraid that young Master Yang will laugh at me if I tell you this. My Thousand Leaves sect was originally famous for its art of puppetry, but ever since the previous sect master brought many ancient books and secret techniques into the sealed world, some of the sect's techniques for refining puppets were lost. Now, the puppets that our Thousand Leaves sect can refine, aren't of much use." Saying so, she pursed her red lips and formed a series of hand seals, causing a small blue bird to suddenly appear in her palm. When Yang Kai looked at it, he found that the bird was extremely lifelike, just like a living creature. Even the feathers on its body were clearly layered and had natural colors. But after inspecting it with his divine sense, Yang Kai found that this bird wasn't made of flesh and blood, but was instead a puppet refined from various materials. A look of amazement appeared on Yang Kai's face. He felt that if he didn't use his divine sense to examine this bird carefully, he wouldn't be able to tell whether it was a living creature or not. Yi Jinghan formed another series of hand seals and stretched out her slender finger, pointing it at the bird. In the next instant, the blue bird's body lit up and it flapped its wings a few times, tilted its head, and flew up into the air, circling around Yi Jinghan. Not only that, but it also let out bird cries that could be mistaken for a real bird. Yang Kai couldn't help but gasp in amazement at this sight and he couldn't help but nod his head in praise. "Your sect's art of puppetry is really outstanding." Yi Jinghan's face flushed and she said, "Young Master Yang, you flatter me." Our sect's art of puppetry can only be used to refine puppets that can be used to scout out the enemy's situation, but it won't be of any use in a real battle. It's because of this, some of the sect's elders have already started cultivating other cultivation arts and secret techniques, so they don't think that the art of puppetry is of any use. Yang Kai sneered, that's because they're short-sighted. Yi Jinghan's beautiful eyes lit up. Does young Master Yang also think that the art of puppetry is pretty good? The corners of Yang Kai's mouth curled up, revealing a wicked smile as he said, Miss Yi, is it really appropriate for you to touch me like this in the middle of nowhere? Yi Jinghan's pretty face flushed when she heard this, as if she had realized that something was wrong. She let go of his arm as if she had been electrocuted and asked in a sad voice, Young Master Yang, what will it take for you to sell one to me? I won't sell it for the time being, Yang Kai replied. For the time being? Yi Jinghan raised her eyebrows when she heard this. She could sense the hidden meaning in Yang Kai's words and her beautiful eyes lit up. Then when will you sell it? Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, that will depend on the situation. I might never sell it, but I might sell it when the opportunity arises. You. Yi Jinghan stamped her feet in anger, but she couldn't do anything to Yang Kai. Just as she finished speaking, Yang Kai's expression suddenly froze and his body came to a halt. Yi Jinghan was standing behind Yang Kai on the wooden boat and had almost bumped into his back due to a moment of carelessness. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and circulated her source qi, stabilizing her body on the spot. She then shouted angrily, Young Master Yang, what are you doing? Yang Kai, however, did not respond to her and instead just stared around coldly, a sneer of ridicule on his face. What's wrong? Yi Jinghan couldn't help but ask when she saw his expression. For some reason, she suddenly felt a chill run down her spine, as if something dangerous was staring at her. Chapter 2287. Silence reigned in the wilderness as a gentle breeze blew past, stirring up an austere atmosphere. Yi Jinghan felt that something was amiss, but she couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. She could only wrap her clothes tighter around her body with a nervous look on her face. Will you show yourselves obediently, or do you want this young master to drag you out? Yang Kai suddenly sneered and shouted into the void. What? There's someone here? Yi Jinghan was startled when she heard this. Only now did she understand why she was so nervous. She cried out in alarm, what's going on? We're being watched. Yang Kai wore a calm look on his face and didn't show the slightest hint of nervousness. After waiting for a while and not receiving any response, he sneered, it seems that you're quite confident in your concealment techniques. Do you think that this young master is trying to trick you? After uttering the last word, his figure suddenly turned blurry and in the next instant, he appeared 300 meters away. He formed a palm with one hand and slammed it into the void. Starry clouds swirled around his palm and his strength dissipated. Kong, at the same time, there was an explosion, accompanied by a cry of surprise, and a figure fell out of the void. He retreated more than 100 feet before he could stabilize himself. Yang Kai returned to his wooden boat after his attack and clasped his hands behind his back. He said calmly, come out, all of you. Don't waste this young master's time. I don't want to drag you out one by one. We're not kids anymore, so is there a need for this? After he finished speaking, in less than 3 breaths of time, 2 more figures suddenly appeared in the sky, including the one who had been knocked out by Yang Kai. There were 3 people in total. Yi Jinghan was dumbfounded by this sight. If not for Yang Kai's warning, she wouldn't have been able to detect anyone. She was afraid that she would never be able to discover that there was someone hiding here. Although she knew that the difference in strength between her and Kai Yang was huge, she didn't think it would be to this extent. She was a second-order Dao source realm cultivator, yet she didn't sense any danger in this place. If these three people targeted her, then her fate would be. Thinking of this, Yi Jinghan's whole body became drenched in sweat. He. Yang Kai suddenly laughed. He didn't look at the three people who had just appeared and instead turned his head to look at an empty spot. What's wrong? Did this friend of his think that he had hidden himself well? Don't tell me you don't know that you're above me? I can smell your scent from far away. As soon as he finished speaking, another person appeared on the other side. There are more? Yi Jinghan's pretty face turned pale, and after she released her divine sense, she discovered that the auras of the four people who had just appeared were restrained, and they all had powerful cultivations. They were all cultivators of the third-order Dao source realm. Any one of them could easily crush her to death. Now that there were four of them, even if she had a deep understanding of Yang Kai's strength, she couldn't help but worry. She didn't know if Yang Kai could fight against four of them. The four of them were also very strange. Ever since they appeared, they had not spoken a single word. Moreover, his face could not be seen clearly. This was because all four of them were wearing hideous ghost masks. These masks were obviously some kind of artifact that had the effect of isolating divine sense from probing. When Yang Kai released his divine sense, it was blocked by these masks. Aside from the masks, the clothes worn by the four of them were also the same. They were all dressed in black, and they looked very capable. Large characters were engraved on their clothes, and they were respectively wind, thunder, fire, and mountain. The cultivator with the word fire seemed to have cultivated a fire attribute cultivation art, so his temper was as irritable as his source chi. When he saw Yang Kai dilly-dallying, he immediately let out a low roar and a blood-red long blade appeared in his hand. He circulated his strength and the blade swept up a cloud of flames before chopping down at Yang Kai's head. In an instant, the temperature in the air soared and the sky was dyed a fiery red. Blood blade! Yi Jinghan suddenly cried out involuntarily and covered her mouth with her small hands, her beautiful eyes trembling violently. He had a terrified look on his face. Yang Kai furrowed his brows and his body flickered, dodging the terrifying attack with Yi Jinghan and reappearing a few dozen feet away. He looked coldly at the four people and asked, "Do you know where these people came from?" "Blood blade. It's blood blade." Yi Jinghan replied in alarm. "That's why I'm asking you, what is blood blade?" Yang Kai shouted impatiently. Yi Jinghan took a deep breath and calmed her emotions before she replied, "Blood blade is an organization and isn't a sect, but it has a foundation that's even greater than a first-rate sect's. No one knows where its headquarters is, but traces of its activities can be seen in the territory of the Star Boundary's four great territories. They often take money from people and eliminate disasters for them. As long as they can afford it, there isn't anyone they don't dare to kill. Moreover, when they attack, they won't stop until one of them is dead." As she spoke, Yi Jinghan's voice trembled, "Young Master Yang, why did blood blade target you?" Yang Kai curled his lips and said, "I'm also puzzled." He didn't even know about blood blade before this. As he spoke, he shouted at the four people in front of him, "Friends of blood blade, right? May I ask who wants to take my life?" No one. To Yang Kai's surprise, the wind-titled cultivator actually answered his question, "We have just received orders from our superiors to bring you back to the headquarters, so we ask for your cooperation, friend." Yang Kai chuckled and said, "It seems that being too flashy isn't a good thing. Young Master Yang, you're still in the mood to joke." Yi Jinghan stamped her foot and said, "Look at me." Yang Kai stared at Yi Jinghan seriously and said in a deep voice, "Do I look like I'm joking? Am I not flashy enough? I'm going crazy because of you." Yi Jinghan's face turned red. Asterisk shio shio shio, asterisk all of a sudden, the sound of something tearing through the air rang out. While Yang Kai and Yi Jinghan were talking, the wind-titled cultivator took the opportunity to summon his blood-red saber and slashed out several wind blades. These wind blades were blood-red in color, as if they were made of blood, and they emitted a nauseating bloody aura. It was unknown how many people these people had killed, but their attacks were all bloody and ruthless, giving off a ruthless aura. Yang Kai's body flickered again and he easily dodged these attacks. He looked at the people of Blood Blade with a sneer and said, "If this is all you've got, you should go back home and become a farmer. It's not easy to survive in the outside world, and you may lose your life at any moment." Upon hearing Yang Kai's ridicule, only the fire-titled cultivator had an angry look in his eyes, while the other three remained indifferent. The wind cultivator nodded and said, "It's just as the rumors say. He possesses the space divine technique, so he won't be easy to deal with." The thunder cultivator said, "It's because of this that he's worth bringing back, isn't it? Let's begin." The fire cultivator shouted impatiently. "Begin." The wind cultivator shouted loudly and his body shook. He circulated the energy in his body, causing a gust of wind to rise and whistling sounds to ring out. The fire-titled cultivator shouted, "Kill!" As he shouted, the thunder cultivator, who was the fastest among them, appeared in front of Yang Kai in a flash. He raised his hand high, and thunder energy surged out of his palm, before he slapped it down. In an instant, endless crackling sounds rang out. Yang Kai's pupils contracted, and he snorted coldly, 3,000 sword Dao, seal. As he used his ultimate move, sword waves streaked across the sky, and filled the air around Yang Kai, before they bombarded the thunder cultivator. But the thunder cultivator didn't show any fear, and he just curled up the corners of his mouth, before his body blurred and disappeared. He was replaced by the fire-titled cultivator, who was still a few dozen feet away, and he suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. Form displacement transposition. Yang Kai's expression changed drastically. The fire-titled cultivator waved his blade, and a cloud of fire whizzed over, before he shouted, raging flames burning the plains. Bang! 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 The sword chi collided with the flames, and an intense rumbling sound echoed out. For a moment, the surrounding world's spirit chi was thrown into chaos, and the void shuddered, while spirit chi splashed out in all directions. Thunderstorm. The thunder cultivator suddenly appeared on Yang Kai's left side, and with a slap of his hand, several bolts of lightning as thick as an arm appeared above Yang Kai's head, before they rained down on him. Chapter 2289. Yang Kai had just broken through the blazing cloud of fire when several bolts of lightning crackled down from the sky and struck his body, causing him to tremble and emit a charred smell. The power of this lightning was incredible, and if it were not for Yang Kai's physique being extraordinary and his 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, he would have fainted on the spot. Even so, he felt that his source chi was blocked and his circulation was somewhat sluggish. Spring breeze. Rain. The wind character cultivator had appeared beside Yang Kai at some unknown time and raised his blood-red blade, creating a gentle breeze that enveloped Yang Kai. This gentle breeze seemed to contain a strange power that could make people drowsy and give up all resistance. As the wind poured into Yang Kai's body, Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help but appear dazed for a moment. At this critical moment, Yang Kai bit the tip of his tongue and space principles swirled around his body before he sent out several huge moon blades in all directions. Dodge. The wind character cultivator's complexion changed as he shouted in a low voice. The thunder character cultivator and fire character cultivator seemed to have some understanding of Yang Kai's abilities. When they saw this space secret technique being used, their expressions became solemn and they quickly used their movement skills to dodge. Walla, accompanied by a soft sound, a pair of illusory wings suddenly appeared behind Yang Kai's back. Above these wings, the power of wind and thunder lingered, causing Yang Kai's speed to suddenly increase. Wind and thunder wings. Yang Kai hadn't used these things for a long time, and as his strength increased and his mastery of space principles improved, the role of the wind and thunder wings became less and less useful. But at this moment, with this part of the world being suppressed by the mountain character cultivator, Yang Kai simply couldn't teleport away. He could only display the wind and thunder wings to slightly increase his speed. Wind swirled and thunder surged. The appearance of this pair of psionic wings stunned the wind cultivator and thunder cultivator, as if they had not expected Yang Kai to have grasped the power of wind and thunder. Including this person's elemental energy as well as his own spatial energy, blood knife and the others were shocked to discover that Yang Kai had mastered so many different types of energy that it was simply breathtaking. Whoosh, with the help of the wind and thunder wings, Yang Kai's speed increased again. In just a flash, he appeared in front of the fire cultivator. His face was almost in front of the other party. The cultivator with the word fire was shocked. They looked at each other and saw the sarcasm and murderous intent in Yang Kai's eyes. He couldn't help but roar angrily, "Why are you staring at me? Always pick the soft persimmon to pinch." Kai Yang grinned. The expression of the cultivator with the word fire changed as he growled, "Are you saying that I'm the easiest to deal with? Who knows?" Yang Kai grinned. The reason why he was the first to make a move on the cultivator with the word fire was indeed as this person had said. He was the easiest to deal with. The cultivator with the word mountain was not mentioned. At a glance, one could tell that he was a person who focused on defense. Under the resonance of the four people's powers, Yang Kai estimated that he might not be able to break through his defense in a short time. The cultivator with the word wind and the word thunder were extremely fast people. Only the word fire cultivator was a soft persimmon among the four people. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and pointed forward. He growled, "Condense." The law of space was leisurely mobilized. The word thunder cultivator sighed and said, "I now understand why the higher-ups want us to capture this person alive. This person really has research value. He's only a second-order Dao source realm cultivator, but he already has such strength. If we can dig out his secrets, we'll benefit immensely in the future." Hearing this, the eyes of the word wind cultivator and the fire's eyes lit up, as if they saw a bright future. But this is as far as he goes. The word thunder cultivator coldly snorted, "No matter how he resists, he'll be suppressed by the mountain ghosts Mount Meru in the end." The word wind cultivator and the fire's expression showed agreement. Obviously, they both understood the power of the mountain ghosts Mount Meru. "Heh heh heh heh." Right at this moment, a sneer suddenly came from Yang Kai's mouth. After being besieged by these four people, he was in an extremely sorry state at this moment, but he still couldn't stop laughing. The fire's cultivator shouted, "Little brat, keep laughing. We'll make you cry later. If that's all you have, I'm afraid that you'll be the ones crying later." Yang Kai glanced at the fire's cultivator and said indifferently, "What?" The fire's cultivator was stunned. On the other hand, the word wind cultivator's expression changed and he shouted in a low voice, "Not good. Hurry up and take action. This brat still has a trump card." After saying this, he was the first to rush up. Wind attribute energy lingered around his body, while principal strength spread out. Dragon transformation. Yang Kai didn't wait for him to rush over and suddenly shouted. A resounding dragon roar suddenly rang out, and along with it, a giant golden figure suddenly appeared behind Yang Kai. The giant golden figure twisted and turned, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a giant golden dragon. It coiled above Yang Kai's head and opened its eyes wide, looking around disdainfully. The wind cultivator, who was rushing forward, stopped and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. His body swayed, and he floated back. This is. The lightning cultivator's eyes trembled. Dragon might. The fire cultivator also opened his eyes wide and shouted hysterically. The three of them felt as if they had just seen a ghost in broad daylight. They felt as if the world was spinning around them, and their feet were cramping. Yi Jinghan's expression wasn't any better. When she saw Yang Kai being suppressed by Shimi, she wanted to go over and help him, but before she could do anything, a sudden change occurred. In an instant, dragon might filled the whole area, and the pure aura of a true dragon filled the air. It was enough to make all living beings bow their heads, and a shadow and fear that couldn't be erased appeared in the depths of every Blood Dagger member's heart. Crack, a series of cracking sounds rang out, and Yang Kai's arms were covered in dragon scales. Even his exposed skin was covered in dragon scales. The phantom of a giant dragon flashed and disappeared into Yang Kai's body, only to be replaced by Yang Kai's half-dragon body. His tyrannical aura rose to a level comparable to that of the Emperor realm. He wore an indifferent expression and slowly clenched one of his hands into a fist, while his other hand firmly held onto Shimi. It was no longer as difficult as before, and it was as if he was just holding onto something insignificant. Soon after, he suddenly punched out and pounded the bottom of Shimi. A loud bang rang out, and the 100,000 Shimi flickered wildly as it was struck by a tremendous force and sent flying into the sky. Shan Gui's expression changed drastically, and he almost bit his tongue. He made a hand seal and turned Shimi back into a ray of light. You're in trouble. Without the suppression of Shimi, Yang Kai was completely free, and after shaking his neck, he looked at the three Blood Dagger members with a sinister smile. Fight him to the death. The wind cultivator roared, wind saber, frost sword. He urged the source chi in his body, and all of his strength transformed into a saber and a sword. They were incomparably large and seemed to have the power to cut through heaven and earth as they slashed towards Yang Kai. At the same time, the fire-titled cultivator and the thunder cultivator also attacked Yang Kai with their most powerful techniques. The wind, thunder, and fire mountain combined attack could borrow a large portion of the strength of others, and under the support of each other, their power was limitless. They indeed had the qualifications to exchange blows with ordinary people from the Emperor realm. But today, a scene that made their eyeballs pop out appeared. In the face of these three people's desperate divine technique, Yang Kai actually charged straight in. With two cracking sounds, the three people watched as Yang Kai used the power of his fists to shatter the wind saber and frost sword, and then rushed into the eye of the storm and the thunderstorm vortex without any reduction in power. In just a few breaths of time, the three people's divine technique was broken through by brute force. A figure flashed, and the half-dragon Yang Kai rushed in front of the three people. One of his hands turned into a dragon claw that was incomparably sharp, as if it could be compared to the sharpest secret treasures in the world. He grabbed at the wind cultivator's chest. It fell from midair and caused the ground to shake, causing dust to fly everywhere. The four people from Blood Dagger were stunned. All of them wore blank looks as they stared towards the hill, none of them understanding what kind of divine ability Yang Kai was using that allowed him to summon a hill out of thin air. What the hell is this? The wind cultivator gradually calmed down. Seeing this, he waved his hand impatiently. A gust of wind blew and blew away the dust. The hill was instantly imprinted in their eyes. In the next moment, the four from Blood Dagger widened their eyes as they stared dumbfoundedly at the small mountain, their faces filled with disbelief. Hey, hey, hey! Am I seeing things? The fire-titled cultivator could not help but shout. He swallowed his saliva and said, "Why do I feel that this hill looks like a human? It even has 2 arms and 2 legs." Gulp. The other 3 people also swallowed their saliva. Their expressions were extremely difficult. "What the hell is this?" the wind cultivator asked in shock. "There's a woman." The thunder cultivator narrowed his eyes and looked at the beautiful figure sitting on the hill's shoulder. "It must be an illusion. It must be an illusion." The fire-titled cultivator looked frightened. With a pale face, he muttered to his companions, "Did this hill smile at me just now? It must be an illusion." It's possible." The wind cultivator showed a thoughtful look. This little brat probably used some kind of illusion technique. As he spoke, he turned his head to look at Yang Kai, only to see Yang Kai looking at them with a meaningful smile. This smile made the wind-titled cultivator shudder, and he couldn't help but have a bad premonition. "You should have called us out earlier." Wuxia Xianxia sat on the embodiment's shoulder and shook her legs. She curled her lips and said, "I really don't know why you fought with them alone. It's a waste of time and energy." She seemed to have seen the battle just now clearly in the small sealed world. The embodiment grinned and said in a thunderous voice, "Didn't we come out now?" When the woman and the mountain suddenly spoke, the 4 Blood Dagger cultivators were startled and their faces turned pale. It was because they felt that what they saw and heard was so real. It was as if the woman and the mountain really existed. It was not an illusion caused by some kind of illusion technique. Yang Kai chuckled and said, "I didn't expect that the 4 of them would be so powerful. I wanted to fight against the 4 of them alone. In the end, I was almost beaten into a pig's head." Wuxia Xianxia snorted. Yang Kai curled his lips and said, "It wasn't that bad. They were just a little troublesome. Sister Hua, pick one of them." Wuxia Xianxia's beautiful eyes rolled and she giggled. Her gaze swept over the 4 Blood Dagger cultivators and finally fixed on the fire-titled cultivator. She pointed at him and said, "I'll pick him." "They all like to bully soft persimmons," Yang Kai laughed involuntarily. Chapter 2291. Hee hee. The embodiment suddenly grinned and smiled at Hillghost. Cold sweat dripped down Hillghost's forehead like rain. He swallowed his saliva and shouted, "Wind Ghoul, I feel like something's not right. This doesn't seem to be an illusion." Wind Ghoul's face darkened, and he shouted, "Guard your mind. Don't let your vision be disturbed." Until now, he still felt that everything in front of him was an illusion because no one could make a stone man and a young woman appear out of thin air. Even the 10 great emperors couldn't do it. When Hillghost heard this, he took a deep breath and calmed down a little. Yang Kai smiled strangely at Wind Ghoul and Thunder Ghoul and said, "Take a guess. How many hits can your brother Hillghost take?" Thunder Ghoul snorted, "Will you die if you don't act tough?" Not to mention that it was just an illusion, even if there was a real Emperor Realm Master here, the mountain ghost would still be able to persist for 10 breaths. Wind Ghoul also said, "Kid, don't underestimate us Blood Blade 4 ghosts." Yang Kai laughed, "I'll turn you 4 ghosts into dead ghosts right away." After that, he shouted at the embodiment, "Did you hear that? They said that even if the Emperor Realm attacks, Brother Hillghost can still hold on for 10 breaths. 10 breaths. The embodiment smiled, but that smile instantly turned sinister. He hummed, 3 breaths is enough. After saying that, he suddenly punched at Hillghost. Maybe it was because they had used the joint attack technique, but Hillghost hadn't moved since he appeared. He had been sitting cross-legged in the air, not only in charge of defense and suppression. It seemed that the 4 people's power was also connected with him as the center. Therefore, even if he saw the embodiment's punch, he didn't have any intention of dodging. However, he stretched out his hand with a solemn expression, and Mtsumru appeared again. However, this time, Mtsumru was almost solid, and it shone brightly as if there was really a mountain in front of him. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. The embodiment snorted and smashed his mountain-like fist down. Boom, there was a loud noise, and heaven and earth shook. The point of contact between the fist and Mount Meru suddenly rippled with layers of halos of power, turning into a vortex that spread out in all directions. The mountain ghost's grave expression instantly turned ghastly pale. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura instantly withered. At the same time, Mount Meru, which stood between the avatar and the mountain ghost, shattered and turned into countless rays of light that shot out in all directions. What? Wind Demon's expression changed drastically. That's impossible. Thunder Devil exclaimed in shock. The 2 of them couldn't believe their eyes. The mountain ghost's innate defense had been shattered by the stone golem in a single exchange. After smashing Mtshimi and being heavily injured, the 2 of them asked themselves over and over again in their hearts, was this also an illusion? If this was an illusion, then it was too real. The mountain ghost was drenched in blood. The smell of blood in the air lingered around the noses of Wind Ghost and Thunder Ghost, causing them to shudder. After the Dharmakeya's attack. However, he did not stop. Another punch was thrown. Boom, a deafening noise sounded for the second time. This time, the mountain ghost did not have Mtshimi to block it. Instead, he desperately changed his hand seals and displayed his divine technique to the extreme. The power of the earth element fluctuated wildly, and the law of earth lingered around him, turning into a protective barrier. Kacha, a series of crisp sounds rang out. Visible to the naked eye, within a radius of a few hundred feet around them, a transparent barrier appeared. A layer of transparent light screen, like an inverted bowl, vibrated out. Chapter 2293. Just as Yang Kai was feeling vexed, he suddenly heard a moaning sound coming from behind him. He turned around and saw Yi Jinghan sitting on the wooden boat with a frown on her face and a blank look on her face. It seemed like she still didn't understand what was going on. But soon, she recalled what had happened before she fainted and stood up abruptly, calling out, "Young Master Yang. You're awake." Yang Kai cast a glance at her and said calmly, "Don't move around. Check your body and see if you have any serious injuries." Yi Jinghan nodded and closed her eyes to examine her body. After a short while, she opened her eyes and said, "I'm fine." She had just been knocked unconscious by Huaqing Si. Even though she had been hit by Thunderghost's explosion, she hadn't suffered any serious injuries. Her qi and blood were just a little unstable, and she would recover after taking some pills. "Yang Kai, where are the big sister and the big stone golem? Hua Qingxi looked around, but didn't find any trace of Hua Qingxi or the embodiment. She couldn't help but ask in confusion. Yang Kai asked, "What big sister and the stone golem?" "It's that." Yi Jinghan was about to describe them, but she suddenly furrowed her brows and said with a strange expression, "Could it be that it was really an illusion?" At this moment, she recalled the scene when Hua Qingxi and the embodiment had appeared, and she couldn't help but feel that everything was so unreal. She suddenly suspected that she had fallen into an illusion, and that the young woman and the stone golem weren't real. "I used an eye technique to deal with the 4 ghosts, so you must have been hallucinating," Yang Kai replied. "I see." Yi Jinghan exhaled and laughed at herself. Young Master Yang's divine technique is really great. I'm really ashamed that I couldn't help you at all. It's nothing. The 4 ghosts of Blood Saber aren't easy to deal with. If you had really interfered, you would have already died. Yi Jinghan broke out in a cold sweat when she heard this. She realized once again the huge gap between her and Yang Kai. The Blood Saber's 4 ghosts were 3rd-order Dao Source Realm Masters, and the 4 of them had joined forces to execute a joint attack. They could even fight the Emperor Realm, but they were completely annihilated by Yang Kai. Such a battle record was enough to be proud of. Even though they were both 2nd-order Dao Source Realm cultivators, Yi Jinghan discovered that the gap between her and Yang Kai was like the difference between heaven and earth. She couldn't help but feel depressed and yearn for the day when she could possess Yang Kai's strength. She smiled bitterly and touched the back of her neck, only to find that there was a slight pain there. She was stunned. He recalled the scene of the young woman knocking him unconscious. Yi Jinghan was extremely hesitant. She didn't know whether what she had just seen was an illusion or reality. Nothing was said along the way. Yi Jinghan seemed to have noticed that Yang Kai wasn't in a good mood after his encounter with the 4 ghosts, so she didn't bother him and just pointed him in the right direction. When she had some free time, she would meditate and rest on the wooden boat. After more than 10 days, the 2 of them finally saw a continuous mountain range in the distance. Only then did Yi Jinghan get up from the wooden boat. She pointed excitedly at the mountain range in front of them and said, "Young Master Yang, this is the 1,000-leaf mountain range. Our 1,000-leaf sect is located in this mountain range. It will take us less than half a day to reach it." Yang Kai replied casually. Yi Jinghan smiled and said, "I will send a message to my father so that he won't worry." She had spent several months on this trip and was always worried about her family when she was alone. Now that she had returned safely, the first thing she wanted to do was to report her safety. Yang Kai didn't pay attention to her and just sat at the front of the boat and observed their surroundings. Yi Jinghan took out her communication artifact and poured her divine sense into it. After a short while, the artifact buzzed and seemed to have received an answer. After Yi Jinghan checked it, she furrowed her brows and an unhappy look appeared on her face. Yang Kai noticed the change in her expression and asked, "What's wrong?" Yi Jinghan pouted and said, "My father unexpectedly asked me to represent our 1,000-leaf sect and attend Sky Crane City's City Lord's wedding ceremony. He's really infuriating." She complained, "If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have told him that I had returned. It would have saved me a lot of trouble." "It seems like you don't want to go." Yang Kai looked at her with a faint smile. Yi Jinghan snorted coldly and said, "I don't want to get involved in the affairs of a person who has forgotten his master. It's fine if he takes her as his concubine. But my father also doesn't want to give him face and send someone to attend such a troublesome ceremony." Yang Kai's expression changed and he asked, "Does your 1,000-leaf sect have a grudge with Sky Crane City's City Lord?" Yi Jinghan wore a cold look. "That guy is an ungrateful person. He was able to become the City Lord all those years ago because of our 1,000-leaf sect's support. Now that he's grown strong and has found another backer, he doesn't take us seriously. He even squeezed out our Thousand Leaves sect's many properties in Sky Crane City. He's really a vile person. Yang Kai wasn't interested in this matter, so he didn't reply after asking a casual question. Yi Jinghan seemed to have realized that she had misspoken, so she stuck out her tongue and said, "I'm sorry, young Master Yang. I misspoke. It doesn't matter. There are always some stingy people in this world who make people angry." Yang Kai waved his hand. "Young Master Yang, please wait for a moment. I will inform my father and take you back to the sect to settle down," Yi Jinghan said before she poured her divine sense into the communication artifact. "There's no need for that," Yang Kai grinned, "I'll go with you. It'll save me a lot of trouble and I'll just take it as a walk to relieve my boredom." Yi Jinghan was delighted to hear this and she said, "Many thanks, young Master Yang. Please forgive me if I neglected you." "It's fine." After they spoke, the two of them turned around and headed toward Sky Crane City. Sky Crane City was located 3,000 kilometers away from the foot of Thousand Leaf Mountain, and even though it wasn't a big city, it was still much better than Maplewood City and could be considered a medium-sized city. According to Yi Jinghan, there were a dozen or so Dao Source Realm Masters in Sky Crane City Lord's Mansion, and the City Lord, Luo Jin, had a powerful cultivation in the Third Order Dao Source Realm, which was comparable to some of the nearby medium-sized sect masters. It was because of this that he was able to secure his position as Sky Crane City Lord. When Yang Kai and Yi Jinghan arrived at the city gate, they saw that it was bustling with activity. Many carriages were loaded with goods and were waiting to enter the city. The carriages were filled with precious treasures, and Yang Kai even smelled some pills and spirit herbs. Judging from the joyous decorations on the carriages, it was obvious that the goods in the carriages were gifts prepared by the nearby sects. Sky Crane City was considered an outstanding sect in the surrounding 100,000 kilometers, and now that the city lord was taking a concubine, the various sects would naturally come to congratulate him. The guards at the city gate also seemed to be in high spirits, and they all wore smiles as they inspected the goods and let them pass. Yang Kai and Yi Jinghan didn't rush into the city, but instead stood 1,000 meters away from the city and waited quietly. According to Yi Jinghan, Thousand Leaves sect's disciples would be arriving soon. It was a coincidence that Yi Jinghan had been assigned this task. If she hadn't rushed back today, she wouldn't have been assigned this task by Yi Hen, which annoyed her so much. In any case, she was the young sect master of Thousand Leaves sect, so it would be acceptable for her to lead the team to congratulate him. After waiting for a while, Yi Jinghan's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up and she pointed in a certain direction. "They're here." Yang Kai raised his head and saw a ray of light flying towards them from the horizon. When the ray of light approached them, it revealed its true form. It was an artifact in the shape of a ship with several well-dressed cultivators standing on it. One of them was leaning against the ship's railing and looking around, and when he saw Yi Jinghan, he couldn't help but grin and wave at her intimately. Yi Jinghan responded, and after a short while, the ship landed on the ground. The man who had greeted Yi Jinghan flew down and waited for the others to disembark before he made a hand seal and put the ship away. "Yi Zi, you finally returned. If you hadn't come back, I would have gone to Maplewood City to look for you." The man came up to Yi Jinghan and looked at her affectionately with bright eyes, completely ignoring Yang Kai's existence. "Brother Du Xian." Yi Jinghan's cheeks flushed from his passionate gaze, and she lowered her head bashfully. When Yang Kai saw this, he knew that there was something going on between this man and woman, and he couldn't help but smile. Another man suddenly poked his head out from behind Du Xian and grinned, "Senior Sister Yi, you don't know this, but ever since you went to Maplewood City, our eldest brother hasn't been able to eat or drink. He's not even in the mood to cultivate, and he's been scolded by our master several times." "Shut up." Du Xian glared at the man, but there was a smile in his eyes. Yi Jinghan pursed her red lips and said in a low voice, "How can you be like this? You still have to cultivate. Du Xian looked at Yi Jinghan affectionately and said softly, I've been cultivating, but I can't calm my mind, and I'm always thinking about someone. Who are you thinking about? Yi Jinghan's delicate body trembled, and the blush on her cheeks became even more obvious. I'm thinking about you. That sneaky man interrupted again and said, Senior Marshal Sister Yi, Junior Marshal Brother misses you too. I miss you so much that I can't sleep at night. As he spoke, he put on a pained expression and tossed and turned in bed, causing the other 1,000 Leave sect disciples to snicker.